Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, let's do it. Oh, we get a chance to meet Jalen Reed today, I think, if they're going to put the rookies in front of microphones out at Rookie Minicamp. Rookie Minicamp starting today over at the Methodist Training Center with the Houston Texans. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Friday to all of you. We made it to the end of the week. Good to be with you. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast, and in his bright red Under Armour gear, ready to go today.
Yeah, that's how you know I'm in business. Yeah. I'm down to the bottom of the pile. The shirt I never wear.
That's a good-looking shirt,
I'm wearing it today.
That's the bottom of the pile.
I save it for golf tournaments and whatnot.
Yeah.
Which I turn down frequently.
Yep,
yes.
Yep. Homage
I'll
to
donate
Tiger.
to your charity, but I'm not going to go out and sweat and play bad golf for it.
No, golf is a full-day thing, man. That's why people ask, like, why don't you play more golf? I'm like, because it's a commitment. You know, like, that golf is a commitment.
Right.
And I got enough commitments in my life, you know?
It's all, that's why I chuckle at my generation making fun of people for playing video games too much. Because no, going out and getting drunk for 5 hours on a weekday afternoon is A-okay.
Well,
but sitting on your couch and playing video games for 5 hours is deplorable, apparently.
At least there's physical movement with golf. You know, there's a little bit of walking, a little bit of swinging.
Sure.
You know,
yeah,
that's what I tell myself.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. And now in Houston,
compared to video games.
Houston, it's a commitment.
Yeah.
Anytime you play, when you live in our climate, it's a whole different deal.
Yeah, my wife got a membership at this sauna place right across the street from our building.
Yeah.
And you can, you pay X amount a month, and you can go whenever you want to, and you can get an hour-long sauna. As we know, the one criticism of NRG Stadium for players is it doesn't have a sauna there.
Is it one of those infrared sauna places?
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
It's supposed to be super good for you, man.
Yeah, it's supposed to be good for you. But as we get closer to these summer months, knowing how much it costs per month, my suggestion to her might be just go outside. That's kind of a sauna in Houston. You know what I mean? Just step outside and I'll see what their business is like.
Sorry you're not interested in Amy improving her cardiovascular function, lowering her stroke risk, and activating her immune system. All the benefits
on the Google machine, yeah.
Anybody who makes money off of infrared saunas will tell you is a benefit.
Is it? Yeah. She likes it. She goes like 2-3 times a week. She likes it. So, yeah.
Can control your high blood pressure. Do you have high blood pressure?
No, mine's good. I get mine tested every Friday at the Men's T Clinic. They do my blood. I'm good, man. I'm in that mid 120s over 80ish range right now. That's good.
Good for you. Good job.
Yeah.
So the most fun thing about Houston, what's the forecast today? What's the high?
It's actually not too bad. It poured.
Yeah.
It poured last night, so it kind of cooled things off. It's actually the high today is supposed to be 82.
The shock to the system is when guys who haven't played in the Deep South come out really around the mandatory minicamps and that time of year when you might be getting you get potentially high 90s or mid 90s and super sauna-like.
Yeah.
That's a shock to your system, man. You play all your college games at Iowa State, and you're from
Minnesota.
Now, Higgins is from where is Noel from?
I want to say, was he one of the ones working out in Kansas City this week?
Yeah,
with
he's in
Graham Mertz?
Kansas City.
Yeah.
So it gets hot up there, but not the soupy conditions that we get down here.
Yeah.
So it might be a shock to Jalen Noel's system once he gets out here for a mini camp and training camp.
I want to say last year that was the theme. Like, it was cool. We had a cool early May last year for the rookies. Like, so today and tomorrow's rookie mini camp, 82 degrees high today. It's supposed to rain, actually, so they may end up indoors. And then tomorrow, the high is only 79. Like, it's for mid-May, it's going to be unseasonably cool. And I remember, I think it was last year, where we were like, don't get used to this. This is not normal. Be ready in July for it to be 98 degrees with 150% humidity. Yeah.
My favorite minicamp memory was Andre Johnson not catching the football in his rookie minicamp. He was the passes were careening off his hands, and it turned out that he had some kind of I want to say his contact lenses or the visor he was using or something just needed to be tweaked. But it wasn't an auspicious beginning for one of the greatest wide receivers in NFL history.
What were veterans like yourself muttering to each other as this third overall pick was letting balls bounce off his face?
I wasn't out there. I mean, rookie minicamp is dumb. It's going out.
Rookie minicamp. Sorry about
rookie
that.
minicamp.
Rookie minicamp. Yeah, sorry about that.
There were a few veterans that had gone out just to watch, and they were like, yeah, he was really. It was. And these guys all knew Andre Johnson and watched him in college.
Sure.
It wasn't like it was a big. It was just, and if all you knew, if you didn't know anything at all about Andre Johnson, you'd gone out, you'd be like, well, how'd this guy get drafted?
Right.
But it was, it turned out to be. They fixed it almost immediately. It was genuinely like a visor problem or something.
If we had just lost one more game, we could have had Charles Rogers. We could have had Charles Rogers. That's what they were saying out there that day. Yeah. Jamar Chase was that way too. I remember there being reports out of Bengals, either training camp or rookie minicamp. I can't remember which. But Jamar Chase was dropping everything that was thrown to him. That seemed to work out okay for the Bengals. If I had to go check, I think Jamar Chase worked out all right. So we'll see. I'm excited to see the two rookie wide receivers today, though. Even if they're just running against air or maybe going against some of the other DBs that are out there.
Yeah, you get to see the skill position players especially all look like they're first rounders when you go out there and all they're doing is drills and really nothing competitive or anything. You just see their pure athleticism.
Yeah, man.
And it's and a lot of times they're going against guys who are perhaps either undrafted rookie free agents or what have you, if they're doing any kind of drills at all.
Yeah.
Which, there's not a whole lot of competition out there. So, everybody looks incredible in rookie minicamp.
You know from doing – well, you and I are coming up in July on 6 years of shows together. From doing 6 years of radio with me that nobody comes in with hotter against air takes than me. Than I do. I will be here on Monday, and I'm telling you right now, when I come in here on Monday, they will have drafted the next Jamar Chase to go alongside. Diggs as Knoll, Chase as Higgins, yes.
Your all-time worst take was just how exuberant you were over David Johnson.
Yeah,
that wasn't rookie minicamp, but that was during COVID, and
bad.
Only a few select media members were allowed in, and you were one of them.
Nope.
And you saw David Johnson, he was still impressive athletically, and he still looked physically imposing.
Yeah. That was a take that didn't age well. Like, that wasn't a take. When I called in with it, nobody was calling me out on it, and I was not alone out there at minicamp saying these things. But yes, I will own that, and I have owned it since then. Yeah. David Johnson, guys, I'm telling you right now, this guy who has not played good football, nor much football at all, healthy, but not much football at all the last 3 years. I'm telling you, he actually is. This is what's going to balance out the DeAndre Hopkins trade. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
This is because everybody knows running backs classically can go through 4 years of not doing much, and then all of a sudden at the age of 30, just surge right ahead.
Yep.
No.
Not the case.
And that was the cruelest trick that year was when we figured at least, okay, the Texans saying all these nice things about David Johnson were just, they were just trying to do a little damage control on the PR side of things. Nope. They genuinely believed in David Johnson.
Hell yeah, they did. Hell yeah, they believed it. Absolutely.
I think the guys that have the most potential to get exuberant about just based on athleticism, I think Jalen Knowles in the top of the heap right there.
Oh, yeah.
I think Luke Lachey, just because he's so tall and because he's kind of polished by rookie tight end standards because he went to Iowa where ends like tight ends and teach them how to block and teach them a lot of the fundamentals of playing tight end. You'll get excited about Luke Lachey.
Okay.
You're just going to be envisioning that huge catch radius.
It's just your
going
prediction.
Over across the middle and just snagging balls out of the ether. Yep.
Okay. Your prediction is Knoll and Lachey will be the two that I come in over the top excited about. Okay.
And then if Graham Mertz drops a couple of dimes in pro day fashion, yes, you're going to be super excited about Graham Mertz.
He's coming off an ACL. I wonder how much they're going to let him do. But if he drops them in the bucket, boom. Oh yeah, Graham Mertz. Look out, Davis Mills. If I come in saying look out, C.J. Stroud, then you have permission to slap me. So.
Speaking of quarterbacks, real quick, I'm keeping my eye on Iowa State quarterback Rocco Becht. Because his name is Rocco.
Yeah, I am too.
And because I've watched enough Iowa State highlights over the last couple weeks, that now I'm watching some of these passes, and they're great catches, but look at the touch at the touch.
Rocco
and
Becht.
A guy named Casario can't pass up a guy named Rocco.
Rocco Becht. Is
you think Jimmy Garoppolo got drafted in the second round just because of football ability? No.
Did they sign this guy, this Rocco fella?
No. He might not even come out this year. I'm saying I'm keeping an eye on him.
Oh, just in general. I got you.
Since we're talking about the Iowa State
Yeah.
right now,
That would have made sense if he were an undrafted guy to at least bring him in this week to throw to the.
You know what I mean? That's a guy that's got a relationship with him.
Yeah, that's a weird thing about this rookie minicamp. You asked Nick the other day about, hey, who are the undrafted free agents that which one do you think I should adopt? Because we adopt one every year on this show. And he's like, we only signed 6 of them. There's going to be like 15 guys out there probably, unless they mix in a few, like a few local guys that are maybe in their like tryout style or whatever.
Daniel Jackson, the wide receiver out of Minnesota, is getting a whole lot of buzz.
McShay.
And I'd like to get excited about him. But I also know that it's going to be really hard for a wide receiver to make that team, an undrafted receiver, a rookie to make that team when you've already got 2 rookies on it, especially.
Yeah.
So he'll be intriguing. Like that could very well be a guy that they look at and they want to keep him around on practice squad and maybe has a chance there. But if he does make the team, that'd be a coup. It'd be a coup.
Well, it would be a coup. It would in all likelihood mean somebody got hurt along the way, which I would not like. Like if we're just playing the odds of Jackson making the team. So I would.
Eli Cox, the center out of Kentucky, is another guy that a lot of people have asked about.
Yeah.
He's interesting because he wasn't. By his play, he doesn't look like a guy that should have got drafted anywhere notable, but he is very, very athletic.
Yep.
He's one of the most, just by combine testing, he's one of the most athletic centers from the past few decades.
Yep.
But then you always have to wonder, okay, so why was that athleticism not paired with really impressive football? But I could see where that's a perfect undrafted rookie free agent because you see if maybe it was some coaching and maybe being in the right fit and some maturation. I say maturation. He spent 6 years in college, but he had plenty of time to work on his combine drills over the course of 6 years.
Yep.
But intriguing.
Yep. Looking forward to it. And right on cue, someone texted in, Eli Cox, question mark?
We're not figure it out during rookie minicamp.
No.
I apologize.
No, that is true.
But he is intriguing.
Well, he is intriguing, and he's going to get to go up in training camp, assuming he's still around, against what for Texan fans is a pretty familiar crew. They re-signed Foley Fatukasi the other day, so I want to talk about that. Foley Fatukasi is back. If there's a concerned position group on defense, is it the interior defensive line? And are we cool with them just running it back this year? And also, did Nick Caserio do something yesterday that is going to make other GMs angry around the league? We will tell you exactly what that was. I'm all for it, but we'll tell you what it was. We'll do all that coming up next.
Be the opposite of angry this weekend. Go to
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, do you think that other GMs are angry with Nick Caserio today that I'm surprised this is the first time that this has happened, that for the first time ever, a second-round pick, and it was a high second-round pick, second guy taken in the second round, Jaden Higgins. The Texans fully guaranteed his 4-year, $11 million and change contract yesterday.
So then it's the first time in the NFL, not just with the Texans. So the first time anybody is fully guaranteed a second-round pick. You know what? This is something we need to ask Nick about at some point. Nick, the Texans have been very forthcoming with guaranteed money, and I wonder, we should talk to Texans Cap about it too. There's a strategy behind it, because there's no reason to do it negotiating wise or anything. But Nick, he's done with renegotiating contracts or bringing guys like Danielle Hunter in. I really think they like just having as much guaranteed money up front and making it a short-term deal. But with the rookies, I don't know what the incentive is.
Yeah, this is different because this is all slotted.
Remember the Texans did this with Dameon Pierce. They gave him more money.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember. People were pointing that out yesterday. No, my son's pointed it out to me. My son James was like, didn't Nick do something before where we were saying other GMs are going to be angry with him? Thank you, Seth. I couldn't remember what it was. That's right.
I put it right there in the show prep.
I haven't looked down on the show prep yet. Yeah, sorry.
For whatever reason, Nick doesn't shy away from giving out guaranteed money, and lots of it is a percentage of the contract, and that's what the players like. Yeah, players are always clamoring for guaranteed contracts, and I get frustrated because you can get a guaranteed contract. You just got to sign a shorter deal. Yeah, and the Texans have done that multiple times. So that's, as far as maybe how players view the Texans, it's not a bad deal to be known as the team that is, and it's good for the team depending on how you structure it, because you're renting a short-term player as opposed to the old way of trying to sign a 6-year deal, and the player's going to want to renegotiate after 3 or 4 years, and then everybody's PO'd at each other. You just say, look, it's guaranteed money. Just quit your whining. You got what you wanted.
It's $11 million, which in the real world is a ton of money, obviously, but it's
pocket change.
It's a 4-year, $11 million contract. So it's relative to the salary cap, it is pocket change. It's not much. So, and I'm pretty confident, and obviously the Texans are pretty confident that Jaden Higgins is going to be around here for a while. It was a non-starter for me. I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's the first. I was just surprised. It's the first salary structure CBA. It's been the salaries structure has been this way since 2011. Where there's been a rookie wage scale. So I'm just surprised it's the first time it's ever happened. That's all. So good job.
No. So Nick's there's some reasoning behind it. Yeah. There's a reason the Texans do this differently than others do. So it's the classic case of either whenever you do something that's atypical, you're either smarter than everybody else or dumber than everybody else.
That's right.
And that's why that's how I'll frame it to Nick.
Yeah.
I'll say, Nick,
are you smart?
You seem to give out more guaranteed money than anybody else, especially to rookies with no really to guys that don't have the leverage to demand it.
Yeah.
Are you smarter than everybody else or dumber than everybody else?
That's a good way. Put his feet to the fire. Answer the question, Nick. Are you smarter or dumber than everybody else? Yeah.
I'll make it like a congressional committee.
Right.
He'll start in, and I'm like, it's a yes or no question.
You can't handle the truth.
Hey, attorneys out there, I'm always curious about that. You always see in courtroom dramas the prosecutor saying, answer the question, yes or no, to a very nuanced question.
Yeah.
I always
when I envision an interesting tactic.
When I envision it, my response as a calm, cool, and collected witness, or what do you call it when you're sitting up there in the when you're giving your testimony?
You're a witness when you're giving your testimony.
When you're witness. Is well, listen. I feel like you got a law degree. You're smart enough to figure out what I was saying there. No, I had to give you the context first. Yeah. That's how I do it.
That's how you do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going
to did they not teach you? Apologize.
You're not.
Does the judge step in? I got to think, because there's so many situations where it's not as simple as a yes or no response.
Right.
Yeah.
So
the judge has got to step in, right?
That's what he's there for.
Say,
I would think.
listen, prosecutor.
Yeah.
Let's not play these games.
The judge is
okay?
there to direct traffic. Yes, I would think so. I would.
I'm just biding my time until I can collect my pension. All right, just shut up, dude.
All right. So the Texans, like literally 45 minutes after we got done with Nick the other day, they re-signed Foley Fatukasi. I felt like, hey man, couldn't you have broken that news on our show? That would have been really cool. But I'm joking. Foley Fatukasi is back. So this is the position. This is like a deluxe version of Run It Back, Seth. This interior defensive line.
Yeah.
You know, it's Fatukasi. Settle was already under contract. Mario Edwards Jr. is coming back. They're bringing back Sheldon Rankins from 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. So these are all familiar faces coming back. Are we cool with that strategy at that position? This is who it's going to be, those four guys. Are we cool with that strategy?
Yeah, I'm 100% fine with it because they just haven't landed on a guy that's a genuine super stud at defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And defensive line, you rotate guys through. There's some improvements that they can make over last year. But by and large, if you just step back and look at it from 35,000 feet, the Texans had a really good pass rush last year. They were one of the better teams against the run. Some of the big runs were where they really got hurt, and there were specific games where the defensive tackles didn't play as well as they should have versus the run. But the big runs are always a committee affair. That's the nice thing about being a defensive lineman as opposed to a cornerback.
Yeah.
Usually, look, you're responsible for the first 5 or 10 yards sometimes if you get mollywopped. But for it to be a big run, then you've got a linebacker or a safety or somebody else that also should have filled in.
Yeah.
So, I'm cool with it. And I also know that it's not like they're not trying to at some point either draft or go after a guy who's a genuinely impact player at defensive tackle.
Yeah, I feel like this group, like for a bunch of journeymen, they make some stuff happen. You know, Mario Edwards was kind of disruptive last year. Tim Settle had a really good year last year.
Yeah.
Sheldon Rankins, when he was on the field for the Texans 2 years ago, did some good things. You know,
no, the great irony now is that now you have the people who are upset that the Texans let go of Sheldon Rankins and didn't replace him with anybody are now upset that you're. The only guy you're bringing back is Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah, that is right.
They really don't. There's just not a guy who's a Pro Bowl caliber, can stuff the run, but also rush the passer really effectively. Guy right there, right now. But they do have a guy. They have guys that can push the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And D'Amico tweaked some things with the defense last year that. They hemmed up some things with some of the problems in the run defense as the year went along, just by having them play slightly different techniques. So it's like, yes, there can be an upgrade, but also the really good defenses don't have 11 all-pro guys out there. You're never gonna have a defense where, other than every now and then, like the Rams when they had Pro Bowlers on their future Hall of Famers on their defense, you're not going to be overly stacked at every position.
No, you're not. That's what I think. Like if they find the guy you're talking about, it's definitely going to be through the draft. Like they don't have the money to go out and sign a top tier interior defensive lineman. Like they're just you can only spend on so many things. Payne and Pendergast with you. So Jonathan Alexander has the things he's watching for at rookie camp here. Does it match up with mine? Jaden Higgins' hands and explosiveness. Yes, I'm looking to watch that. Will Jalen
too? Jaden Higgins had one of the lowest drop rates of, depending on which list you're looking at. Basically, the drafted wide receivers are the top tier guys. He had the lowest drop rate. So for a big guy with really good hands, that's where I get excited about it because it just feels like he's got a very high floor.
Yeah.
That unless for some reason he falls apart because of injuries or anything, I think he's going to be a viable NFL wide receiver, especially when he's playing opposite of Nico Collins.
Will Jalen Noel return punts? I was all about that. Then I heard all these reports of 5 muffed punts or something last year, and I'm like, hey, wait a second. I thought I was supposed to be excited about this. He muffed 5 punts last year. What are we doing here right now?
One thing I've learned as I've tried to investigate these muffed punts is that the Iowa State film is not all over the place out there. There's not just a boatload of Iowa State film.
Can't just Google
around YouTube.
Special
and what have
team
you.
Iowa State special teams film.
If you lump now, and I know one of the knocks on him in his scouting report was that at times. Yeah, I hate it when they say loss of focus or loss of concentration because that almost sounds like a personality trait versus just, I think, the just absolutely being dialed in and hoovering up everything. He had a really good drop rate in his final season. He improved every year along the way. His drop rate for his career wasn't that great, but he improved it every single year from 2022 through 2024. And I wonder with the punts if there was a similar trend with
dynamic.
That
Yeah.
well.
He just got a little more fundamentally sound in securing the football. I'm kind of.
You're gonna have to go out and watch, just even on the jugs and everything. That's all you're gonna watch today is special teams drills.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they've only. I don't know. Do they have enough guys out there to even do some of this stuff?
You can do some of the drill. No, I mean you do the drills. Like you do a lot of individual drills.
Yeah.
Jugs a machine if they're doing special. Plus the media is only allowed in today, not Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
So or not tomorrow.
Yeah.
So maybe some of the special team stuff will be tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have eyes on it for you out there at Sports Radio 610. Keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long. Oh, the guy who owns the sauna place my wife goes to is a longtime listener. He just texted.
Is he now?
Yeah, he said, and he just invited you, Seth. He said that morning show infrared saunas are great for you and actually helps you with Houston heat. Does your wife, Sean, go to Beam Light Sauna? She does, right there off of Kirby. Thanks for the support. Thanks for supporting my business. I'm Kenneth, the owner, longtime listener. You should come try it out, Seth. Phrasing of this, I'm a little curious. You should come out and try it, Seth. We have a social sauna. It's a sauna for two. So, and Amy has told me about this before. She's like, I can bring you as a guest for the social sauna. Is he inviting you and I to go do a social sauna together? Because I don't want to do that. I love you to
we're
death.
both in our 50s now. Is that the age when we start doing everything buck naked around anything?
Not if it's just the two of us.
Am I old enough to be the buck naked guy at the gym or sauna?
I'll go buck naked in a sauna with you if there's several other people there. But there's something about you and I being just solo two people in a sauna naked that just.
Yeah, what's the square footage of this sauna?
How big is it?
No, infrared sauna does have a lot of there's documented health benefits. I was joking earlier about how the people who sell you infrared sauna will tell you it lowers your blood pressure.
Yeah.
It's all kinds of health benefits. It's supposed to be a really good thing.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
No, but you can keep your social sauna, buddy. I get my social contact with Sean for 4 hours a day, and then I don't want to talk to anybody.
Fully clothed. Yes.
Yeah. You got to remember, I'm married too.
Right.
So there's another person I have to talk to for an allotted number of minutes per day.
Maybe he was inviting Brandy to do the social sauna with you.
No, she'd love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
She can go with whoever she wants. I'm also, now that I'm in my 50s, I don't care. Oh, is it her good-looking trainer from the gym? Go for it. I don't care. Whatever. Yeah, cool.
It's funny because it's
true. Is he going to talk to you? Will he talk to you? Yes.
Oh, my God.
Do it.
That is so true.
Some guy at the grocery store. Good for her.
Yeah. Hey, at least she gets to talk to somebody, right?
Just have to deal with my grumpy ass all day.
Choppa from Alvin says, I have an infrared light in my personal sauna at home. Oh, look at you, Choppa. The wife always asks if I've hatched yet or not. That's pretty funny. Your wife is funny, Choppa. Oh, that's great.
Get some chickens. We're thinking about getting chickens for our eggs. Not because of a price thing, because it does. I've done the math on it. It doesn't really work out. It still works out as pretty pricey unless you got a. I'm not going to do a volume operation, Sean.
Would you build the whole coop and everything yourself, or would you outsource that?
One of our listeners offered to build me a coop.
Okay.
But I don't think he's offering it for free. So we'll see. I'll give him hot sports.
Okay, so
I'll give him a free membership to my YouTube. The 99 cents a month.
The pecking order of the pecking order of how he's going to get this coop made. Number one, see if he can swindle a listener into doing it for free in exchange for hot takes. Number two, outsource it to a reasonably priced local establishment. Number three, begrudgingly build it himself.
I would enjoy doing it as long as
you would actually.
Chicken coop's a small enough project that there's only so many ways you can mess it up. Yeah, I might have to build a chicken coop.
Do it.
What I'm doing this weekend?
And document it. There's got to be an endorsement you can get out of building a chicken coop somehow. The tools, some hardware, whatever.
Well, I can dupe my father-in-law into, he's got a mill and everything. Like he's,
wow.
he sells a lot of, well, not right this moment, but he sells timber and mills himself.
He's got a mill.
No, Fred's as manly as it gets. He could. Plus, he's not afraid to. He's a very good marksman as well, and he's not afraid to threaten people every now and then with actually shooting them. So, he's been doing that way before it was popularized by social media.
Right.
He's
doing it since the 50s.
Yeah,
that's great.
And he lives in a small enough town where people are they take him seriously.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Small enough town to take him seriously, and small enough town to where, he could hide whatever the, whatever the outcome is.
With the sheriff.
Yeah. That's great. All right, we'll do some headlines next. Astros enter what will thus far be the most difficult portion of the season. We'll circle back to a little bit of Texans news. NBA playoffs last night was popping. We'll get to that. And a former Texan gets cut. Do we want this guy back? We will discuss that in headlines coming up next. All right, you still have a couple more days to shop for Mom.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, thank you to the Men's Tea Clinic for bringing us headlines each and every day. The Astros, we've not talked about them yet. They embark on what to this point will be the toughest stretch easily this season. They're about to go on a 17-day stretch here with baseball every single day. No off days, literally no days off for 17 days. They started off this tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. They're home for the Reds, then home for the Royals, and then they go on the road to face Texas and Tampa Bay before coming back home to face Seattle. The only thing I don't like about this 17-game stretch, because I'm all for having baseball every day, as long as they spice things up a little bit and start scoring more than 3 runs on a regular basis.
Yeah.
I don't like having Seattle, who easily is the most important team that they're playing in this stretch. That's who they're chasing. They're 4 games back of the Mariners right now in the division. I don't like having Seattle come to town on the heels of having just played 13 days without a day off.
I'm anticipating and hoping for the version of the Astros that plays better versus good teams than which they had been doing for a stretch, and then they turn into the worst version of themselves against the White Sox or what have you. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. Bring them on.
Bring them on.
Bring on all the stalwarts of the league, Sean.
Well, Ellie De La Cruz comes to town this weekend, and there aren't many guys in baseball who I would say I'll buy a ticket to watch that guy. He's one of them. He's great. So we get a chance to look at him this weekend.
This is we might see, fingers crossed, Lance McCullers 4 times in this stretch.
Over this 17 game, over 17 games?
Because he's pitching tomorrow.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Maybe.
Right?
Okay. I got to do the math.
They're using a 5-man rotation.
Yeah. That I'd have to do the math on that. At least 3, though. You're right, for sure, right? Yeah.
If he's pitching game 2, game 7, game 12, game 17.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah. Wow.
I didn't realize we needed a scientific calculator for that.
No, that just
my TI-80 whatever.
No, it just sounds like a lot. I mean, it sounds like a lot of games in a 17-game stretch. But if you're at the beginning and the end,
lot. It's matched up that well. Lance McCullers 0.0 ERA.
Yeah,
that's when the graphic pops up on the screen tonight.
Yeah,
that's what Reds fans or tomorrow. That's what Reds fans will be seeing. Like, oh, look at that, Lance McCullers 0.0
pretty
ERA.
intimidating.
Oh, no.
Pretty intimidating. I'd have to say
0.0 ERA somehow.
Yeah.
Despite lighting like 29 people on base.
With a whip of 3.65. Yeah.
Yeah, what's his whip right now?
He let 3 walks and 3 hits in 3 2/3 innings.
Okay.
So it ain't great. It's not horrific. I mean, obviously he didn't give up any runs, but yeah, it ain't good.
But this is a big. It's got a 1.64 whip right now, so it'll get back down to there into the 1.2s like he typically does.
Yeah.
So I think this, honestly, for me, this is a big test for Lance McCullers. If he can actually go 4 starts in this 17-game stretch, as long as they stick with a 5-man rotation. Yeah. That would be a little victory early in the season.
He threw 87 pitches his first time out, man. So the guardrails, at least in terms of usage, seem to be not all the way off, but like 87. I was shocked he threw that many pitches in his first game back. The most he had done in a rehab start was 71.
Especially because he went out there for the 4th inning. He had a good third. The first 2 innings were very tense. Yeah. He goes out of the 3rd inning, mows 3 guys down right away. Yeah. And then you think, okay, let's end on a high note. But then he came out for the 4th. That's where I got nervous.
Yep.
And especially because Lance, you know his mentality. Like Lance can be all, strategic and everything beforehand, but when he gets in the heat of the moment, I could totally see him pitching through a little discomfort or something.
Yeah, and not saying anything. Yeah, because he had it in his mind he's going to get to the end of the 4th inning. I could totally see that. All right, so Astros back at it tonight. They were off yesterday. Texans get rookie minicamp started up today. Jaden Higgins and Nick Caserio together made history yesterday. The first fully guaranteed contract for a second-round pick in NFL history. 4 years, $11.7 million. I really doesn't matter to me either way, one way or the other, that it's fully guaranteed. I expect Jaden Higgins to be on this team for the next 4 years.
Right. Well, I mean, that does happen. The second rounders get cut in the 2nd or 3rd year all the time, but not all the time, but not infrequently. It's interesting. It's just it's a strategy that Nick has where he's very forthcoming with the guaranteed money, and for all the various reasons that he might do that or would do that, I do like that it's simpatico with what a lot of players want, which is more guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And it's like I think the Texans probably at this point have the reputation amongst free agents or other players around the league that's the opposite of, say, the old Bengals when players just had a bad taste in their mouth about the Bengals without ever even having played there. I think the Texans have a reputation for treating their players well. So I'm for it as long as it's not recklessly irresponsible or anything.
No, and I think too another entity that we need to acknowledge in this are the McNairs, because in the NFL now this Jaden Higgins contract doesn't fit under that, but like the Derek Stingley contract when you're guaranteeing $89 million, CJ Stroud's contract, which eventually will happen, where there's going to be well over $100 million, maybe even $200 million guaranteed.
Yeah,
they've got to take that money and stick it in an escrow account.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so it's not that they don't have the money.
Cash rich, baby.
Right.
It's a little bit of a flex.
Yeah.
These billionaires don't like the interest allowed to get in an escrow account,
Right.
you know? Yeah. This is Cal McNair is on your white couch with muddy boots saying, I'm rich.
Yeah.
I'm rich.
I like to picture Cal taking the $89 million guaranteed to Stingley in a Halliburton suitcase to the bank, shoving it to the teller, and then taking a toothpick out of his mouth and just flicking it in their face and go, here's your $89 million in
And
escrow.
I'll holla.
Yeah.
You know, and what the definite rich thing you have to say is put that in your coffers.
Yeah.
Yes.
And smoke it. Yeah. So there you go. In your coffers. So there's your
Tom Green. That was from the Tom Green show way back. It's still one of my favorite moments in television history. Tom Green went to deposit like $1,000 worth of pennies, and he put them up on the counter and says, "Put that in your coffers."
That's funny. We need to see that, and that's funny. All right.
Real quick note on rookie minicamp, because you can't necessarily always tell a lot. I had told the story earlier about how on Andre Johnson's first day of rookie minicamp, he was dropping.
Basically said he's Will Fuller. Yeah.
He was dropping the ball all over the place, and it was odd because it's not like that was his reputation in college.
It was odd because he was the third pick in the draft.
It was odd because he was a future Hall of Famer.
Right.
If you were out there being like, yep, that guy's destined for Canton. I had said that, as I remember it, he was wearing a different visor or something, and like the second day, it was no big deal. Vandermeer brought up a great point, which is that was Ragone's rookie year too. Dave Ragone, the Rams.
Yeah.
Or is he the anyway?
No,
whatever
was
he
it the
is.
Falcons at one point? I think you're right. He's a Rams. I'll check.
But he was a lefty.
Oh.
So Mark wondered if that was a factor too.
Comes off the hand a little bit different.
Left-handed quarterback. The spins all. The spin is completely the opposite, Sean. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Look at Vandy taking up for Andre 20 years after that rookie minicamp.
And also crapping on Ragone.
Yeah.
That's not his fault he's lefty.
It is the Rams, by the way.
His parents didn't follow the old method of beating the righty into a lefty.
Tying his left arm to his body.
Why are you writing that way, boy?
Yeah. He is the QB coach for the Rams, Dave Ragone.
My theory about left-handed quarterbacks is also that if you do have a kid who's gifted at throwing objects and he's left-handed, funnel him into baseball by all means.
Oh yeah, dude.
Like there's just the chance of being a major league pitcher as a lefty compared to the rest of the population is so much higher that if you're gifted at throwing objects, then throw a baseball if you're a lefty.
Throw a baseball. Have the kid get into baseball, have him eat himself into being about 280 pounds, and he'll be a setup reliever for the rest of his life.
Plus,
fat,
by getting
pudgy
him,
setup reliever.
And you get him big and plump like that so that it scares off the football scouts. You don't want the high school football coach talking him into nothing.
Not too big because you don't want him to be like a tackle or something like that, but just paunchy enough to where he can't handle the two-a-days in football.
Well, that was the shame about Jared Lorenzen, remember? Because he was the hefty lefty. Mm-hmm. And it is. You were like, man, you would have been perfect as a lefty reliever.
That's
today.
He would. He'd be in pitching probably. Yeah.
His parents don't hear me say that. That'd be
that's not a good way to start off the day. You're right about that.
No.
NBA playoffs last night. Golden State loses to Minnesota in their first Curryless game of the playoffs. Probably their first Curryless game in the playoffs of the last decade.
Like bad Indian food.
Hold the curry. That's what they did last night. They got blown out, 117-93. Draymond was doing Draymond things again, acting the fool. Anthony Edwards went out with a sprained ankle at one point in this game. He said he's going to be okay, but that was like, okay, basketball gods, like don't even things up here for the Warriors. They've had enough advantages the last several years. Jadeveon Clowney cut by Carolina yesterday. That's probably a topic we can
get into that.
We can let's go into that a little bit deeper in the next segment because there's we'll touch on that. Jadeveon Clowney released by the Carolina Panthers yesterday, so we'll get into that. Also, NFL.com put out a few lists for the offseason here. Traded players who will have the biggest impact, best fit for remaining free agents, even a schedule list. The schedule releases next Wednesday. The Texans are popping up on all of these. So we will dig into that in the 7 o'clock hour as well. That's coming up next. But Men's Tea Clinic, they just sponsored Headlines.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We just mentioned Jadeveon Clowney got cut by the Carolina Panthers. Man, if someone had told you back when they drafted him a decade ago with the number 1 overall pick, generational talent Jadeveon Clowney, that he would wind up being I would say, and he may wind up somewhere else here. Carolina cut him for salary cap reasons. He can still play.
Oh, yeah. He's still a very, I want to say productive football player, but the problem with Clowney is that he's a classic guy where his production is disruption.
Yeah.
And it doesn't end up in double-digit sacks very often or whatnot. But and this is why I bring him up with Jalen Green. It's that you just got to let go of where their draft position was and whatever their physical ability was. Yeah. Like, Jadeveon Clowney is still a very good football player. Mm-hmm. It's just that he's never going to live up to the expectations of being a number 2 overall pick.
Right.
And like Jalen Green, it doesn't have to be, no, he's trash, or yes, he's a superstar. It's likely somewhere in the middle, but on the upper end of that. And if you let go of your previous expectations, you got to acknowledge he's still very, very good at what he does.
It's hard to do. For whatever reason, that label is hard to shake, you know?
Well, especially because Clowney's so freaky. People are always going to feel like it's like he's not living up to his expectations. But for the type of player he is, a guy that can disrupt the run to an extreme degree, who can get pressure on the quarterback, he just has a hard time actually finishing the deal.
Yeah.
He's very valuable. I don't know if he's necessarily on Sundays, he has a swarm mentality.
Yeah.
I don't know about his Monday through Saturday swarm mentality.
It's kind of a prerequisite to be on this iteration of the Texans.
Yeah. But he's also, you got to remember, he's also several years older than, when was the trade to the Seahawks?
That was 2019. It was August 31st, 2019.
Yeah, so he's 6 years older. I would be surprised if the Texans, I mean, even if you separate any of that from it, they've got a bunch of veteran defensive linemen already. They've got at least, I think, 4 guys in their 30s on the defensive line. So it's probably, unless it's at a Carmelo Anthony type of deal with the Rockets,
just a total discount, like a total hometown.
Yeah.
And I say hometown discount. Does he still have? He had a house here as recently as a couple years ago, I think, Clowney, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder if he still has a house here or not. I have no idea.
And he probably knows D'Amico. For sure, because D'Amico's last year here was 2011. 2011.
Yeah, they missed each other by a couple of years.
But D'Amico still had his house here.
Yeah,
and,
D'Amico knows everybody. Yeah,
D'Amico is probably knows him a little bit. I bet they'll probably have a conversation.
Dude, I would be all for it. He can still play. It's not my job to monitor his swarm factor from Monday through Saturday.
And especially on play for him. Hawking a wide receiver 40 yards downfield.
Yes.
He hustles his ass off on the field.
Did Bill O'Brien ultimately win the war on that trade with Clowney, considering that once he left here, he's become like a deluxe-level journeyman for the most part? He became like a one-year soldier of fortune in a bunch of places?
I'd say a blanket no, just because they still – And I don't blame just Bill O'Brien for that. I would put Brian Gain into it as well.
Yeah.
The way they handled that entire offseason, they could have gotten more for him. And his production up to that point, including that year before he got traded. Remember, that was the year that the Chiefs traded a pretty high pick for
Frank Clark.
For Frank Clark.
It was Frank Clark.
And remember this, and they had
with the Seahawks of all teams.
The Seahawks basically put it out there to the league that, Frank Clark is available.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs traded for Frank Clark. The story that came out later was that the Chiefs, as well as many other teams, didn't even know that Clowney would have been available.
Right.
And that was that same year. And now that was Brian Gain as the GM at the point. And then Brian Gain gets fired. And then O'Brien takes over.
Yep.
And then remember, it was so ham-handed. Remember, they basically tried to dupe Clowney into coming in and signing the franchise tag tender when they also had a deal in place to trade Clowney to the Dolphins.
Right.
And they were like, hey, just come on in and talk.
Yeah.
Just sign the deal.
Yeah.
And Clowney, to his credit, was like, wait a second. So he bravehearted it. He was like, no, I can smell an ambush.
Right.
So I'm going to have a say in where I go.
Picturing O'Brien being like, hey, can I get your autograph? He's just like with he's got like a blank sheet of paper over the contract part. Like, hey, I'd love to get an autograph for my kid. Like,
you don't need to get your agent involved in this. This is no big deal.
Right, $2 billion. Yeah, it's
and the problem too is and you could do this with the Hopkins trade. Any one of those deals that he made or any of those contracts that he gave on renegotiations or anything, individually in a vacuum, you can look at it and say, okay, I can see how it makes sense.
Yeah.
The problem was you had so many of those deals that you had to finagle your way into rationalizing it.
Yeah.
That there was the sum total of all of it. It was losing out on the margins or big time on all of those trades that turned it into a disaster.
Yep. That was a busy day that day, man. The Tunsil trade, the Clowney trade, the Carlos Hyde trade. They had like 3 or 4 trades, and I called it Swap Meet Saturday. They had like 3 or 4 trades in that one day. That was crazy. Right before the season started, like the worst. Like the times where you've got like the highest, energy on a trade like that would be right before the draft or right before the trade deadline. O'Brien does those trades on August 31st.
Yeah,
and gets destroyed on the Tunsil trade, and then like on the other end where he's getting the picks, he gets a 3rd-round pick.
Well, and even with the Seahawks deal, remember it felt like at the it just had the feel of one of those deals where at the end the Seahawks said, well, you know what, we'd actually like a little bit extra. It felt a little bit like
Putney. Give me David
ironically
Putney.
enough with the Seahawks, where he said he threw in the kicker just because he felt like
Give me David Putney. I got to improve my special teams. Yeah.
Except the Seahawks were doing that to Bill O'Brien.
Right.
They're like, yeah, listen, you know what? Actually, you're going to pay $8 million
half
his
salary. They paid half his salary too.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, let's not relive that anymore. Speaking of trades, the NFL.com has a list here. Tom Blair has a list of the 11 traded players who have the biggest impact on the 2025 NFL season. So these are guys who got traded in the offseason somewhere else. And the Texans are front and center on 3 of these 11 guys on this list, either sending them out or getting them back. Number 2 on the list, Seth, Laramie Tunsil, Washington Commanders. Yeah. A year ago, Tunsil was on a Texans team that had been catapulted to relevance by a stunning rookie success of a former number 2 overall pick at quarterback. He has to be feeling a strong sense of deja vu, though the Commanders must be hoping it's not too strong given the way that Houston stumbled in C.J. Stroud's second pro season. One thing working in Washington's favor, their willingness to pour resources into giving Jaden Daniels the support he needs to work his magic. I will point out the Texans did that too. It just didn't work. They poured plenty of resources into trading for Diggs, and they had the most invested in their offensive line and everything
Washington's been pretty aggressive with the offensive line, including they went and drafted Josh Connerly.
They did.
In the first round as well, a guy that the Texans reportedly had their eyes on. So that's smart to put him there. If Jaden Daniels can get more time, and I think the really big question is, Cliff Kingsbury, typically his offenses kind of ebb and flow, and they'll show a lot of promise, but then people get dialed in on what exactly he's trying to do, and it starts to lose its luster. So does that happen in year 2 for Cliff Kingsbury? I'm actually, on behalf of Kingsbury, I'm kind of, I guess optimistic would be the word. I think him as a full-time offensive coordinator might be just exactly the thing he needed to do.
Oh, yeah. He didn't have all that other stuff on his plate. He can stay ahead of the game a little bit.
Right. Like, he's genuine. Like, he's had very few winning seasons as a head football coach.
Anywhere.
When he got the job, he had very few winning seasons as a head football coach. Yeah. So I think, him really just having nothing but offense to think about, and then having a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, it was a smart move for them to take Laramie Tunsil.
Just for some context here, number 1 on this list, the traded players in order, the impact they're going to have is Geno Smith. A quarterback gets traded, that's going to have high impact just by definition of the position. Geno Smith's number 1, Laramie Tunsil's number 2. I'll skip down here to the next Texan on the list because you got a couple receivers here. 3 right in a row receivers at 5, 6, and 7 on the list. Pickens, Metcalf, and Deebo Samuel at 7. And then at number 9 on the list, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who they go with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on the list here. They didn't Johnson. Traded for Kenyon Green. And they say this seems like one of the ideal ways to use the trade market, scooping up a useful defender who, to hear Howie Roseman tell it, GM of the Eagles, would still be starting in Philadelphia if not for a salary cap crunch. Gardner Johnson was credited by Next Gen Stats with allowing the most touchdown catches among safeties with 30-plus coverage snaps. But he also finished in the top 17 in that group in passer rating allowed and EPA when targeted. He should slide nicely into a secondary that helped Houston rank 6th against the pass with his ball hawking abilities. He did have 6 picks last year, and they talk about how he's going to complement all the young guys in the secondary.
I meant to bring that up yesterday when we were talking about how the Texans defense they're 97% of their snaps. They're really, really good. They have that. Somehow they have the 6th ranked passing defense by yardage, but then also allowed a boatload of passing touchdowns, especially deep balls. So it's the consistency that matters. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, by the way he played last year, plays a lot like the Texans defense played last year.
Fit right in like a
really
glove.
Good at creating turnovers and everything. But can we just clean up a few things on the back end on some of the gaffes and some of the mistakes? And so he's not the remedy for that. I think by and large that's on coaching and getting a lot of the younger guys to play better.
Yeah.
But the Texans, I will be very surprised if the Texans again this year don't force a lot of turnovers, and if they're not a very opportunistic defense. In terms of they make a lot of plays behind the line of scrimmage, a lot of sacks, a lot of TFLs, and all of that. They just got to clean up some of the stuff.
Out way in which they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because we're about to talk about Christian Kirk. He was 11th on this list. They picked him up in a similar fashion, but just highlighting the fact that this does seem to be kind of a wrinkle in the marketplace, that if you're talking to enough other GMs, and I think Nick talks to a lot of people a lot. He even joked about getting calls at 1 a.m. the other day about free agency and whatnot. But I think when you are, because you just brought up Brian Gaines' name a few minutes ago, he seemed to be in his 1.5 years as GM the complete opposite of that. Didn't make any trades. Never moved around in the draft. Was just the guy.
Did he ever make a draft day
didn't
trade?
Make a single draft day trade. Not one.
Yeah. Exact opposite of
Nick. And I think when you're that plugged in, you get these opportunities to get Joe Mixon for a 7th-round pick, to get C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the cheap. Christian Kirk's another one, finishes 11th on this list. They got him. Now, you got to be willing to inherit the contract, too. We should highlight that. There's a reason these guys are getting let go, and it's not because of their level of play. It's because of what their salary is. So if you're willing to pay the contract, which, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is not cheap. He's $9.5 million a year. Christian Kirk was $16 million for this year.
No, and I think I think you pointing out the difference between Nick and Brian Gaines is probably that is really, really important, because with the Laramie Tunsil trade, I think that there were probably many other opportunities or situations where the Texans could have or would have traded Laramie Tunsil before they eventually did, but the price just wasn't right.
Yep.
But eventually the scenario comes, and we've seen from Nick in the past, as it was with Deshaun Watson. Nick could have traded Deshaun Watson many, many times before he eventually and finally did. I am on record as saying I would have caved to the pressure and bailed for much less than they eventually got him for given all of the uncertainty around the situation.
Yep.
So I think that he's not afraid to just sit and wait until the right trade is there.
Yep, agreed. Here's what they say about Christian Kirk, who, by the way, so the Texans are heavily involved in this list. Three of the 11 players they highlight on this most impactful traded players are at least being sent out by the Texans or brought back by the Texans. Damn, I have my Christian Kirk thing pulled up here, and I lost
For this
it.
final spot, I considered a handful of options, including new Eagles guard Kenyon Green.
He did consider
new Cowboys quarterback Joe Milton, or new Saints defensive tackle Devon, however you pronounce it.
Gotcho. Yeah. Or Ed Ingram. They got Ed Ingram on the list for the. So we're kind of at the bottom end of the trade, the traded players here. But he talks about, based on the criteria of this list, I had to give the nod to Kirk, who should spend plenty of time with the ball in his hands, as what Coach DeMeco Ryans termed, quote, a friendly target for C.J. Stroud. So there you go, and a whole lot of other stuff.
Good that he's friendly.
I like that he's.
I don't want to be an unfriendly target.
Good golfer too. I learned on a video from the Texans yesterday. They had the video from the golf tournament on Monday, and the big question for all the Texans players there was who's the best golfer on the team. A lot of people said Christian Kirk can swing.
It's a notable achievement for a those two positions that dominate.
Well, and Kaimi probably won the poll amongst people, but Christian Kirk got a few votes.
The thing about Kirk that's interesting is that he's been, when he first got to Jacksonville, he ended up having the most productive season of his career, and I think that was the first time he got over 1,000 yards. Then the next year they had Calvin Ridley off of suspension. He becomes the focal point. The next year after that, they draft Brian Thomas, and he becomes the focal point. Christian Kirk has dealt with injuries the last couple of years, so it wasn't a perfect scenario. And all along the way, Trevor Lawrence is the guy throwing him the football.
Yeah.
So I'm not sitting here saying Christian Kirk is an All-Pro, but there is a lot of upside there. I think that you haven't seen the best version or situation for Christian Kirk over the last couple of years, and that includes his own. The injuries are a factor, but I think he's been one of the most unheralded moves of the offseason compared to his potential impact on the team. I do think people are sleeping on Christian Kirk a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
People are going to the draft acting like the Texans don't have a slot receiver at all. And I'm looking at I'm watching old Christian Kirk film, and I'm like, I like Christian Kirk. Is that okay?
Well,
I like him.
No Tank and Diggs is gone. That's a big target vacuum to fill. Nico's going to get the lion's share of the targets, but they're going to throw the football,
And just simply, you don't keep a guy on the team just because he's a mentor, but I think he's a guy who's going to be productive and as a rookie has a whole lot of upside, but playing slot receiver, as we've discussed before, it's one of the harder mental challenges, and it's one of the positions that requires the most veteran savvy.
Yeah.
It's really hard for a rookie to just step in and learn it on his own, so it's really nice to have a guy, a veteran guy who could be an impact player playing alongside of you or in front of you.
Hey, speaking of Trevor Lawrence real quick, and then we'll get into the other list the Texans showed up on. The NFL sent out a reminder yesterday about the schedule release next week. Schedule release, for those who don't know, is on Wednesday this coming week. They're going to start leaking out some games on Monday, like here and there. That happens every year. We'll probably know all the international games by the time the full schedule gets released on Wednesday. But the NFL sent out sort of like just a promotional email reminding us that the schedule releases next week, and you can watch it on ESPN and NFL Network and whatever. And the five players they had on the graphic were Jalen Hurts, makes sense, Super Bowl MVP. Pat Mahomes, that makes sense, multiple Super Bowl MVPs. Josh Allen, actual regular season MVP. Jared Goff, okay, I'm fine with that. Been to a Super Bowl, almost got to another one with the Lions of all teams. And Trevor effing Lawrence, who's done nothing except engineer a comeback in a wild card round playoff game against the Chargers in his career. He's been a quarterback of a team twice now. He's been a quarterback for 4 seasons. 2 of those seasons, the Jags have been picking in the top 5 in the draft. So
feels like that's that feels like the league probably gets so many complaints from Jaguars fans about how they're undercovered or they don't get enough attention and what have you, that they throw them a bone every now and then on a non-consequential thing like this.
Dude, that just made it is you're right. Like of all the things to get worked up about, but like when I see these graphics, I'm like, oh, I wonder if CJ made it. And he didn't make it. I'm looking like, all right, no CJ. And then, well, who is there? There's Goff and there's Allen and Mahomes. That makes sense. Well, hold on. This guy's not even the best quarterback in his own division, and he's on here. What the hell?
Probably still one of the more recognizable faces, though, just because of
not
his
for good reasons, because it's an ugly freaking face.
They're good.
What? It's not a face, man.
He also, though, because of his look, he does have, over time, he might transition into kind of look into some of my favorite people when I lived in Jacksonville that I would end up like just knowing from seeing them out and I would hang out with them every now and then were the weathered surfer carpenter look.
Oh.
Like it's a carpenter that's basically working just to fund his surfing habit and whatever else goes along with it. But like they're weathered looking and they got a ponytail and long hair. They got a Marlboro in their mouth 24/7 except when they're surfing. And those guys were always super cool and fun to hang out with.
You could see Lawrence being one of those guys maybe eventually, like transitioning into that.
Once he starts looking more weathered, he's going to have like kind of almost like an earthy vibe about him.
Yeah. I could see him like up on like a boat that's getting refurbished, and he's up on top of the deck up there with like a sander, like Andy Dufresne at the end of Shawshank Redemption kind of thing.
Well, that's the whole thing about a Jacksonville surf bum is that is one unambitious surf bum because it's they got good waves and everything, but it's East Coast surfing and everything. But they couldn't even be troubled to just drive their van out to California and fly their trade out there. Yeah,
right.
Just go live in Mexico or something.
Yeah.
They're settling for being a surf bum in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
And that's what I loved about them.
It's like having a kid who's good at football. Like, no, we're just going to live in Connecticut. We could move to Texas, but we're just going to stay here in Rhode Island and play football.
Move to Canada. Do the opposite of John Mechie. John Mechie moved to go to high school in America so he could play better football. Do the opposite. Go to Canada. I'm going to go play in Quebec.
Yeah. I'm going to own Saskatchewan. Look the hell out. The other list the Texans show up on here, Seth, on NFL.com, they've got the best fit for remaining free agents. Mm-hmm. I don't know that the Texans are looking to bring anybody in, but hell, they brought back Foley Fatukasi 2 days ago, so who knows? The one free agent they've got on this list to the Texans, and I would be for this. You know that I've been looking to revamp that running back room, independent of Joe Mixon, for a while. Nick Chubb to the Texans. Nick Chubb, who I have been drawn in by his workout videos of late.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what I've always said? Ever since David Johnson came here, really, I've said what I really want is a 30-year-old running back who's barely played football in the last couple of years, has had multiple horrible injuries.
Fair.
That cherry on top on all of this.
I'm not saying to guarantee him $11 million like they did David Johnson, but if you can get Nick Chubb in on one of these cheapo deals, then I'd be intrigued by it at least.
The only issue I have there is that I do think the team is committed to giving it at least one last training camp with Dameon Pierce.
I agree.
And seeing how they feel about it.
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce might end up getting traded at the end of this training camp, or he could be somebody that they feel like, Nick Caley's system and scheme and everything else is going to be perfect for Dameon Pierce. You draft the running back. Agumbawale is still probably going to have a role on the team because of special teams, and I wonder if for all of the injury concerns and whatever the salary might be, I would be excited about Nick Chubb being on the team.
Yeah,
but I just don't know if it's probably not the right thing to do.
I don't think so either. I don't think it's happening. It's fun to think about though.
And by the way, so he played 2 games in 2023, played 8 games last year, averaged 3.3 yards per attempt last year, and he'll be 30 years old.
Yeah, but you should see him jump these hurdles from a standing position.
Yeah.
It's really incredible. You should really go. I'll find it and send it to you. You're totally going to change your tune when I send you this video, I'm sure. I'm positive.
Did you see, who was it? Amon Green. At the draft, he came out as he introduced somebody. I was like, holy crap, he looks like he could still be playing football, well, from a waist up. Yeah. And then I saw that he was doing the old man workouts for his legs. He's very top heavy. But he's in really good shape. Okay. Yeah. They're running backs tend to be freakishly genetically gifted, so I think Nick Chubb will still be doing workout videos like that.
You're right.
Doesn't mean that his knees are going to hold up in an NFL football game.
Be prepared for me gushing about him 10 years from now, Seth. Like they should bring this guy in. That's funny. You didn't cross paths with Amon Green here. He came in the year after 2007, I think, is when he got here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I my cross paths with Amon Green moment came in 2010 or 2011. He signed with the CFL, and at that point, Texan fans had a bad taste in their mouths about Amon Green because he came. It was a little Ed Reed like Mike Sherman brought him in, similar to how Andre Johnson brought Ed Reed in. He's our guy, and we needed a running back, and he just never, he couldn't stay healthy. I believe there were some times where he was a little truculent with the media, that kind of stuff. So when he signed with Canada in 2010 or 2011. I wrote kind of a snarky article about it in the Houston Press. Well, guess who I got an email from? Amon Green.
Amon Green?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of these kind of what did I ever do to you kind of emails.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Did
you feel bad about it?
Well, a little bit. I mean, I feel bad anytime I hurt somebody's feelings. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I emailed him back. I said, it's not personal. I'm just being, being snarky about it or whatever.
Yeah.
And we came to an understanding. We laid our weapons down, me and Amon Green. So it was
running backs are they're my You know, the deep personality is my favorite room on a football team.
Yeah.
Running backs are the guys that I always admired the most just for their freakish athleticism, and like more so than wide receivers or anything, just because running backs are so strong.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so often you just see a running back just messing around in the weight room, power cleaning 500 pounds or something absurd, or just squatting 3 times their body weight, and they're not even looking, like they're still being careful in doing it. They're not even really testing themselves because they got to be careful with their joints and everything. Their strength to body weight is so freakishly strong.
John Harris, I was with Johnny the day that Dameon Pierce got drafted. We were doing day 3 of the draft. And Pierce was picked in the 4th round. So Johnny and I are doing Texans radio together, and they picked Dameon Pierce, and Johnny, like he does with a lot of the picks, not to the degree he did with Woody Marks this time around, but did get super excited about Dameon Pierce and immediately told the story of Pierce. It must have been at the Combine, that Pierce walked over to the 225 drill where you got to bench. How many times can you bench press? Is it 225? Yeah. How many times? 225, 225. And Dameon Pierce sat down with slides on his feet. Just like walked over, sat down, and banged out like whatever a massive number of it is. Like in slides, he's doing banged out, dropped, put the weight down and walked away.
That's who used to be like that. They said, it was Dermontti Dawson, the center for the Steelers.
Oh yeah,
was very careful about he was freakishly gifted athletically. He also, as an older guy, he's very careful with how he worked out and everything. Didn't even really use free weights a lot, but then every now and then guys would be like, he wouldn't do the bench at all. He'd use all machines and everything, but guys would be on the bench press and just ask him to just try what he had, and he would just get underneath it and just rep out 455 like it was no big deal in racket.
That's crazy. That is crazy. We have some people on the text page, Seth. We were talking earlier about the infrared saunas, that you can get memberships to here locally. The owner of one of the local ones here, Beam, listens to the show. Kenneth, we appreciate you. There's people suggesting, and he invited you to come give it a try. There's people suggesting that you and I should try doing our show from an infrared sauna at some point.
Oh, no way.
Several people. They're trying to kill us.
No, I've done infrared sauna.
4 hours in an infrared sauna?
They do have a lot of documented health benefits. It's supposed to be really, really good for you. I'm not pooing on that at all.
Right.
But my tolerance for heat is very limited. You see me at training camp.
Yes.
Remember last year I passed out and I almost died twice during training camp last year.
Yeah.
Once when I got hit by a parking garage arm, it just came down on my head like the machines were taking over.
Yeah.
And then the other time when I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and passed out 3 times. I was dehydrated.
Yeah, that was during training camp. You should what we should see if we can get for you? They didn't have that big cool zone box when you were a player. That training camp, you've seen it. It's right behind the end zone on one of the practice fields. They've got what looks to be like a trailer, and you'll see players go into it during drills or in between drills. They'll go in, and it's like 40 degrees inside there. It's crazy cold inside there. They let the media do it like once every training camp, and I just never want to get out. It's so hot outside. They should give a special dispensation to former players that allow you to use that cool box anytime you want to.
I can just go in there, and I'll be in there, and the players will come in, and I'll be like, "Hi, fellas, how you doing?
What's going on? Do you need any advice?"
I'll tell them how I did it back in my day.
Right. Oh, totally, dude. Yeah.
You guys I don't see you guys using the forearm shiver enough.
Right.
Why are you not delivering a hard forearm shiver?
And then, and then if they're not listening, you tell them to get off of your porch. For sure. Yes.
Yeah.
I think they should give you an exemption, a former player exemption. It's for your health, if nothing else. Like you said, you crashed 3 times.
Yeah.
You could have suffered a serious head injury.
We used to set up in a different spot during training camp, and before practice would start, I would sneak in there during commercial breaks sometimes.
Yeah.
It is nice. It cools your body temperature
beautiful.
down.
It's great. It's great.
But I haven't been in it a couple years. They got to clean the hell out of that thing to keep it from getting moldy.
Oh, I know.
Because you turn it off at the end of the morning, and all that condensation starts working.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll have to examine it for mold before I go in there.
Okay, you're saying that now when you're sitting in 69-degree air conditioning. I guarantee if it's 95 degrees, I'll be like, Seth, where are you going? You're like, the cool box. Be like, what mold? And you're like,
everybody dies, Sean.
That's
yeah.
Right. Sleep when dead. Yeah. All right. I like when listeners do this, asking us for advice. My girl says I'm bad at deep conversations. How do I improve in this area?
Oh, okay. Typically, the first problem is the listening part of the conversation.
Yes.
One of the best things I ever learned early in life, and it was from the book The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people read that book and they think it's a business book, but the interpersonal advice is very, very good in it. The biggest thing that people do when having conversations or when they're with somebody and there's like maybe that person has an issue in their life or something is that we're way too quick to give advice. And it's the analogy is like if a doctor wrote you a prescription without actually listening to your symptoms first.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing that
analogy.
us men especially struggle with sometimes is that we want to fix stuff. You got to listen first. And you'll be amazed. I swear to you, young man asking for advice on deep conversation, you'll be amazed how many times you end up giving people the perfect advice without saying anything at all, just by listening to a person. And you want to do it. This is the key. You got to do it empathetically. When somebody like your girlfriend says like, "Oh, I'm so frustrated at work because Sarah is such a C-word," and you're like, so like, well, what you got to do to Sarah? Say like, just reframe what she said to you to let her know you're listening and saying like, oh, so it's really getting to you, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and just so she feels heard.
Yeah.
And that, like, yes, I expressed that I'm frustrated, and you say, okay, so, oh yeah, so what's going on?
Yeah.
And then she tells you about how Sarah ate her lunch, stole your girlfriend's lunch or something that day. And then instead of being like, oh, that's wrong, why you got to do this? Again, just say like, "Oh my gosh, what was that? Like, how did that make you feel?"
Yeah.
Or it sounds like, boy, that's got to be frustrating. Yeah.
It's a classic sales tactic right there.
Well, that's the problem. Is that like that's the first level of it is like you've got your canned responses.
Yeah.
You got to genuinely try to feel it. Like that's the next step. Is don't just give the canned responses. Just try to really put yourself in her position and what she's feeling and everything. And I'm going to tell you another thing, young man. It's work.
Yeah.
It's work. Yeah, it does. You gotta train yourself to be an empathetic listener.
Well, and if you're making an effort to improve at it, I would just say each day wake up and think about 3 or 4 things that are worth having a deep conversation about with her. You know what I mean? At that very basic level.
If she's saying that you struggle with deep conversation, I'm just guessing, and this is me being like this is me doing exactly what I warned or cautioned against. But I'm not having a conversation here.
Yeah.
It's that. The first seek to understand. That's one of the mantras of that book. First seek to understand.
Yeah.
And that honestly, the most important thing about being a good conversationalist is 100% in business, in football, in romantic relationships. The most important thing that sets people apart in being good conversationalists, it's not about having funny quips or being entertaining or anything. It's listen. Do more listening than talking. Yeah.
See, I'm projecting because he says I'm bad at deep conversations. So you're right. You're answering the question. I'm projecting because I'm not bad at deep conversations. I just refrain from having a lot of them. And I think I'm guessing that I know that that's a frustration with Amy is my lack of being present at times because a lot of times I'm working on the show or I'm focused on. I'm never focused on like anything nefarious. It's all stuff that is productive, but it's not. It's like there's a wall sometimes. So I'm projecting the lack of desire. My not having those conversations I'm conflating it with being bad at it. So and
then there also might be the other part of it. It's like, I don't know, maybe you guys aren't a good fit.
That could be. Here's my advice. There's a lot of fish in the sea. How you like them apples? Yeah.
You got to find somebody that's on the same part of the autism spectrum as you.
There you
go.
go.
Like wherever you are on the autism spectrum, some of us are a little further over to the less sociable side of things.
Right.
Find yourself somebody whose idea of a perfect day is sitting quietly in a room with somebody ignoring each other. You know, sometimes that's the answer.
That can last for 60 years.
Yes, but it's got to be the right. It's got to be the right fit and the right
for
match.
sure. And you got to like watching the same things on television.
Yes,
that may be the only thing you need to have in common is some TV shows and what you want to DoorDash. That's it.
But first. If you want to, I promise you this. I promise you this. Any young men listening right now, you will be amazed if you take a month to just focus on being a better listener. Watch a couple YouTube videos about empathetic listening or what have you, and you will be amazed at how much people how great people think you are in conversation, B, how much you respect those people, and C, oftentimes without actually giving any advice at all, you'll be credited for giving great advice.
Yeah.
Because sometimes people just need a sounding board to think their way through in a safe place.
Right.
And yeah, I do this with Brandy all the time. I'll go in and I'll talk to her nonstop for 10 minutes about something I'm upset about, and then at the end of 10 minutes I'll be like, "Thank you, Brandy. That is exactly what I need to do."
There you go.
And she takes the credit.
There you go.
Yeah, I've taught her to do that. Yeah.
Here, the one that's all great advice. The one wrinkle I would add to it is if you're going to watch YouTubes on listening, do it when you're by yourself. Don't do it while you're in the same room with your significant other, because she's going to be trying to talk, or he. Trying to talk, and they're going to be like, "Are you even listening to me?" "No, I'm watching YouTubes about listening to you." Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So do it on your own time, so that you can then
though?
Exercise those skills in a conversation.
Well, that's a really good point, because that's another part of it is just the whole be where your feet are part of it. Like, if you're going to commit to being a good listener, that means that you gotta push those intrusive thoughts
away,
about
man.
your to-do list and everything else out of there and just focus. Yeah.
Don't host this. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast. Good advice, Seth. Good job. Way better job than me on that one. Text in advice. The listener was actually saying, can you put this out there to the listeners as well?
Okay,
this guy's looking hardcore for advice. So, yeah. So
there's an old story. I can't remember who it was. It was a woman who was asked about two different famous people that she had friendships with. And she said, this guy, person A, whenever I talk to him, I feel like he's the most fascinating person in the world. But whenever I talk to person B, I feel like I'm the most fascinating person in the world.
Yeah. A little Maya Angelou action there. How do they make you feel? All right. Okay. I love college football as much as anybody. I don't know that I want what is being discussed right now in college football. We will get to that coming up next.
Oh, I know what you want in the basketball.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast coming back here. We will read some of your y'all's text on the conversation topic. For those just tuning in or just getting in your cars, we had a listener with a serious request ask us to help him get better at deep conversations with his significant other. His or her could have been a woman texting in, wanted to chat with her man a little bit, but I'm just going by what the demographics say.
Demographic and the gender that struggles most with deep conversation.
Very fair observation. Yes. So we'll read some.
We're being a little bit sexist. Yeah.
Read some of the follow-up texts. Yes. Read some of the follow-up texts. We will for that in just a second here. So Pete Thamel, who one of the foremost insiders in the college football world of ESPN. The Power Four commissioners met in New York yesterday, and sources said there's continued focus on a 16-team college football playoff starting next year in 2026.
I'm sorry, I believe being told that there would be no such discussions about any such thing until 2030 at the earliest. Yeah.
I love how they fast-tracked all this stuff. It took 50 years to get to a BCS, and they're like, nope, we're not going to do a real playoff. And then everything is getting they will decide to make it a 32-team playoff next year in the middle of the 16-team playoff.
And also where we've gone, how quickly have we gone from these college kids can't be expected to play this much extra football to now, hey, these teams that had a bye week got screwed.
Yeah, yes, all the teams that got a bye, the 1 through 4 all lost. So now
they didn't get to play enough football. They lost their edge.
The only way to remedy this is to force them to play a football game. That's how they won't get screwed.
These kids can't. These kids are playing too much football. Wait a minute. These guys need to play even one more football game.
Right. How can we make sure these kids don't get screwed? By playing more football. That's how.
Yes.
Here's the quote from Thamel. This is a quote from an industry source. Quote, I would say it seems like 16 may be the preferred number, but there's no format decision, end quote. My thing with this, look, I say this all the time. I like the 14 playoff myself. I love the debate that came with it. The teams getting left out. I think it was perfect for what we do. And so I was a little resistant to the 12-team playoff, and there were definitely some glitches in the format, which I think they're going to fix. But when the 12-team playoff rolled around, I sat down and watched all those games, and it was fun. Yeah. And I'll sit here and say I don't want it to go from 12 to 16 because I don't. It's going to further water down the regular season. And yet when the 16-team playoff rolls around, I'll be doing a segment with you, Seth, about how these next 10 days are the greatest days of football in the history of mankind. Of all these teams playing.
It gets all the extra things that go along with it is that now you have home games in the playoffs.
Which are awesome in my opinion.
Are awesome. Now with an extended playoffs, there'd be more team. I mean, a lot of times the games are going to be played on, when schools aren't even in session. Which isn't a big deal. Oregon deals with that all the time because their school doesn't start until late. They're on trimesters. They're in the late September, so they have home games before school has actually started in the regular season. So I don't I'm not fighting it, man. I just as you would have, as many people probably predicted and would have expected. Once you open Pandora's box, it's. Sports leagues in general are really bad at contracting. They love expanding. Numbers of teams, numbers of games, numbers of this and that. So, and the fun thing is to bigger and bigger. There's almost no end to where the people who are left out aren't going to be really PO'd. There will be another Lane Kiffin next year, or after they go to 16 games. And really,
Team
because
17 is going to be pissed off about
the less exclusive the club gets, the more offended you are that you're left out.
Right.
It's one thing when it's a super exclusive club. There will be one or two teams where the bigger the club gets, then there's multiple people that are going to be wronged, and this is an injustice, and what have you.
And yet the answer to those people gets easier and easier. Don't lose 4 games. Don't lose. Don't go 8-4 because that's what we're getting to. I mean, you get to 16 teams, you're starting to dip into teams that have definitely lost 3 games for sure, if not 4 games. So, I think the other thing, too, that gets interesting, and I know I'm going to say this and people are going to say that'll never happen, players that are going to bow out of the playoff. Players
completely.
that are completely,
even on really good teams.
Yeah,
because that's a lot of extra football
4 games.
When you're staring a first-round check in the face.
Yeah, it's going to happen. I know people are going to say it, and people are going to say the NFL is going to frown upon that. They're going to frown upon it to a certain degree with certain players, but there's going to be other players that are just too good to pass up on that will have bowed out for the postseason.
I think what we've seen now is that I think some teams definitely take it into account, but they don't. It doesn't seem like they dock a guy for sitting out of the playoffs, but it is a feather in their cap if they choose to play. When a lot of other guys, like Will Anderson choosing to play in his bowl game, seemed to be a big feather in his cap, kind of the cherry on top of the type of guy to play when he didn't have to. That was a feather in his cap. So it's not explicitly a negative, but it's a negative because other guys are getting credit for staying in.
This might be the real exposure they have when it comes to players and an expanded playoff. The rumor was that Nico Iamaleava, the Tennessee, now UCLA quarterback, the rumor was that he was ready to hold out right before Tennessee's playoff game against Ohio State for more money. He was ready to, because there's no contract with any of this stuff. That's serious exposure. Like, if you're adding more games for these guys, I could see them getting advice like, hey, man, if you're going to play in these extra games, get yourself an extra couple $100,000. Because there's no rules right now,
There's no rules, and that's where I think NFL teams would look at that and think, all right, that's dirty pool. All right, what's this guy doing? Holding them over a barrel in the middle of the season.
I agree with you.
That's like an NFL player deciding to hold out midway through the season. That's a next level thing.
Totally agree with you. Doesn't mean it won't happen.
No. I'm not saying it won't happen.
Yeah.
I just think that for those young men who in the future might decide to do that, I would advise against it.
I would too.
That is a short-sighted capital gain.
It's 100%. Yeah, total nose cut off despite the face. Totally. The texts we're getting on the listener requesting advice on having deep conversations.
Which, just to sum it all up, my basic advice was learn how to be a good listener.
And a lot of people are echoing what you said, such as this listener. Don't solve the problem. Listen and validate, all caps, her feelings, no matter how long.
That's the part they don't. Sean, it's like telling somebody to become a better listener. It's easy, and it's the right advice in general as a blanket statement.
Yeah.
We should all try to be better listeners, but it's also like, it's kind of like recommending that somebody play a full court press. They're like, okay, sure, do it, but it's going to take a commitment.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of extra hours of conditioning and work in the gym and a lot of pain, but you got to do it. So if you commit to being a better listener, also, you're going to have to commit to, like, all right, this might be more these conversations are going to last a little bit longer than I'm used to.
You got to work on your mental cardio, for sure, I would say. Yeah. Or
I promise you, young man, there is a payoff, okay?
Or just
it will, it's so hard. You don't believe it's true, but people will think that you're a better conversationalist simply by saying very little at all.
Yeah, that's very good advice. Or just be like I would probably be when I go to Amy. I would declare that I have become a better listener and tell her, don't get greedy, though. All right? Don't get. You can talk, but not for too long, all right?
Bill Burr's got a funny thing in his latest special where he talks about where it dawned on him that, like, okay, all I have to do is just – I commit to once a month doing something that I really don't want to do and act like I love it. And, oh, my God, it's everything that my world has changed.
Yeah.
Like she looks at me like I'm the perfect spouse. Just once a month.
That's
just
it.
say, yeah, I'd love to go to that party. Sure, shopping clothes before. Sure, let's do it.
Always leave them wanting more. That's the key in the entertainment industry. If you only do it once a month, you're always leaving them wanting more. Real quick before we go to break, what's the book again, Seth? It was the Stephen Covey book that you were talking about.
Yeah, the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People.
Bingo. There.
Really interesting thing about that book is if you read it as a younger man, you probably think it's all about time management and how to dominate in business.
Definitely what I read it for.
You read it when you have a family and everything, and you realize like, oh wait, no, this is the real value in this is the interpersonal stuff. So if you are a younger man reading it, know that if you're focusing on the time management and stuff, you're probably missing the more potent part of that book, which is just how to become a better listener
Life
and how
advice.
to just value the people in your life.
Yep.
Because that filters into your business relations as well.
All right, we are at the same juncture of the season with the Astros right now, 36 games in, that we were when they hit rock bottom last year. I want to go through some of the players this time a year ago. Do we feel better about this 18-18 version of the Astros than we than we do about the 12-24 version? We should, right? But do we feel better about this version than the version that was 12-24 this time last year? That's up next.
Hey, maybe you've been in an accident that wasn't your fault. Do you want to feel better about that situation? I'm sure you do. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Proud sponsor of the Houston Rockets, and they've been in Houston for over 30 years, helping people just like you. You've been in a car accident, a slip and fall, whatever it might be. You've got injuries, you've got hospital bills, you've got work disruptions. How do you handle all of these various things all at once? They will pick up the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The first consultation is free, and you pay nothing at all unless they win your case, and they will fight to win your case. Call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222, or check it out online at mokaramlawfirm.com.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit is back in Sugar Land this afternoon. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at Big Ben Tavern from 2 to 6 for cold drinks, good conversation, and mud bugs by the pound. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's tequila and cerveza season at Twin Peaks, y'all. Yes, it's a fiesta every Wednesday at Twin Peaks with samples of their favorite tequilas and cervezas and fiery red lingerie parties every Wednesday now through summer. Hump Day never tastes or look so good. Twin Peaks, each drinks and scenic views.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness. Orange Theory Fitness combines science, coaching, and heart rate monitoring technology to give you the most impactful, science-backed workout possible. First-time visitors can take their first class free at one of the 29 Houston area locations. Book today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details. Find the studio nearest you at orangetheory.com. And remember, at Orange Theory, your first class is free.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would those? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Running a fleet is expensive. So what happens when you cut the fuel bill by 10% with a Coast Fleet Card?
We're saving money and time, which means we're able to take better care of all of our vehicles and our techs, plus our bottom line. Coast has been a real game changer for us.
With Coast, you get smarter spending, stronger security, and real support when you need it. Set spending limits, track purchases in real time, and stop unauthorized transactions before they happen. Coast works anywhere Visa is accepted, so you're not limited to overpriced or out-of-the-way gas stations.
The customer service is way above the company that we used before. Along with the extra security, it's worth saying again, total game changer for us.
Go to coastpay.com/sports and learn how to save an average of 10% on your fuel bill with Coast. Sports to 10% on fuel with Coast. Coastpay.com/SPORTS.
Coast Card products are issued by Celtic Bank. All card accounts are subject to credit approval. Actual savings may vary. See terms at coastpay.com. The spokesperson and characters in this ad are actor portrayals.
Mom is no underdog. Show Mom she's the best with Mother's Day gifts for less at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shop Stanley, Bog Bags, Birkenstock, and more top brands. Plus, buy one, get one 50% off freely at Leisure Looks for the mom who's always on the move.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments moments are gone, but the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive. Sports Station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast here on Sports Radio 610. Hour from now, take a Mania. Can somebody take down Mel Kiper Jr.'s horrible take from the draft where he said that we know how, we the evaluators, the Mel Kipers know how to evaluate quarterbacks. The NFL does not.
Right. He had me at the NFL teams don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks. I would agree with that to a large degree, but then he said, we do.
Yeah.
We do.
We do.
This is going to be a really good Take-A-Mania, everybody. Just like last week, honestly, any one of there's several candidates that would have been winners in previous weeks.
Yeah.
And would have held it for a while. But these last couple of weeks have been gold.
Yeah,
Gold.
it's been good. It's been really, really good. So tune in at 9 o'clock for that. We will see if anybody can take down Mel Kiper, who, by the way, we're not going to go deep on Pope talk on this show. I've heard some sports shows doing that. We won't. I just want to point out that the funniest Pope memes yesterday on the interwebs were the memes of Mel Kiper Jr. screaming that the Vatican didn't elect Shador as Pope. That was pretty funny. So good job, Internet. Keep it up. All right, so the Astros, Seth. We are exactly 36 games into the season. 18-18, 500 record. It feels a little miraculous when you consider that 21 of the 36 games they've scored 3 or fewer runs. Now, the pitching has been outstanding. The pitching's been really, really good for the most part this year. 5th in ERA right now, I want to say, the Astros are.
The pitching is 5th in ERA, but the bats have the 5th lowest ERA.
Yeah, it's a yin and a yang.
So it actually, honestly, if you want it as simple as possible, a good illustration of why they're 500.
Yes.
Okay, yep. 5th in ERA for the pitchers, 5th in ERA, and 5th worst ERA for the batters.
So that all, do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around. They're 18-18. This time a year ago, they were 12-24. That was rock bottom for the Astros, and they were embarking on an early part of the season where they would wind up at one point 10 games back of the Mariners. They'd eventually totally eliminate that 10-game deficit by the All-Star break. Like, they went on a tear to do that. They went 74-49, the Astros did, after that start. That's a 97-win pace over a 162-game season. So they were, from 12-24 on, 12-24 was a wake-up call or whatever, but they were excellent from that point on. And I guess the question is, and I'm going to dig into some we will dig into some individual players here. Some of the comps between this time a year ago and now are startling of individual players. Do you recall how angry or how bad we felt about the Astros, Seth, at 12-24? I feel almost similarly about this 18-18 version of the Astros. I don't know if I feel any more confident in this team than I did at 12-24 a year ago.
The biggest difference by far right now compared to last year is that there's no Jose Abreu dynamic because when the Astros got off to the bad start that they did, it was miserable. It looked almost mathematically impossible at times that they would ever actually be able to dig themselves out, no matter who they had on the roster. But they had Kyle Tucker. They had Jordan, who was normal Jordan. They had Alex Bregman. Remember him? Yeah. So that part of it was. It was especially frustrating because they were so underperforming in so many ways, and the pitchers were underperforming. So the pitchers really were just drastically abysmal and awful.
Yes.
This, I don't know. I've got more of a blah feeling about them, whereas last year I was genuinely freaking the hell out.
Yeah.
This team, I'm like, all right, I guess I'm going to wait and see what Paredes and Christian Walker, and I guess I don't know enough of these guys. DeZenzo's had a nice run in a stretch. Great, so be it.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's just not as talented a baseball team. You take Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker off the team, and Isaac Paredes, fine big leaguer. That's fine. Kyle Tucker, there's been no suitable replacement for yet, and he is tearing it up in Chicago right now. The trade. This is the fallout that if you were for the trade like I was for Kyle Tucker, that you've got to deal with here. Like, this was a possibility that Isaac Paredes is, just kind of an average player. Hayden Wisniewski has been inconsistent, shown some signs of some things, but been inconsistent. And Cam Smith's just a young player that you're going to have to wait for him to be any sort of – the same way you had to wait for Kyle Tucker when he was young. You're going to have to wait for him to be any sort of substantial part of a contender, it would seem.
Right. I get it. The difference is the frustrating part for me this year, it's opposite of Jose Abreu. With Jose Abreu, we were wondering, all right, how long are they going to continue and drag out this failed experiment?
What's the exit strategy
They're
here?
Sending him down to rookie ball and whatnot. With Cam Smith, the frustrating thing is, look, this is not an Astros team like days of yore where you can have a struggling rookie on the team like you had with Kyle Tucker in 2018. And at the end of the day, it's not, no skin off my back. We've got production to burn on this squad.
Correa, Bregman, Altuve, Hughley.
Yeah, with Cam, it's like, all right, well, why is he not down in Double-A?
Yeah.
I get what you guys are doing with him, and I totally 100% agree with his upside, but seriously, what the hell?
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker in his rookie season played in 28 games, had a 141 batting average, 439 OPS.
Yeah.
He was untouchable.
Yeah.
But that was a different time. That was a different era.
Yep, it sure was. Some of the individual performances are just this time a year ago and now. The biggest one is Hunter Brown. This is about the time Hunter Brown turned it around.
Yeah.
This coming Sunday will be the one-year anniversary, I was looking this up, of the relief appearance that Hunter Brown made, which kind of sparked his turnaround. He had gotten taken out of the rotation, came in for a 5-inning relief stint, and I either shut out, I think it was the Tigers or somebody, shut out or gave up one run. It was a really good, total opposite of what he'd been. This time a year ago, he was 0-4 with an 8.89 ERA. And a whip of over 2. Like, he was averaging over 2 runners on base allowed each inning. He's 5-1 now with a 1.67 ERA, and what's even just as incredible, his FIP, which is kind of sort of like what your ERA should be based on the contact that you're giving up, is a league-leading 1.81. Like, he's dominant, and it matches every single part of the eye test with Hunter Brown. Like, he's gone from the worst pitcher in baseball a year ago to maybe the best pitcher in baseball now.
When Alex Bregman recommended to him that he throw his sinker, and they tweaked his pitch selection otherwise a little bit, he changed his approach, and he just became a completely different guy.
Yep.
That and Hunter Brown now being the guy that you feel best and most solid about is that I never would have predicted that a year ago.
No,
and even after he made his turnaround, we were kind of just waiting to see, okay, what exactly is he? Coming into this season, I was wondering, okay, I want to be 100% sure about it. I don't want to get ahead of myself here. And now it's getting harder and harder to make arguments against him.
It does make me wonder. Alex Bregman sees the game at a higher level than most human beings do. He's a very cerebral baseball player. Paying coaches for.
Well, I always wonder with that though too. It's not. There's a chance that the pitching coaches at some point had suggested that he add his sinker.
Yeah.
And that maybe in the conversation, Hunter Brown says something like, I don't know, they want me to throw my sinker, and Bregman's like, do it!
Yeah, he needed the stamp of approval from Bregman.
Yeah. I've never been 100% comfortable with the way that story's been framed, just because there's a lot we don't know about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because if I'm going to criticize any of the managerial decisions or the coaching or anything else with the Astros, the pitching coaching and pitching analytics is going to be the last, because their track record is immaculate. So I'm not going to say, I just don't have it in me to be like, oh, those bums, it was Alex Bregman that fixed Hunter Brown.
It still just pops in my head. Now, the opposite of Hunter Brown is Ronel Blanco, who this time a year ago was the only good thing going. He had 4 of their 12 wins, 36 games into the season a year ago. He was 4-0, 2.23 ERA, but his FIP, his should-be ERA, was nearly double that. So you kind of see it coming a little bit. He's 2-3 now with a nearly 5 ERA, and I just think, my take on Ronel Blanco, Seth. I think he has just settled in where he's your classic 4th or 5th starter who, if you get 5 innings out of him or 6 innings and he gives up 3 runs and keeps you in the game, that's the best you can hope for with him.
It really is where, he had the first half of the season, like whether you want to call it luck or whatever, it was kind of statistically flukish. Mm-hmm. And it ended up in the second half, he wasn't as good. Career 3.53 ERA guy. But in 3 of his 4 seasons, he's finished with 4.5 or higher ERA.
Yeah.
So where does he settle in? I don't know. Just viable starting pitcher, maybe.
Yeah.
But there's still time, obviously.
Yeah. It's interesting because Hunter Brown flipped one way, Ronel Blanco's flipped the other way, and then yet here's Fromber, who 36 games into the season. Now keep in mind, Fromber went on the IL for a stint in the beginning of the year last year. So at this point, he had only started 4 games. His ERA is nearly identical. His FIP is nearly identical. His WHIP, his walks, hits per innings pitch, is actually better this year than it was this time a year ago. I say that to say that Fromber wound up having a pretty good season last year. So I think this is, if you're somebody who's worried about Fromber's start this year, just know that it's nearly identical to the start that he had this time a year ago.
And he's had 5, I believe, quality starts so far, but then he's had 3 bad performances.
Right.
And with Fromber, I think it's just sometimes it's bad luck of it being earlier in the season that some of your bad performances stack up. I'm not overly freaking out about him.
Yeah.
And just to tidy up the Ronel Blanco stuff, to be like, it's not quite fair for me to bring up his 4 seasons in Major League Baseball because this one, he's only pitched 34 innings so far. His first year in the majors, he pitched 6 1/3 innings. His second year, 52 innings. Like last year was the first year he was actually a full-time starter the entire season.
Yeah, I think that's good to point out. Absolutely. Josh Hader, way better this year than he was a year ago. He was a big reason why they started 5.63 ERA. Still striking out a bunch of dudes, but even appearances when he came in and it wasn't a save situation, he was giving up home runs. Like, he just didn't look good. He's been excellent this year, Josh Hader has. He's been really good so far. He's a big reason why they're 18-18 instead of 12-24. All right, so a few of the hitters, man. Jose Altuve was through the roof this day. They were 12-24 with Jose Altuve having a .331 batting average and an over 900 OPS. He's an 89 OPS plus right now, which means he's below average, 11% below average. Yeah.
So, across the board, he's just not himself. This is we talked about with Lopez yesterday at the toss and a couple times during the show. I'm not freaking out about this all of a sudden being, this is what Jose Altuve is as an old player. He was good last year.
Yeah.
It was a drop from the previous 2 seasons, but last year he was in line with a lot of other seasons historically.
Yeah.
This is a slump. And now maybe as he gets older, he's going to have more slumps than he did when he was younger. But this current stretch, there's no part of me that thinks that these are the numbers Jose Altuve is going to end up with at the end of the season.
This may be the most improbable thing about the Astros starting 18-18. And I say that from a standpoint of, I feel like they're 18-18 and they should be worse than that. Maybe the most remarkable thing is that Yordan Alvarez, through 36 games last year, had a .239 batting average and a .743 OPS, which in Major League Baseball is about average. But for Yordan Alvarez, that's
slumps. Before this year, his slumps have been, he's at slightly above average Major League.
Yeah, like a .792 OPS. That's a slump. But he is the one Astro that I think has probably had the performance of the team most tied to his performance. When Jordan is going, the Astros are winning. There's no player that has a bigger gap between their OPS in wins and OPS in losses than Jordan Alvarez through the last few years. It's like a difference of 1100s in wins in OPS and being in the 600s in losses. That the most remarkable part of them actually starting 18-18 is that Jordan Alvarez is an 85 OPS plus guy. He's a below average hitter. He's got a 646 actual OPS and a 210 batting average, and he's missed a few games now with this hand injury. And they've found a way to win 18 games with him performing even worse than he was performing when they started 12-24 last year. They're like, this is the one thing that flies in the face of the team's performance is Jordan stinking, and them actually still finding ways, largely through pitching, to win games. I guess I say that to say that if he starts hitting again and this pitching stays where it is, the Astros are going to be in pretty good shape.
I think the Altuve and Jordan are the biggest guys that you can just lean on and say it's very unlikely that both these guys don't end up playing really good baseball at some point this year. And that if you're trying to tip yourself over that 500 barrier, that alone makes a huge. We talked about this yesterday too, and one of our listeners brought it up. The big question mark is always going to be, man, all of these guys are used to having Kyle Tucker in the lineup, except for the large stretch of time that they missed with Kyle Tucker last year. And this is the new reality. There's no Kyle Tucker coming up the pike that's going to take any of the pressure off of Jordan.
Yep. No, there is not. Do you remember Jeremy Pena getting off to the start he got off to last year? I was doing this. I had to look and make sure I had the right season. Last year, amidst their 12-24 start, Jeremy Pena had a 326 batting average and an 831 OPS. I don't remember that at all. I don't remember
I didn't remember it being as good, just like I didn't remember Jake Myers being his start to the season being as good as it was last year.
Yeah.
It was that was one of the things where we were. I remember talking about that we had to consciously acknowledge some of the good performances offensively because the pitching was so bad and because the record was so bad. It just your gut reaction was always like, this team stinks and everybody stinks, and you ignored some of the actual really positive things that were going on with the bats.
God, they need Jordan back, man. They need Jordan back so bad in this lineup. It's just such an uninspiring lineup.
They need Jordan with a healthy hand and with just whatever the hell's going on with him. They need classic Jordan.
Good back. Jordan, no doubt. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. All right, up next, Seth asked Nick Caserio to volunteer a couple names. I think based on that and an evaluation that we got on one of these guys, we may have found Seth's adopted undrafted son yesterday. And I'll go back and look. I'll go today and look at him with my own eyes. But we'll tell you who that is coming up next. Beck's Prime.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got to pick out an adopted, undrafted free agent for Seth Payne this training camp. I don't know what our hit rate is on the undrafted free agents you've adopted making the team. I don't
think a single one has.
Really?
Yeah.
What kind of parent?
I'm a sucker. I'm like a guy with low self-esteem.
You're a
could be dating Seth.
Deadbeat, undrafted free agent dad you are. You're a horrible parent. All right, so let's find the next undrafted free agent here that we adopt. Here was Nick Caserio with us on Wednesday this week when Seth asked him give us some advice. Give us a couple recommendations in the undrafted free agent pool.
There's a couple guys in there that have an opportunity to potentially compete for some reps. I would say Tafuna, the defensive tackle from Utah, done some decent things, 6'3", 300 pounds. Good playing style, has some toughness to him, really good kid. And the receiver from Minnesota, I know, probably be an uphill battle there, but Jackson had a really good career. He kind of falls into the football player category. Maybe didn't run fast relative to some others, but really productive with his opportunities. He did a good job this year and then in years past as well. So those are a couple guys.
Okay, so it's hard to get Nick to gush about anybody, any rookie.
Yeah.
Like, Cade Stover's the outlier. Remember last year, Cade Stover, Nick in the press conference after they drafted him, talked about all the elite traits that he had, and we had
that's right.
targeted
yeah.
like this. So it's interesting because like one out of every like 3 or 4 or 5, Nick, even just everyday, like, non-rookies, like, you ask him about guys and he gives a very measured evaluation. Then you're asking about Danico Autry, and the guy's beating people up in a back alley, and he's a bad MFer. Like, it's very interesting to me sometimes when Nick goes over the moon. I like it, but he's very measured on the undrafted guys, understandably so. It is an uphill battle, especially for a receiver, to make the team. Seth, before we dig into this undrafted crop, Daniel Jackson, the receiver out of Minnesota, yesterday on his podcast.
The Houston Texans brought in undrafted free agent named Daniel Jackson, wide receiver from Minnesota. He was at the combine, okay? Quicker than fast slot, okay? Like, when you watch him, it's like, he's one of my twitch guys. I love slot receivers. I love twitchies. He didn't run a 40 at the combine because he's not the fastest guy in the world, but I talked about that twitch and the quickness and the body control. He ran a 4.07 short shuttle, Mitch. You know what that was at the combine? No one talked about it. Second fastest of all the wide receivers. Then he went and ran the 3-cone, 6.78. It was the 4th fastest of all the wide receivers. Those are important drills.
Okay.
They are important drills, especially when we were talking with Nick about Jalen Noel and his measurables and everything, and then we talked about Wes Welker and his measurables. Wes Welker ran a 4.7 40.
Right.
You wonder why Wes Welker went undrafted when it came to just top-end burner speed. But when it came to I think with Wes Welker, it was the 20-yard shuttle. He was in the 99th percentile. All that short area quickness. Yes, Daniel Jackson has those things. The big question, though, is he's on a team now where, like, he's got classic slot receiver traits. He's smaller, but he's got really good short area quickness. He's on a team that traded for a slot receiver and then drafted a slot receiver. And where is the spot for you? And then this is the key. Has limited special teams experience.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
The team is going to have to be on special teams most likely, but I think could totally be a guy that's on the practice squad because he doesn't have all the measurables that make him a huge prospect, but he did produce in college, and he's got a certain savvy to him that you're looking for smaller, quicker guys. He's just got an understanding of the spacing and finding the soft spots in the zone and all that other stuff that coaches love to see on tape, but you got to prove that you can do it in the NFL.
He has the makings of being one of those guys at training camp, Seth, that when it comes to media watching the training camp, that after a few of the practices, we're like, okay, it's Daniel Jackson.
Because he becomes Graham Mertz's go-to guy. Graham Mertz just loves him, and Graham Mertz has been working out with him already before. So these two develop a relationship, and all of a sudden, oh boy, I'll tell you what, Graham Mertz might push for a starting job this year.
Okay.
if he can just bring Daniel Jackson along with him.
Funny.
Did you see him out there versus those other undrafted rookie free agent defensive backs?
Right.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, so are you sold on Daniel? I mean, Nick didn't go over the top with his sales pitch about Daniel.
Yeah.
Hey, he's got an uphill battle.
I got a couple of.
Yeah.
So it's almost like when you go into a shop and you're like, "You have any of this discontinued item?" Like, I don't know. Let me go look around in the back here a little bit.
I might have a Daniel Jackson back here. I might.
McShay,
though, pretty good sales pitch by McShay.
He mentioned Junior Tafuna. Yeah. Nick did as well.
Yes, he did.
Junior Tafuna, like this is okay. If you watch Junior Tafuna on film, especially if you watch his highlights, he's got everything I want. He uses his hands well. He's strong. Look at that. He's got a physicality to him. He's Polynesian.
He's a steal.
Oh, this is everything I want in a defensive tackle.
Polynesian.
Except he's 6'3", 300 pounds. So it's when he's not, he's athletic, but not enough to, be looked at as a pass rushing defensive tackle.
Right.
So he does some really good things against the run, but he's undersized. I almost look at him like I look at a higher upside version of Kurt Heinisch.
Okay.
I think that he does some things really well, and he might end up only being a rotational player in his career, but he's got to figure out a way to he has to be immaculate with his technique, because when he doesn't use his hands well, he gets knocked around a little bit.
Yeah.
But there's definitely something to him.
Yeah.
He's got a good feel for it, and he wasn't blessed with incredible size.
No, but that's a group that's one of the older groups on the team. If you're able to hang around, like Tommy Togiai hung around last year and ended up playing in playoff games for the team and making plays too.
Right. And I'm not. Yeah, any of these guys, I'm not predicting that they're going to be the next Arian Foster.
No, but they can hang around.
No, and it's a classic too. One of the biggest things with rookies is just. Do you know your role? Do you play your responsibilities? Do you know the playbook? Because a lot of when it comes to the rotational players, they just want guys they can trust.
Yeah.
So him versus when he has opportunities in preseason games, maybe to go against starters on other teams or just in the padded drills during camp, that's where he's really going to by NFL standards, he's an undersized defensive tackle.
Right.
He's for a guy that he looks kind of like a run stuffer. He's small for a run stuffing defensive tackle, but he can make it if he's really nails with his technique.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just so you know, 6'3", 300, small. For defensive tackles. It sounds big.
If you're not a good pass rusher.
That's right. That's right. What about this Eli Cox?
Eli Cox is intriguing because and just by the way, the two guys, Eli Cox spent 6 years in college.
Okay.
So Tafuna is 24 years old. He spent 4 years in college. He's from Utah, so I'm wondering if he went on mission already. That's always a good fact. I love talking to these guys about their missions.
Yeah.
If he is Mormon. I don't know if he's Mormon or not.
Right.
But he's from Utah, and he's a 24-year-old rookie. I assume he's a Mormon.
The Venn diagram favors him having gone on a mission, yes.
So Eli Cox spent 6 years in college and has played guard but settled in at center and is very, very, very athletic. Some of his combine drills were some of the best scores of a center in the past 3 decades. But he didn't produce like a draft prospect in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I think there's upside there with his athleticism, and you wonder how much of it was coaching, how much of it was just who knows what his injuries were or whatever. But there's definitely something there. That's a great guy to take a flyer on as an undrafted free agent, and I think he probably chose the right team to come to because it's anybody's guess who the starters are on the interior offensive line, and especially at center, I think. And depending on which guy wins the job, I think that they might see Eli Cox on the practice squad as a guy that's got some upside to him.
Yeah, I think it's funny. Look, the 3 guys you just mentioned, the undrafted guys that are going to be on the grass today practicing with all the, with it's Texans rookie minicamp today. If I were an undrafted guy and I'm an interior offensive lineman, I would look to go to the Texans. If I were an interior defensive lineman, I think the Texans – there's no great spot for any of these guys to land. Daniel Jackson's the most interesting one just because, as Nick pointed out, it's an uphill battle to make the team, and yet, after the first 4 guys, after the 2 drafted rookies and Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, man, it's a wide-open competition. There's no sacred cows in any of those. John Mechie's job is on the line. Xavier Hutchinson, his job's on the line. the guys they brought in free agency are all 1 year, $2-3 million deal type of guys who have done things at times in the NFL, but there ain't anybody there who's gotten a big money contract where you go, well, we got to keep this guy, you know?
I'm looking at Eli Cox on his spider chart. It reminds me. It looks, if you just look at the colors, it looks a lot like a slot receiver, where all the speed drills are all pretty impressive, but then you get to the physical measurables for Eli Cox, and it's, you know, his wingspan, his arm length, his hand size, all 7th percentile, 1th percentile, 9th percentile.
Yeah.
He's got very short arms, which somehow is it's almost become like a politically charged topic. Like, oh, don't you dare talk about somebody's arm length. You're an armist. Like, no. If you have short arms, you got, and Eli Cox, the center, struggled against size and power in college. So, like, you got to figure out a way to use technique and athleticism to overcome those elfin arms.
Kentucky, right? You went to Kentucky? Yeah. So who's it going to be? Who are you adopting? Here's the papers. Put in a name and sign at the bottom, sir.
I'd like to. The early running has me for Junior Tafuna.
Okay.
But we'll have to wait until we get through. Let's wait until the first week of training camp.
Okay.
I got to see these guys just actually doing actual football drills versus guys with shoulder pads.
The
on.
orphanage of undrafted free agents, like looking at their watch with Seth, like, are you going to pick somebody here already? Are you going to pick?
Yeah, no. Listen, I'm a man of means. I just take my time. And until I'll adopt you when it's politically advantageous for me to adopt you.
You know, the answer can be, I don't adopt anybody. How do you like that, orphanage? All right? Yeah. Stop being so impatient. This is a follow-up to the Mel Kiper being mad about Shedeur Sanders not being named the Pope. The Vatican talked. The Cardinals don't know how to evaluate a Pope. We do. I can't wait to play that audio at the top of the hour.
So this new Pope, he's from Chicago?
Yes. He went to Villanova, I believe.
Is he a sports fan?
Yeah, he's been spotted at
White Sox or Cubs?
White Sox. He's a White
Sox fan.
Yeah, he's a White Sox fan. So he tries to help support the poor. You know, the White Sox in Chicago, they're the poor compared to the Cubs in their Wrigley Field with their but yeah, he went to Villanova. That was a big topic on my timeline yesterday because along the lines of the Mel Kiper and the sports angle to the Pope is like, how did Notre Dame let a Chicago kid slip away back during the evaluation period?
Yeah.
How did they let a future Pope slip away?
What do the Pope do? What do they do when they have conversations with because they're all from different nations and everything? Do they speak in Latin still? Do they have to know Latin to be a Pope?
He spoke. What did he spoke in it yesterday when he was speaking? He spoke in Italian and then in one other language, and I can't remember what it was. I don't know.
Do they speak Italian like when over there in Popeville when all the bishops are meeting with the Pope and everything?
It's a good question. Anybody
somebody
with
tell us.
Intimate
I'm not
Pope
Google it.
Yeah, intimate Pope knowledge. If you've got it, send it to us 713-572-4610. Okay, I got to check during the break and see if this is true. Bill Belichick's girlfriend got banned from the UNC football facility. LOL. I need to check. That may not be true. It's a text. But I'm going to check this during the break, which would be a major development.
Looks like Italian is the official language of the Vatican.
Makes
sense, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Everything's so different around all that. I didn't want to just assume it was Italian.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, take a Mania for sure. We will have that. Up next, NFL team is doing something for Minicamp that I pray the Texans do someday. We will tell you what it is coming up next. West Point Lincoln. Look, maybe I want you guys to do what we did.
permission.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, hey, real quick, just to pay off on the tease, and we'll get to this Belichick stuff. Seth, who should send a gently worded request to the Texans that they move their minicamp to somewhere luxurious like the Rams are doing? The Rams, if you haven't seen it, are holding their minicamp in June in Maui.
Maui?
4-day minicamp in Maui. And, granted...
Hawaii?
Maui, Hawaii, yes.
It's not like a Maui, Nevada or something?
No, it's not like Maui, Iowa. No. No, Maui, they're going there for 4 days. Now, there is a charitable component to it because Maui, of course, got devastated, much like L.A. did, devastated by wildfires a couple of years ago. So they're going there, and in conjunction with minicamp, they're going to do some Habitat for Humanity stuff and build some houses. Now, that said, as a media member, houses there, she covers the Rams for ESPN, used to cover the Texans, or does she get a nice little 4-day junket, a little 4-day boondoggle to Maui to cover the Rams?
Right, yeah, and it's
pretty
a mini
nice.
camp. It's not like they're out there doing triple sessions or anything like that. Yeah, that's not bad.
If you could request the Texans to go do their mini camp somewhere luxurious for 4 days in June, where would you ask that they go do it?
In June?
In June, yeah. The Bahamas, maybe?
Yeah, no, I don't want to go anywhere where it's going to be hot.
Okay.
Like Hawaii, Hawaii, it's the same temperature all year round.
Maybe like in a lake town somewhere in Montana?
Yeah, but it might be too cold up there in June still.
Actually,
I need something. I'm going to be very Goldilocks about this. I need to be in one of the lower altitude mountain resorts in Colorado.
Okay.
So like somewhere, I don't want to get too much higher than like 6,000 or 7,000 feet maybe.
Somebody is very particular about where they want this minicamp to take place. That's funny. No, not that high. Little lower.
Yes.
Lower.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah, like Golden, Colorado or somewhere right there at the foothills of the Rockies.
Oh, yeah.
Something kind of nice like that.
Do a tour of the Coors Brewery.
Then we can go do our show from a brew pub.
That would be fun. Yeah, go see a concert at Red Rocks at night. That would be great. Yeah.
I've been to Red Rocks.
Yeah, Red Rocks is cool,
Saw
man.
Jewel. Yeah, I saw a concert at Red Rocks back in the day. Oh, who was it? Jewel.
How hard did she rock?
I was dragged there, yes. But I was impressed with the venue.
No, it's good. The venue's great.
It was really cool,
the venue's great.
All right, I got a performer, somebody. Hey, Jewel's fine. She's just not my cup of tea, okay?
How funny would it have been if the Jets had moved their minicamp to Egypt the year that Aaron Rodgers skipped it? They're like, oh, no, that's fine. We'll come to you to do minicamp. For those who forget, Aaron Rodgers was too busy to do mandatory minicamp with the Jets his first year there because he had a vacation already planned to Egypt.
Right. Couldn't be trouble.
Couldn't
with the change
cancel
fees
it.
and whatnot.
He made $40 million a year. He couldn't cancel his vacation.
My favorite angry Jets fan after that was like, listen, they're not going to be losing a game in October because Aaron Rodgers missed minicamp. Okay. How many of these many losses can we pin on Egypt versus non-Egypt? Or the general overall attitude of your quarterback who doesn't seem to want to be bothered with actual football all that much?
Technically, that Jets fan was right because Aaron Rodgers hurt himself 4 snaps into the season. So none of those losses.
That was headed into this past season.
Was it this past season, or that wasn't his first season?
No, it was headed into this past season.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember which season it was. Okay, gotcha. All right. So Texans take this as I would request Jamaica. But yeah, that's Amy and I are going to Jamaica at the end of June, so that would be nice. It would have been nice. I would have moved my trip if they had it there. Mandatory minicamp in the middle of June, and then at least, if they would have flown us there or something like that.
I wonder if the legalization of marijuana in so many places in the U.S. has hurt tourism in Jamaica at all. Because it always seemed like there was at least a certain percentage of people were excited to go to Jamaica freely and easily and everything in Jamaica, whereas now it flows freely and easily down at your local dispensary.
Yeah, I don't know the overall answer. I can tell you it has not depressed the prices at the all-inclusive adults-only resorts.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's not, it's not cheap. Wasn't bad, but not cheap. All right, Bill Belichick's girlfriend has been banned from the facility at North Carolina.
According to Pablo Torres, right?
Pablo Torre, who has he has a podcast that's part of Dan Le Batard's network. He's on ESPN. The podcast is called Pablo Torre Finds Out, and on the latest episode, the host reported that Jordan Hudson, Bill Belichick's very intrusive girlfriend, has been banned from the North Carolina football facility, citing multiple UNC sources. Torre said the decision was made by members of the university's administration in the wake of Belichick's viral interview with CBS Sunday Morning that had literally had no designs of being a viral interview by CBS. But Jordan Hudson was such a menace during that interview, reportedly, interrupting. And we've actually got audio. This is probably the most infamous audio that came out of that. She interrupted a question asked of Belichick about their relationship to shut it down.
The other change for Belichick is 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, his creative muse, as he writes in his book.
Make sure that that's the...
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's gotten... How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on.
Okay, we got what we needed, Ben. We're good. That's what we needed right there.
I'm just thinking about, there were a lot of people that were sticking up for Belichick after that, saying, it was unfair that they asked that question. That was such an easy, those were two of the easiest, most softball questions in the world, and actually would have helped if, as you're doing this interview to sell a book, that actually helps humanize this sometimes seemingly inhuman person. No, there's that was her not knowing what her job actually is as a publicist. And it sounds like, so we've seen examples of her in this role with UNC, with the UNC football program, and all of the reports coming out of it. It smacks completely and totally of a young person who actually doesn't know how to do their job. And it's becoming headline fodder because they're so incompetent at their job. That's just, it's jaw-dropping that Belichick allowed it to get to this.
It's crazy.
Because his little muse.
His muse.
Is in a position of prominence and influence, yes.
Here's what Torre said. 2 sources at UNC tell me there's been a decision that was made last week by higher-ups inside the athletic department that had hired Belichick to be the highest-paid public employee, not just coach in the state, but employee at $10 million a year. That decision was that Jordan Hudson is no longer allowed in the football building. One of the sources said, don't think you'll be hearing much from Jordan moving forward. Torre also revealed Belichick's family is extraordinarily concerned by what has transpired. One Belichick family source told me there is deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be for not just North Carolina, but Bill's legacy and reputation, everything he's built and worked for over decades. The source added, in fact, the family has been digging into Jordan Hudson as well, whatever that means. So maybe looking into her background, reportedly the boyfriend she had before Bill Belichick was a 64-year-old guy who was a businessman who, I mean, look, I don't want to make assumptions here or anything, but there is some smoke here. Some smoke.
It's fascinating, and it's a football story. I think some other people get upset that, why are you talking about this? It's not sports. No, it's totally all about how it's disrupting the UNC football program, and there's people at UNC who reportedly aren't happy with the way she's injecting herself into conversations.
Yes, that's the micro part of the sports thing. Absolutely. The macro part of the sports thing is this is the greatest football coach of our generation who behaved in a certain way throughout his entire career. Can you imagine Belichick with the Patriots allowing his girlfriend or any woman who's not, or man who's not part of the program, they're just walking up to him and interrupting him during practice? It's just the behavioral part of it. One other thing I saw people point out about that CBS interview that's a great point that I'm mad. It's not just that Belichick had on that tattered Navy sweatshirt, made him look like a bum. He wasn't wearing North Carolina stuff. Right?
Yeah.
You're a coach, especially a new coach that's trying to market the program to recruits or people. Everybody's going to see this interview. Yeah, the same way we wear SportsRadio 610 stuff and we're on Radio Row. You know what I mean? That's like branding 101. How does your branding person who's in charge of all this social media not advise you to wear a North Carolina golf shirt for the interview?
That whole part about, though, that's one of the more human parts of him, is that his father was a longtime coach or scout at Navy.
Sure.
And so there's an emotional attachment and a tie there. I could see, I give him a pass on that, except for the tattered part, just because for a guy he tries so hard to look like a guy who doesn't care about his public image. There's an irony in that. Like, oh no, this is my brand. I'm not going to care about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm going to specifically wear tattered stuff and ugly stuff all the time.
Man, okay.
She's had the thing about his girlfriend, though, that is over the course of the 2 years or so that this has been a story, it seems that, and maybe this is just selective, photographs that people are putting out there, the crazy eyes have
crazy.
It just and it's in some of the video too, so it's not just selective images or whatever. Yeah. She looks like a person that's steadily grabbing control and having way more influence than she should. She's Jack Easterby with lady parts.
There may be part of Belichick, honestly, to the stage this has gotten. He might be a bad breaker-upper. You know what I mean? There may be part of this.
He's wanted to break up with her for a while.
Maybe the school is playing the bad cop here. There's probably a big part of Belichick that's relieved she's not allowed in the football building anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We'll have to hear about what the response by Belichick is.
Yeah,
is he furious and irate that they're keeping her from him?
Will he put out a statement, which ironically will probably be written by Jordan Hudson? People are saying Lake Tahoe is where we should request the Texans.
Oh yeah, that's where we need to go.
That would be great because you've got mountains there and the lake, and oh yeah. Cal and Hannah, Nick, if you guys are listening, if you could put minicamp, even training camp too at Lake Tahoe for me and Seth, that would be great.
Tell you what though, Sean. I mean, there's one thing with Belichick and his girlfriend that I know is that when two young people are in love and the authority figures try to keep it from happening, it only ends in one of two ways. It either ends with happily ever after or Romeo and Juliet style.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for the former.
I am too. I don't want anybody to die in this thing. Yeah. All right. Take a Mania. 9 o'clock Fridays, we do it. The champ is Mel Kiper right now. We'll replay the champion's bad take, and we've got several other bad takes that will try to take it down this week in the eyes of the real Pope Zaza, Seth Payne. We will do that coming up next.
I'll tell you what. You want to be sure you can hire whoever you want to work at your football program when you're older? You might lose your
Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to Take a Mania. Then we'll read some of y'all's texts about the Belichick situation. You're right, man. Sports, please. That's a sports topic. Bill Belichick is the greatest coach of our generation in the NFL, and his career is being sullied by his 24-year-old girlfriend who's been banned from the facility in North Carolina. That's not
it's a sports topic, my friend.
That's not a juicy enough.
It's not our fault that Bill Belichick has gotten himself into this pickle.
Thank you.
Blame Belichick. Text Belichick.
Yeah.
Don't text me. Damn it.
I feel like telling the texter, like you listen to this show. You know this is a perfect Payne and Pendergast topic.
Sean can't resist the sweet temptations, the siren song of Bill Belichick.
You got that right, man.
Come on, Sean.
It's hot. Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah.
All right, Take a Mania. We do this every Friday at 9 o'clock, and the way we work our worst take of the week segment is that we have a defending champion, and the belt has changed hands quite a bit of late. There have been that many bad takes out there. Seth is the judge and jury on this thing. I go find the talent. Seth books the matches, okay? So the champion right now for Take a Mania, the worst existing take, is Mel Kiper, who said this on the third day of the draft as Shedeur Sanders continued to slide into oblivion.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterback. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
they say we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterback. They don't.
All right.
Yeah.
It was
we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks. They don't.
Yep.
Right. No, Mel Kiper, except you said they don't really know what they're talking about with quarterbacks, because that's true. It's really, really hard to evaluate quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But you don't know either. So that's you're just we've got all the receipts. We've got all the receipts.
We do. We've played them before. Yeah. Two simple words have kept him atop the mountain. We do. We do. Yeah, no, you don't. Stop it, Mel Kiper. All right, so here we go, Seth. Here are the challengers. Draymond Green. Draymond Green, following on his podcast with Baron Davis, following the Warriors' 7-game victory over the Houston Rockets, had this to say about Dillon Brooks.
Dillon Brooks ran off the court. So when I say you see what guys is made of, he ran off the court ain't shake nobody up, and you admitted that you was trying to hurt Steph Hand, which again, fine by me, bro. I get it. We all get it when you hoop. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna be on that type of time,
you gotta be on that time
in the press conference.
You gotta be on that time all the time.
You're gonna be talking. You're gonna be Mr. Big Bad Wolf. Don't lose and then not face the music. Don't be that guy, because again, you lose a lot of respect for guys in that moment. I had a moment with Dillon Brooks back when he was with Memphis, and I said the dynasty start after you. And the reason I said that is because things like that. Because, bro, so then guess what? Then Tari Eason do it. He lead the court.
Okay, and then Tari Eason actually didn't leave the court. He stayed there and shook your hand, Draymond. So you got that.
And that made him all right in Draymond's book.
Yeah, no. So Seth, how silly does a take become when Draymond?
This Draymond Green, that's the one that's talking about sportsmanship at all, and who is trying to put himself up over. It's a really, really bad take. I've noticed there's something about the quality in which the take is delivered, though, and it's hard for somebody just having a conversation on a podcast to sound as good as somebody who's shouting it into a microphone on television.
Yeah.
Or it's on the surface of it. I hate that he's saying that, but it was kind of it's a weakly delivered take because it's Draymond Green mumble-mouthing his way through it.
On a podcast, yeah. Aesthetics matter in this. The delivery matters in this.
Yeah. He beats Kiper.
He beats Kiper. How about that? All right. Oh, the title has changed hands. Draymond Green.
Because, part of it, though, too, Sean, it's Draymond's whole game. It's that he's a great defender, but in terms of being a tough guy, his go-to move is a kick in the groin.
Yeah.
And if anything, he just wants to be sure. You know what this is? Draymond being upset that he's not absolved of his sins at the end of the series.
Right.
Hey, wait a second. This guy still doesn't like me? That's not the way it's supposed to work.
That's exactly
I'm supposed to get away with all this stuff.
That's 100% right. The league has enabled him. Yeah, in so many
sorry
ways.
you don't get carte blanche for being a D-bag,
Yep.
and then all is well afterwards. You know what real men do? They hold a grudge. You want to be that guy where in the NBA, let's be honest, Draymond, it's a lot easier when everybody is stretched out and skinny as hell and what have you. You know, go try that game in the NFL.
Yeah.
So, yeah, worse than Mel Kiper.
Okay, worse than Mel Kiper. We got a new champ. We'll see if he can hold on to it through this entire segment. So the champ is Draymond. Next up, Paul Pierce. Just a bad prediction as much as a bad take. I don't know, but Paul Pierce, prior to Game 2 of the Celtics-Knicks series, had this to say. Former Celtic Paul Pierce.
If the Celtics lose Game 2 at home, I promise you, I'm walking here tomorrow. I'm walking here.
Why you got to do that?
Wait a minute. I'm walking here 15 miles. I'm walking here.
I don't know, Pete. This is your friend.
In my robe.
Get your friends.
No shoes on.
Somebody's saving.
Bare feet.
No.
If what? If the Celtics lose tonight.
Oh, my God.
Oh, don't do it, Paul. I'm walking.
Paul.
Not tonight. I'm telling you right now.
Take the serious.
No, I'm taking this serious.
Not tonight.
No, wait a minute. No.
In a row.
Ain't no way. In a row, barefoot.
Okay. Now
He did it.
He did. Well, he shot videos of himself at various points along the way.
Of himself walking.
I don't know that he live streamed a 15-mile walk. You know, I could see where Theater of the Mind may have looked at he did it, and there was zero proof that he went barefoot. So there is that. I can.
It's 20.2 miles.
Wow.
By the way, it said he claims that it took 8 hours for him to do it.
Yeah. So whether I believe that he did it or not is a totally separate story. But he was way off on his prediction. The Celtics lead, only to lose to the New York Knicks. Seth, where are you on Paul Pierce's ultimately a really bad prediction with a huge self-punishment here?
No, he doesn't overtake Draymond Green.
Yeah.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Draymond kicks out of that one.
The barefoot part was the dumbest part of that. There's no way in hell he did it barefoot.
No
He'd
chance.
He'd be in the ER right now, walking on concrete and asphalt for
Dude,
20.2 miles.
in May in Los Angeles. I mean, I would say this, the videos, he was sweating his ass off. I mean, he was, I could have taken out a spray. You think, if I had to guess, I would say he actually did it too. You know?
Yeah. I don't know what kind of neighborhoods he's walking through with that. It's a tricky thing when you're a high-profile individual, and it's not like Paul Pierce is able to just blend in.
Yeah.
That the 20.2 miles, I wouldn't worry about the physical exertion as much as it's somewhere along the way somebody might target him.
20 miles. Oof, man.
I guess, he had to walk through Brentwood and Bel Air.
Okay. That stuff has happened in Brentwood before.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, next one up, Urban Meyer. This was on the Triple Option podcast, actually hosted by my high school friend Rob Stone with Urban Meyer. Here was Urban Meyer laying down what he thinks the punishment should be for people who lie to the NCAA.
If you lie as a college football coach to the NCAA, in my personal opinion, you're finished. You're done. That's not making a text message. That's not, going to lunch someone with. You're not supposed to when you're not supposed to. All the frivolous division or level 3s and all that nonsense. When they got you and they said, "Did you do this?" and they refused to cooperate or they lie. In my very strong opinion, you're finished coaching in Division I college football or basketball, whatever sport.
I'm just rolling my eyes the whole time. I'm sitting there watching, and I'm like, I feel bad for Rob right now, having to kind of entertain this as something that's not a complete pile of hypocrisy.
Let's see. The most notable one was probably when he deleted texts and acted like he didn't know anything about his assistant coach's domestic violence issues. And,
he's right.
Yeah,
They did a 2-part documentary on his Florida program because it was so renegade. You know, it was, what are we doing? Like, we're splitting hairs.
You're done completely.
You have Aaron Hernandez in your program shooting people, and you're sitting here from on high going, but if this coach lies to the NCAA, I think you should be ruined for the rest of your coaching career.
Forever.
Yeah.
I like how just incredibly unself-aware he is of just how fraudulent he is
It's
in a lot
wild.
of ways, while still being one of the greatest college coaches who ever lived.
Yeah.
I'm not taking that away from him, but he has zero self-awareness about just the actual way he's perceived or the things that he's actually done, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so where does this land on the
No,
Take-A-Mania?
that's just him being annoying.
Not as bad as Draymond. Draymond, still the champ. All right, this is a written one. I just wanted to read it in this segment because I don't know any other request this earlier. Did you guys hear what Rafael Devers said about being asked to play first base for the Red Sox?
No.
I know I'm a ball player. I'm assuming this is through translator. I know I'm a ball player, but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there. In spring training, they talked to me and basically told me to put away my glove, but that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. So right now, I just feel like it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another position. It was the GM that I spoke with. I'm not sure what he has with me. He played ball, and I would like to think he knows that changing positions like this is not easy. That was Rafael Devers asked why he won't move to first base. For those who don't know, Tristan Cassis, the regular first baseman for the Red Sox, is done for the year with some sort of lower extremity injury.
He was a chatty one himself. I
Indeed
liked
he
him.
was.
He was sticking up for Rafael Devers, saying that third base was his position.
Yeah,
you can't have a newcomer coming in.
That was a bad take, actually, Tristan Cassis. This is Seth. I don't want to have a written word Take-A-Mania, be the champion, and read it every week or anything. I just wanted to insert this here.
Yeah.
Just as sort of a side match in Take-A-Mania. Just sort of a sideshow here.
Am I, Ben, get it ready. Am I going to have this overtake Draymond's take?
Are you? No.
Can he do it? Cover!
Kick down. Okay, so not worse than Draymond.
I just wanted to hear actually.
As you can get.
I wanted to hear Devers say no one more time.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so now this is the one that I have a hard time. I had to listen to this next one more time, but I have a hard time thinking that it's not going to beat Draymond on this one. This is going to beat Draymond like Draymond himself is an unprotected basketball player.
Yep.
Or Draymond's going to do a kung fu chop to his neck. Yes.
All right, here's Andrew Perloff. We played this audio yesterday. Andrew Perloff, host of the Maggie and Perloff show on CBS Sports Radio. The day after Steph Curry pulled his hamstring, which was going to put him out for at least several games, Perloff was like, it's just a hamstring. All he does is shoot threes. No big deal.
You guys don't think that Curry has any chance to come back from this? I mean, we've all had little hamstring pulls. They're
the
tough.
amount that he runs and how he has to move throughout a game, I don't
What are you talking about? He goes from the top of the three-point line on one side to the top of the three-point line on the other.
Constantly moving.
That cannot be further from
Moving on offense is easy. Moving on, I mean, they'll hide him on defense. All he has to do is hit a bunch of threes.
Ask Reggie Miller and Klay Thompson, guys who do that stuff, and Ray Allen, the kind of conditioning they do. It's grueling. It's like that is very hard. And it's terribly hard on the defenders to cover those guys because they're in better shape than them.
As a former big man in high school, I'll tell you right now, the guards don't do crap. They're running 40 yards.
Give me a break.
And Steph, running on offense doesn't count. It doesn't, anybody can run around and get a shot.
He was like the most well-conditioned guy in the NBA because of all the stuff he did off the ball. Like, this could not be more wrong.
Well, regardless, though, I mean, I think he can be effective in a different way because he can hit his shot. Like, a hamstring injury will, John Morant, we saw that's bad, but Steph can be effective a little bit, right? Like, you still have to watch out for Steph. I don't care if he has one functional leg.
Perloff sounds like somebody who's either never watched basketball or never pulled a hamstring before.
Well, he did. He played high school basketball, Sean, and as he can tell you, that running around at guard is no big deal based on his experience of high school basketball. Whether you've played basketball in high school or just watched it since high school, or if you watched the Warriors and watched Steph Curry, or even if you've never even watched it, but you've read about Steph Curry and how many miles per game he runs and everything, this is one of the most. Honestly, it's one of those baffling takes I've ever heard from an intelligent person.
Yeah, he went to Dartmouth.
Who was that? Who was the male talking?
That was E.J. Stewart. He's their. I don't know if he's their producer. He's sort of like a third voice on their show. I think he's their producer.
I was hoping it might have been a basketball player. I didn't know, because he was so emphatic about how wrong he was. Then he could have really shut him down.
Oh, like an actual NBA guy who played basketball.
Yeah. No, this is the new champ. This is the new champ.
All right, there we go. All right, Andrew Perloff, champ of Mania. Yeah.
I almost, you said when we talked about this yesterday, like, well, maybe he was joking about the high school basketball stuff. No. He started off saying we've all had little hamstring pulls before.
Yeah, that's the tell.
And then brought up his high school experience, which wasn't even. It was like his knowledge and understanding of guards and how much they could run were based on his high school basketball team. This is just a horrendously bad take.
Yep. All right. So Andrew Perloff, new champ of Take-A-Mania. There you go. All right, we do that every Friday at 9 o'clock. Always a fun segment. We'll see if anybody can take down Perloff next week. All right, up next, the schedule comes out next Wednesday in the NFL. Looking forward to that. That's Christmas Day for schedule nerds like me. The NFL.com put out their top 10 games of the 2025 schedule. We don't know when they are yet, but we know the games we know the opponents that are going to take place. Top 10 games in the entire league. The Texans made this list for one of their games. Is this the game that you are most looking forward to if you're a Texan fan? That is coming up next.
Oh, you're not looking forward to paying your property.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You can text the show 713-572-4610. People enjoy Take-A-Mania. That was fun. If you missed it, you can rewind on the Odyssey app, or you can listen to the Payne and Pendergast podcast, our Bad Take of the Week segment called Take-A-Mania. We do it 9 o'clock on Fridays. So the NFL, Seth, put out their top 10, or NFL.com, not the NFL. Their media arm, NFL.com, put out their top 10 games of the 2025 season. We don't know when these games are going to take place yet. We'll find out next Wednesday. Some of them we'll probably find out Monday and Tuesday. The NFL has already said they're going to intentionally start leaking some of these games on Monday on some of their various outlets. You know, one day NBC is going to be leaking a couple of them, Amazon, etc. Make the list here with one of the games that they're going to be hosting this year at NRG Stadium, and I'm curious. I've got the list of their home games in front of me here. The one game for the Texans that cracks the list is 8. Number 8 on the list. You know, the ones ahead of it are Kansas City and Buffalo and Philly and the Lions. A lot of the ones you would a rematch of the Super Bowl. They all are ahead of the Texans. Eighth game that NFL.com says they're most looking forward to, the Texans hosting the Denver Broncos. That's the one game on the Texans schedule where you've got division games. They play road games against Kansas City this year. They actually host Buffalo this year. They play Baltimore this year. Now, maybe Baltimore might not be one you look forward to because last year it was 31-2 on Christmas Day. But the Denver Broncos, and that is an interesting matchup, though, the Denver Broncos, a playoff team with Bo Nix in year 2.
Right.
Are you excited about that game?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Now, we've already had the Sean Payton versus D'Amico Ryans 2 years ago.
Yes.
Because Payton was the guy that acted like he was too good for Houston. No, I don't. Well, at least via his mouthpiece, Colin Cowherd.
Right.
That's what it seemed like.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, there was a lot of scuttlebutt that the Broncos liked D'Amico Ryans, but D'Amico just flat out said, no, I want to go to Houston.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of drama there, and now both teams have done well and improved and made the playoffs. So this feels like the first real matchup. The first year that Peyton was in Denver, he seemed like he may have hated, and
Who threw
it just
three
wasn't
picks?
quite right.
Who threw three picks in that game?
Yeah, that's right.
Russell Wilson threw 3 picks in that game.
Yeah, so this year it feels like the first real D'Amico versus Sean Payton matchup.
I would agree
and
with
classically, that. I would think it would be one where D'Amico doesn't care or think one bit about the fact that he's going against Sean Payton. Where I feel Sean Payton seems like the kind of guy that is like extra emotionally invested in trying to prove the Texans that they screwed up.
Maybe. Yeah. I think both guys landed in a perfect spot. And there was a big part of me that thought Payton going to Denver was just a cash grab. You know, they're paying him like $20 million a year. It's Walmart money. They're just paying
over
crazy.
10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a crazy contract. Sean Payton's done a good job.
5 years, sorry. 5 years, $18 million per year.
Okay, is it $18 million? Okay, so there you go.
Yeah.
So Payton's done a good job there. I say that begrudgingly because I found him at that juncture where he was looking at jobs to be very unlikable, at least from a Houston perspective, you know?
Well, it was partly just because Colin Cowherd took a shot at the Texans ownership in a way that just it made it look, Cowherd did his classic thing where he was crapping on the Texans when it was really easy to crap on the Texans and acting like they're an organization that just can't get it right and doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah. But Payton always kind of came across as a know-it-all when he was on TV, I thought, at times, just to rub me the wrong way. He's done a good job in Denver. He's done a really good job. I mean, they were a 500 team his first year there with Russell Wilson, like bad Russell Wilson at quarterback, and then with Bo Nix. And I know I felt like that felt like a reach, taking Bo Nix at 12, the 6th quarterback taken in that draft class. It felt to me like they were doing what you rightfully accuse NFL teams of doing in these last several years, which is drafting guys who should be going on day 2, drafting them on day 1 because you're reaching for quarterbacks.
And I don't accuse them of it. I guess I wouldn't use that word just because I think that I understand the strategy of that you just have to. I like to look down on the quarterbacks themselves who get drafted in the first round, especially when it's like Kenny Pickett who acts like he's owed something because it's like, no, dude, you're getting drafted in the first round because teams are so desperate for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, they take a swing on quarterback every chance you get until you find the one you need, and it looks like it might be that guy with Bo Nix.
It might be Denver. Denver and Buffalo might be the most interesting home games on the schedule. The division opponents, none of them are good enough this year. I may end up eating my words on that one. If the Texans have a down year and they don't win the division, I expect the Texans to win the division. So I'm not. I'm normal excited for the division games. It's always fun when they come in here because it's a division game. They play Denver and Las Vegas at home out of the AFC West. I guess Las Vegas is a more interesting team now than they were before the month of April, when they traded for Geno Smith and they drafted Ashton Genty.
Well, San Francisco at home, I think there's just because San Francisco lost its luster. I'm not sleeping on the 49ers.
I'm not sleeping on it. Miko, teacher against student kind of thing with Kyle Shanahan.
The away games, the Texans kind of, as it looks right now on paper, and we know that this changes every year. Good teams end up being bad and vice versa. But the away games are where the Texans have right now some challenges because they face the Chiefs on the road, they face the Chargers on the road, they face the Rams on the road, they face the Ravens on the road.
Yeah.
And then the Seahawks. Look, the Seahawks were a winning team last year, but a 500 caliber team last year. But Seattle's just a hard place to play.
Yep.
So it's that the real juicy stuff is on the road.
There's no layups there on the road. And and the other 3 games on the road, you just named the 5 non-division games. We know that the division games, even when the teams are bad, are going to be challenges.
Yeah.
They're division games. So that's, the Colts game last year in week 1, ended up being a game that came down to the very end. Tennessee played them tough a couple years ago on the road when the Texans were on the road. So, boy, that is – I hadn't looked. I only had the home games written down just because of this whole Denver take here. The 2 L.A. teams, Seattle, Kansas City, and Baltimore.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And based on Vegas win totals, the Texans have the 8th hardest schedule right now.
Oh, wow.
So, if the division stays as weak as it's been, you get a break from being in the division. But the non-divisional opponents this year, it stacks up pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
And that's, again, I just can't say it enough times. Who knows? The preseason strength of schedule always ends up looking a lot different by the end of the year.
That's the 17th game, if you will, that they're playing. That's kind of a sneaky one as well. Yes, it's a tricky schedule, man. I got to go through the quarterbacks at some point. But it is a tricky schedule, no doubt.
Because the fun thing though is how good the Texans were defensively at home last year.
Yes.
And if you think about the quarterbacks that they made look. I mean, Josh Allen had one of his worst career performances in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions. Tua Tagovailoa turned the ball over how many times? 4 times, 5 times in that game?
A fumble and 3 interceptions, yes.
Yeah.
4 times.
So they made really good quarterbacks look really bad. The guys that they'll face at home this year, most notably are newly rich Brock Purdy, perhaps. They're going to face Josh Allen yet again.
Yep.
Baker. Let's see, who are the other intriguing ones?
Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield, Bo Nix.
Yep, Bo Nix.
Geno Smith is intriguing just to see exactly how he does in that new environment.
100%. Kyler Murray they're facing here.
And the last time they faced Kyler Murray at NRG Stadium, it was when Kyler Murray was coming off of his injury and didn't look – he wasn't in shape yet. He wasn't in playing shape. Right. For a guy who relies on his legs a lot and also was learning a new offense and everything, by the 4th quarter he kind of petered out. So you'll get a different. Yeah, these are some good these are some the names on the jerseys. The logos might not be as intriguing for the home. There's some intrigue there.
Quarterbacks are intriguing, and it's especially intriguing to follow up on your point, Seth, that they were so good against good quarterbacks at home last year. Can they replicate that? I mean, they were historically good at home against some good quarterbacks. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions in a game that they won, the Lions, but still, 5 interceptions. Josh Allen's the MVP of the league. He had the worst game of his career in his MVP season against the Texans at NRG Stadium last year and was terrible in that game.
The only guy who was immune to it was Lamar Jackson, but luckily they face him on the road. The Ravens, man, the Ravens have been the litmus test for this team. In the last couple of years. The Ravens are the team that all of a sudden, either in the playoffs 2 years ago or at the end of the season last year, made you think, okay, they're maybe not quite as far along as I thought they were.
They played them 3 times, and none of the since D'Amico got here, they played them 3 times, twice in the regular season and once in the postseason, and none of the games are close. None of the games are close.
In the regular season game in week 1 2 years ago was at least that was
close at
everybody
halftime.
Was new, and it was C.J. Stroud's first game ever and everything. And it wasn't that one. You didn't expect to win that game. That you were kind of happy that they put up a fight for as long as they did.
Yeah.
But the last 2 times they faced the Ravens, it's been a wake up call.
Ironically, the only other quarterback to have a good game at NRG Stadium last year from a road team, they won't have to worry about this year because he won't be the starter anymore, and that's Will Levis.
Will Levis.
Remember Will Levis had a big game against them. I mean, he threw a pick 6 in that game.
True 5 times. Yeah.
He threw for 278 yards and a couple touchdowns.
Yeah, and he got sacked like 12 times.
He got sacked 8 times. He threw a pick 6 to Jimmy Ward. That was the one blemish. But he
it was the number of sacks in the first half alone that was
7.
7 sacks in the first half, and it was one of those weird Texans games they had last year where they did a bunch of picking off Jared Goff 5 times, but still losing the game. All this statistically improbable stuff.
They had 3 games last year where the stats afterwards. I think the Green Bay game was the other one. No, it might have been the Jet. Whatever. They had the Lions game and the Titans game for sure. Where the afterwards there's these tweets like previously teams that did were 342-0. They're now 342-1. Like, what are we?
Yeah, we won the box score. That's what matters.
Yes.
Just ignore the points part of the box scoring. We really took it to them.
Oh my God! All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. What's the question of the day? We will ask them about that. Rookie minicamp gets started for the Texans in about an hour. What are we looking for? What are we looking to see with this rookie class? What will we have eyes on today out at NRG Stadium? And we'll hear from Nick Caserio on what he's expecting from the rookies, and that's coming up next.
Hey, if you are looking to build a custom
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Texans rookies take the field about an hour from now over at NRG Stadium for rookie minicamp. Here was Nick Caserio, Texans GM, on with me and with Seth on Wednesday, talking about the rookies arriving for minicamp.
More than anything, these couple days, these upcoming, will be more of an introduction, just kind of give them a foundation, just kind of focus on the players that we have, our drafted players, undrafted players. Don't really have too many like tryout-type players, so just try to focus on our players, kind of get them up to speed. So excited to get them in the building, excited to get started. Some of these players have been on their own working. I think there was a Jackson and Noel were working out together because they're all from Kansas City. They all had helmets on. It looked like they had like Hutch helmets on. They didn't have any pads, so it was like when they were growing up when you put those oversized helmets on. But they're working. They've had contact with the coaches. They've had Zoom, so they're just trying to get up to speed relative to the information from a football standpoint. So excited to get them in the building, excited to get started.
Yeah, I saw the picture that Nick's talking about of those guys. They looked like they had the helmets on that you used to wear playing in the backyard. I was like, it looks like Sean Pendergast and Kevin Pendergast trying to be Steve Grogan and Stanley Morgan in the backyard.
They weren't working. They weren't wearing like their college helmets. Or anything?
No, I didn't look like it. Yeah, it didn't look like it. It was pretty funny. It was.
Like
pretty
they went
funny.
out to Dick's and just bought some stock helmets.
I guess.
If you can buy I don't know where you buy football helmets.
Yeah. I would say Academy Sports and Outdoors, but yeah, possibly. So rookies get started today. And the things I'm looking for, I know Jonathan Alexander, the Chronicle, had a few things on his list that overlap with mine. My list, Seth, my 4 things, is Jalen Reed the total psycho that he depicted himself as on the phone call with the Texans?
Let's do it.
Yes. Is he out there screaming, let's do it?
Let's do it.
Is he the guy? He's the guy I've nominated as most likely to administer an unsanctioned hit on somebody in a practice or a training camp session.
They gotta if he gets playing time with the varsity squad, then who are the most animated guys on defense? You've got Lassiter, very animated.
Jalen.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson is very animated.
I say Jalen. Jalen, of course. There's 7 of them. Jalen Petrie is who I'm referring to. Yeah.
Jalen Petrie, very animated.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's a good energy. And as far as Jalen Reed and however the big thing for a rookie is to be vocal before the snap. The communication is hard for rookies. They're sometimes very timid, as they should be. Know your role. But when it comes to communicating things pre-snap, getting guys to be loud and communicate loud is a big one. I don't think Reed's going to struggle in that regard.
I don't think so. No, I don't either.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's do it. Way better than, here we go. Dak Prescott, everybody. Number 2, will Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel, or maybe Seth, even your potentially adopted undrafted son, Daniel Jackson, do anything that causes some Monday hot takes with anybody? Are we going to come away with any acrobatic hot takes from rookie minicamp?
I don't know.
That's what I'm keeping my eye on. That's all I'm saying.
They're out there doing drills with no competition or what have you.
Will they do anything?
I'll say no.
Will they do anything where I will feel compelled to call into In the Loop after practice is over? Hey, guys.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you gotta see now. A couple of one-handed grabs would be good. Hopefully, if Graham Mertz is coming off an ACL, so I don't know how much he's gonna do. But yeah, maybe if he has a couple of errant balls, but somebody reels him in, that would be the most likely.
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's number 3 for me. I am anxious to see if they're letting Mertz do anything, taking it easy with him. I thought it was really interesting when Jonathan Alexander had an article. I forget what the gist of the article was, but one of the things he said in there was that they may have drafted Mertz with the idea that he just stays on the PUP list all year, stashes him. It's almost a red shirt year. And then, hopefully you go into next year feeling maybe comfortable that he's the backup quarterback if Davis Mills ends up leaving to go get more money somewhere else. Davis Mills is going to, in all likelihood, make more than the $5 million he's making this year somewhere else next year, if I had to guess. So I'm just anxious to see if they let Mertz do anything out there today, given that he's coming off of an ACL. Or does Caserio get his moment in the sun? Remember the first David Culley training camp where Nick was out there throwing routes to guys? And people were getting agitated. Like, why is Nick Caserio out there throwing routes to people at practice? He's the GM.
Right. Yeah, that's where
I'm getting so involved.
Has he done less of that as time has gone by? Yeah, he's been more. I felt like he was more hands-on during practice and everything. And when he was in New England, it would, as he would tell you, it would vary by year, depending on where they saw fit. Where now, I think he probably. Over time, you start to realize in any leadership position, okay, all right, yep, I gotta focus on not doing the manual labor stuff. I gotta be up delegating.
Hey, for the first time, are we going to have to watch all the long snaps at practice now? Because John Weeks isn't here anymore, and there's a long snapper battle going on. Is this something we've got to keep track of?
I mean, theoretically, you could.
Yeah.
Anytime I've started an endeavor like that, I've realized really quickly this is dumb.
Yeah.
Because nobody actually genuinely cares about it, and for me to get any relevant information out of it, I'm going to have to ignore all the actual interesting stuff going on.
Okay.
So, no. If we had, back in the day when we were allowed to have interns, you could have brought an intern out there and said, this is your job today. You're going to chart. You're just going to tell me who has a bunch of bad snaps for these centers.
Yeah.
And then you're going to feed it to me, and I'm going to somehow gamble with this information. And then I'll release it to the masses.
Okay.
That was the true value of interns.
Yes. Charting the long snapping battle at training camp. Jonathan Alexander has an interesting one on here. What numbers will the rookies wear? Higgins will either have to, Jonathan says this, Higgins will either have to negotiate with tight end Brevin Jordan, who currently wears number 9, or ask for a new number. So that I will report on. I'll come back and I'll say, hey, I was out there. Jaden Higgins is wearing number 10 or whatever.
You're right. Yeah, I would just, I just don't want to. I don't have it in me to have this Abdul Carter type drama of rookies trying to find what number they're going to wear.
Yeah.
Listen. Find yourself an apartment.
Yeah.
Just be sure that you know your way around town and then learn the playbook. Please, no protracted negotiations about wearing somebody's number or something.
Yeah, no, I don't need that. And don't overspend on it either. You know, none of these guys got the big first-round money coming to them. Don't be paying $50,000 to Brett for the number.
Right.
Start a new legacy.
My rookie year, I can't remember. My first number was a really bad one. I think it was a 60-something. It was awful. It was an atrocious number for an NFL defensive lineman. And it was, but like my college number became available when Paul Fraze, one of the veterans, got traded away.
Okay.
And then, so I got 91 after that. But the veterans in the D-line room made me pay a penance for taking Paul Fraze's number.
Oh, okay.
I had to send Paul Fraze care packages every couple days.
Was it easy? Okay, did you really?
Up to Green Bay. Yeah, he was in Green Bay, so I had to.
What'd you send him?
Put together care packages.
What did you send him?
One was a Harley type thing. I had to go get some kind of Harley T-shirt or something for him.
Okay.
Because he had a bike. And then another was I had to send him gift certificates for a restaurant, a bunch of different stuff.
Okay. Any food? Any cookies?
Well, the gift certificates for a restaurant.
That was the food?
No actual food.
No actual food. I just think back to summer camp back in the day. You know, you get a care package from mom.
I think they made me write a letter and read it in front of the.
Well, you wanted your number pretty badly, huh?
Too, about how I didn't have any. They're going to make me do something no matter what.
Yeah.
You know, whether it was Jersey related or not. I think I had to write a letter telling Paul how much I appreciated him allowing me to wear his number, even though it wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't. Paul was the nicest guy in the world.
Right. No, you were doing it to get embarrassed.
That was the worst though, because once they realized that I could write a little bit, and then I had to write poems and stuff.
Yeah.
And I had to write,
okay. Yeah. What were you thinking?
I know. I should have just gotten up there and mumbled through it.
Yeah. Although they probably respected the effort you put in on it, so you got to write sonnets.
I was a big hit at the rookie show. Our rookie skit was really good because I took on Coughlin. I did a Tom Coughlin impression, and I nailed it with a few of the things that
Oh, you were a made guy after that amongst the vets, probably.
Yeah. I got a lot of slaps on the back. I also thought I was going to get cut.
I was about to say, you got a bunch of slaps on the back and Coughlin slapping you in the face.
Right.
Yeah.
You do it right there with the coaches watching and everything.
Right. Easier to get 91, I would imagine, when you got here to Houston, right? Since there was
there had been nobody had ever worn that.
Yeah. So you didn't have to battle anybody for that. So we got Mother's Day coming up this weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. So we appreciate them. I know the question of the day from In the Loop has a Mother's Day slant to it as John Lopez and Reggie Atatula take their positions here.
It sure does.
To marvel you and wow you from hours 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. How we feeling, boys? How we doing?
Well, better now. That's a hell of a compliment.
Yeah.
I'm
a big fan of the show.
That's the
big
problem.
fan of the show. Reggie's under pressure. So Mother's Day this weekend.
Yeah.
Question of the day is Mother's Day related.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
What is something or some things that you did as a youth that really disappointed or made your mom mad?
Okay. All right. I have one instance. There were several things, I'm sure, if I go back and think about it. But there was high school. It had to be my senior year in high school because I didn't start drinking until my senior year in high school.
Okay.
But I got really
But boy, did you start.
Well, on this particular occasion, I did. Like, I drank so much that I got sick in my bed.
Oh.
Okay? Woke up, 6 a.m. or whatever on the next day. Nobody's awake yet in the house. And so I'm like, oh, man, I'm going to get in trouble. So I took my comforter and I took the sheets downstairs, put them in the washer, detergent, the whole thing. My mom gets up while I'm down there manning the washer dryer, and she's like, "Wow, you're up early." I'm like, "Yeah, just up early doing laundry." And she's like, "Oh, wow, look at you."
Yeah. What a kid.
And then I was really on the good list at that point. In my mind, I'm going, "Wow, this getting sick in my bed is the greatest thing to ever happen to me." Approval of my mom. The mistake I made was either going and repassing out on the couch or not manning, not staying at my post on the washer dryer. Mom goes to open up the washer when the cycle was over.
Yeah.
A, sees that my comforter and sheets are in there. Very, very
not a good
strange.
sign,
Well, and as a teenager, that can be any number of things.
Yeah.
2, there was still like residue in the wash. It was bad. Yeah. She's like, "Oh," wakes me up.
Yeah.
"Oh, just up early doing laundry, I see."
Yeah.
That might have been a wooden spoon day. I don't remember. Once you get past a certain age.
Your mom was the wooden spoon?
But not when I was a teenager, I don't think. Because I would just grab it out of her hand and hit her on the leg with it at that point.
Call her some
But when I was
names.
weak compared to her,
That might be the better story.
There's pops up. I get all these T-shirt companies that pop up on my Instagram timeline, and one of them's like old 80s shirts, and one of them has a picture of a wooden spoon, and it says "Wooden Spoon Survivor" on it. That's pretty funny. So
My grandpa used a yardstick.
Oh, dude!
Yeah.
Wow.
Which, it sounds inhumane because you can really get some speed working on the third foot of that yardstick. You gotta, but it's kind of. It's more fragile, a yardstick, so it could break if you go too hard.
Yeah.
So it wasn't as bad.
How about
my
you,
mom was. I think probably the time I felt the worst was when, in kids, back in the day, we had this thing called a landline. We didn't have cell phones, so when the phone would ring, anybody in the house might pick up the phone and answer the call. And it was when my mom realized that even though I had a steady girlfriend, I was accepting calls from another young lady quite frequently, and she.
I see you, Big Sam.
Yeah. I feel like I could really see the disgust in my mom's eyes when she realized he's just another one of them.
He's just a man. He's just a guy.
You should have blamed sitcoms though.
They're all
that
alike.
feels like a very sitcom situation.
Yeah.
I never did anything with Karen Wright either. I was just. Was there a tension? Yes, of course there was, but we never actually followed through on anything.
Did you tell your mom you were just helping her out with her relationship? Something like that?
Yeah, that's exactly
She's just
what I was
leaning
doing.
on me for advice, man.
No, I'm a horrible liar, so I couldn't even, I was just about it.
Oh, my God, that's funny.
Well, the whole gist of it is that they definitely deserve a day.
Oh, 100%.
Definitely deserve
100%.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to my mom's house with a nice Mother's Day gift with my side piece. Just get some woman, be like, "Hey, here, this will be a fun joke. I just go and pretend you're my girlfriend. Pretend you're my mistress."
Yeah. Where's Brandy? Home. But here's Amber.
There you go, Cynthia.
Yes.
Brandy calls. Just tell her that we played pinochle, okay?
Uno.
Amber's like in a cocktail dress chewing gum.
Yeah. Forgetting Seth's name.
And how much younger is she? That's also a portion of this, right?
Belichick young.
You guys,
You guys saw that, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I'm guessing that pops up.
Yes,
on
it will.
Hey, by the
It
way,
will.
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Lease.
My God.
Yeah. Thanks, Reggie. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was the breaking news we got in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
Belichick. Do you think that there's part of Belichick that is actually relieved that she's been kicked out of the football facility?
Yes.
I wonder if this wasn't like with all of the fallout, that if this wasn't like a underhanded way of him doing this, where he was like, "Hey guys, I need y'all to be the bad guys."
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's
like,
what
hey
I mean.
Bubba, who is Bubba Cunningham, the
I know.
AD, just like, hey man, can you be the bad guy for me? Like, tell us you can't come around, like, so I can be like, hey, I want you here, baby girl, but you know.
The problem though is too that, and I can see why his family might be concerned. They've created all these LLCs, heavily involved in all these other LLCs.
She's in the book.
Yeah.
It might be harder to get out. It might be harder to get out of this relationship than an actual marriage if she's that intertwined in his business affairs.
And you know that, like, I'm just judging by what we've seen of her so far. Am I judging a book by its cover? Absolutely right now. She's probably gone out of her way to find ways to get herself more ingrained, from a legal standpoint.
Well, I mean, that was broke. The news was broken by Pablo Torre. Pablo Torre Finds Out.
Yep.
I was actually listening to that podcast episode, and no, you're not just judging a book by its cover. You're judging a book by a few of the chapters, right? Like, there's absolutely some evidence to that, and we'll talk about that a little bit. And for me, I think the bigger actual sports story that it's overshadowing as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. It's a good tease. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, finishing the week on a high note right there.
We are. I'm sorry that I had to deliver the news to you that Scorsese doesn't enjoy The Sopranos.
Bubba Cunningham, ticket manager at Notre Dame when I was a student.
Really?
Yeah, he's a Notre Dame grad, Bubba Cunningham. Yeah. Should not be named Bubba. He's not. I'm mad at people.
Bubba?
I'm mad at people that are named Bubba that don't look like they should be Bubba, and thus I am mad at him. Yes. All right, Seth. We are done. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and a reminder to Bill Belichick that, hey, you're going to win some football games, you're going to lose some, but there's one thing in life that remains undefeated, Bill, and you just ran up against it.
Jordan Hudson has one. Yes, indeed. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Happy Mother's Day again to all the mothers out there, sincerely. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. They get it Friday on In the Loop, and they start now.
You're damn skippy. We start now. Once more, an appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to chat with those fine fellas of Payne and Pendergast. Actually, you're headed out to rookie minicamp, aren't you?
I am.
All right,
if
very
anything
good.
dramatic happens out there, do you want me to call
Yes.
in?
Without that was the whole point of me asking.
Yeah.
Call in immediately. We will break into whatever we're talking about.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep. So you can expect, hopefully, to hear from Sean Pendergast once more today.
I'll have some hot David Johnson level tape.
Oh, yeah. That's what the
Body
people
types.
want.
Yeah.
That's what the people need, in fact. All right, let's get going on a Friday. It is indeed a Friday. Thank goodness that it's a Friday. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And you. Joining in the myriad ways that you can do so here on Sports Radio 610. There is the text line, 713-572-4610. Always love for you guys to be a part of the program. It's much more fun to get through the workday that way. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch page, 610 Houston. And not only is it Friday, it's rookie minicamp, baby. Yeah, man.
Who y'all trying to see?
Let's have that discussion, right? Because, look, in a way, if you're a sicko, which, look, you wouldn't be here if you weren't some level of football sicko.
Yeah.
This is kind of where the start of the 2025 season
I think it is.
happens, right? Like, this
it
is the beginning. And so let's get into that football mindset. What are some of the things that we could learn this weekend and that you want to learn? 713-10.
Look, and let's not downplay. I mean, it should be downplayed to a degree. It's the rookies, to a degree.
Not only is it the rookies, it's fairly limited because, and Nick Casario said this with Payne and Pendergast when he jumped on with them. It's always insightful to some degree. I know that there's, as you mentioned, a lot of word salad that happens, but there's things that, and he's giving more and more with the more instances that he has with the general media, but specifically with those fine fellas. But like they're getting in, they're getting familiar, they're ramping up. So it's not going to be everything, but that first taste means something.
Right, and that's what I want to emphasize because there are some things that we can start to learn. Let's put it that way.
Okay, that's a great distinction
about some of these guys. Last year, just 1 year ago, we were hearing things out of rookie minicamp about Kamari Lassiter. How did that work out? I mean,
I think he was good.
Yeah.
I do love that I saw someone on the text line earlier this week, and I feel bad that I did not say it earlier. They're already starting the All-Pro Kamari, or maybe All-Pro Lassiter.
Pro Bowl Lassiter? Pro Bowl Kamari?
Okay, Pro Bowl is probably the easier path to go for.
I'm about to say All-Pro.
That's what I was like. They're already starting that one, and I'm like, okay, I love the.
Let me get some of that Kool-Aid and weed you smoking on.
So then do we try and push the Pro Bowl Lassiter, Pro Bowl Kamari? It's Pro Bowl Lassiter,
Pro Bowl
right?
seems better.
All right, so let's push the Pro Bowl Lassiter agenda. I'm going to put that on the docket for In the Loop LLC.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and write that down on my legal pad here. Pro Bowl Lassiter. All right, so we'll keep that going. But yes, you're right. Like last year, that's where we started, and Kamari Lassiter had a phenomenal season. Opposite a All-Pro in Derek Stingley Jr., and I don't think you could say on the other side that he was lacking. Like, that was not a situation where teams were like, well, that guy over there is a All-Pro this year. Let's throw to the other side. Oh, no.
Yeah. No, look, let's talk about some of the things that we could fit into that realm.
Okay.
I think the first one, we got news on it today. Is Jaden Higgins like the real deal? They think he is. He became the first ever second-round pick to get a fully guaranteed contract. I mean, that says something about at least how they feel about him, and we also know how important Jaden Higgins might be to this receiving corps. So that's something to look at today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know to what extent we get the feel, but like, obviously, there's a lot of guys in that room who could be kind of that third wide receiver when it comes to you get to the 3 wide receiver sets that have become so standard for teams. It feels like pretty much a given that he is that guy. Like, that is the one where you're right. I think that we can get a Kamari Lassiter-like insight into whether that is officially the case, whether it's just like, Higgins is that third guy to start with unless somebody else comes out here and does something fantastical, which I think it's fair. Like, I think that's absolutely a fair place to be, and I'm excited. Like, I continue to think about how exciting that is because he does kind of profile as Lil Nico, right? Like, he has the fluidity, he has the versatility, and of course, maybe most importantly, he has the size that I'm so excited for the possibility of, in the same way I'm talking about, like, and to further that Kamari Lassiter comparison, in the same way I'm talking about that either when it comes to your cornerbacks, I love the either-or proposition of Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins on the other side if he can come along as quick and as seamlessly as it seems like he might be able to.
Yeah, and there's another obvious one, and then I want to get to some less obvious ones that we might get
100%
some light on this weekend. But the other obvious one is Tay Ursary. Because there is nothing, and players will tell you this. If we had Seth still on, he would probably say it. Rookie minicamp, there is nothing like getting that individual coaching on technique, getting ahead on the system, a new system for everyone, by the way, and he's starting now, and showing how much of a bully or a specimen he can be, playing tackle. All eyes are going to be on Tay Ursary, at least from people like Sean Pendergast and all the reporting types that are going to be out there. This is it's going to be all eyes on Tay Ursary. What does he look like? Physically, is he going to be able to show what he can do at the tackle position? Will he be a threat? Yeah,
and the thing I'm concerned about, and of course I use the word concerned a lot, and this is probably the lightest iteration of me using it. It's just we might not get a lot of information off of Tay Ursary in this weekend.
Physique, size, movement, that type of stuff.
Yeah,
I was going to ask y'all, who y'all think going to be the MVP of this mini camp so far? Who are we going to be talking about the most? Or people going to be talking about the most?
I have a dark horse candidate. And he's one of the less obvious ones.
I wonder if it's one of the ones that I'm interested in.
It might be.
Please.
Tafuna, the defensive tackle from Utah.
Okay. That was not where
inside defensive lineman. He's a guy that can collapse pockets and get guys moving. Obviously undrafted free agent, but nevertheless one of those guys that they clearly had an eye on. Very, very good career as a defensive lineman. I think he's going to be one that some people might go, hey, who's that guy?
Yeah, and I think that Junior Tafuna is who we're talking about there, right? I think that this is one of those places where you absolutely could see something like that with him factor in. I do wonder, however, with him, if he is able to supplant what is a pretty robust room.
I'm just talking about a guy that can maybe impress. Yeah.
Fair enough. That is fair. Well, I mean, since we're there talking about UDFAs, like I think that's going to be an interesting subplot of this is like which or who of those UDFAs might kind of stand out within here because, and I will salute again Jonathan M. Alexander of the Houston Chronicle who had also a piece speaking of the rookie mini camp and talking about, 5 things that he's watching when it comes to this. And one of those is which of these undrafted rookies stand out, pointing to British Brooks was in that place last year, and he ultimately did not have a lot of a factor in the regular season, but going into it, he gave you a little bit of a good look. He felt like he was a guy that could have been utilized in some special ways, especially when it came to fullback. Didn't come to fruition, but I think I put that more at the feet of Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
But it feels like you have some guys who might be able to step in there, and obviously Tafuna like Eli Cox.
Oh, he's my other one on my list.
Yeah, Eli Cox is one of those guys. And again, with offensive linemen, I do wonder how much you can actually get of this.
Yeah.
But I'm interested to see how highly they view him because one of the things that we know, even though each of the guys that played center last year for your Texans that started, they had their own issues, but they had some things they did well, some things they didn't. Neither of those guys, I think, are we so solid on that they are absolutes with the center's position. Is there any possibility that someone like Eli Cox could come through, and especially in an offensive line position where that's not one of those places where you absolutely have to have that high draft pick type talent? Like obviously
happens a lot.
It would be preferable, right?
Yeah.
It shows that that there's that competition and what have you, and that's why guys go higher. They've shown improved.
Yeah.
But this is an opportunity where you could have somebody who's undrafted step in, especially in a center role where that's less predicated on like size and athleticism per se. I'm interested to see just how much he's going to factor into this competition on that line, particularly at that center spot.
And he is, there's opportunity there, number one. He's played in the SEC. He was a team captain at Kentucky. And I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago or a week ago. His coach at Kentucky for 2 years is the Texans' assistant offensive line coach. So he's got some ins. He's got some advantages there. Another couple of other sort of low-key things that we should be able to get a little more clarity on after the weekend here, beginning today. So Jackson Woodard is a linebacker.
Correct.
That the Texans signed after Seattle waived him. Seattle?
Right.
So is that a good thing or was it not a fit? I'm very intrigued by that because maybe, they decided, we're good after seeing him at rookie minicamp. So maybe he's just not what the people thought he was. Or maybe he just wasn't a fit there, but could be a fit here. And the Texans wasted no time getting him in.
Yeah, and that's a good question because you would typically kind of ponder on the idea of if a team's like, hey, you're cool, but you just
not going to happen here.
Like we don't have enough guy, or we don't have like room. They'll keep a guy and like see if they can get him to the practice squad. That's not what they did there. And what I'm looking at, to be fair, is they got a lot of linebackers.
Yeah,
the Seattle Seahawks do. So maybe it was just even if he has some level of fit, even if he's a good player, it just does not quite fit with the number of guys. Like even if we got to that place where we're like, hey, we want to keep another good guy around and see if he can make it to the practice squad. There's a whole bunch of them. I also wonder because again, that's a Seattle Seahawks team that plays a 3-4 as opposed to the 4-3.
Yeah.
So maybe that fit does come through. But also on top of that, I do wonder if, and well, I guess not wonder, but I do feel a little bit more comfortable in the idea that he was not necessarily just like a not great player, and that's one reason why Seattle moved on, because it's not like this Texans team did not scout the entirety of the draft class themselves.
So that's why there's intrigue there.
Yeah, I don't think that they immediately went and put in waiver claims on this dude just off the idea of, well, let's see as a flyer. I'm sure that there's some things that they like about him that they want to see up close and personal. So I wonder if he would even really have an opportunity to break in to that linebacker room. But maybe if he shows up and he has the things that Frank Ross looks for in special teams, like could he beat out someone like a Jake Hansen? You know what I mean? Like, is that something where he can end up being that depth guy who also is a special teams all-star?
And you mentioned Frank Ross. That's the other little low-key thing that we need to keep an eye on here, because rookies play special teams. Undrafted free agents that are excellent at special teams have a better chance of making the squad. Drafted guys like Jalen Knoll, that's a guy to watch. the cornerback, Jalen Smith.
Especially, well, Jalen Noel, especially, like, is he going to be returning kicks?
Right.
And how good does he look doing that? Because I think that speaks heavily on one of the other dudes that you got signed up, which is Braxton Berrios. Because I already don't really view Braxton Berrios as a wide receiver for you on this team, with all due respect to Braxton Berrios. Like, if you have Jalen Noel in there who, again, if you're just going off of roster and if you have injuries turned off on Madden, right?
Yeah.
He does not profile as a guy who is going to start. He might be involved in some ways, right, in the rotation of wide receivers, maybe so. But it seems like his best opportunity to impact a game might be in returning.
Yeah.
If he does that, then where's Braxton Berrios fall? Like, he might fall right off in some ways.
Yeah, and we've mentioned this a couple of times. Frank Ross has had a very good offseason, very good free agency, very good. You mentioned Berrios, very good draft. Very good with these undrafted free agents that are also going to be out on the field. How about Jalen Reed, the late-round crazy man? Safety.
Hey, right? He was just excited, although, he played one of them positions where he might be.
You want crazy man on special teams.
I don't know. Like, also, I'm always very uncomfortable using the word crazy,
well,
especially
in a sports term.
No, I know what you mean. No, I'm just like being completely honest.
He's a crazy man.
My hesitation is like I'd be trying to be careful with the word crazy because there's
Let's
all
say
sorts of
swarm.
things. But yeah. Also, crazy man. Like, hey man, I need you to rein that in because we've come off of a couple dudes that maybe you could term as some level of crazy man. I feel like Chris Boyd, maybe you put that in that space, and there were some issues with that.
Yeah.
Obviously, the issue specifically being like penalties and stuff. I'm not trying to make it anything that it's not. But yeah, man. Like,
what was that term he kept saying when they called him? Not let's go. It was
let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. And yeah, let's see if he's ready to do it, right? But also, yeah, I would love somebody more guys in the room with that kind of energy.
And by the way, you got a long snapper not named. You got a long snapper Austin Brinkman not named John Weeks. He'll be out there, I guess, snapping. I don't know to who, but he'll be out there. And one other, by the way, we're going to find out numbers today.
Yes,
we're going to find out numbers, Figgy.
We will get some idea about numbers, and one of those guys' numbers that we're interested to see, 832. Let's see that boy Woody Marks.
Yeah.
That is fair. But yes, also. Yeah.
Okay, so
that guy.
I always forget that Woody Marks is forever indelibly tied to John Harris being way more excited than I ever anticipated.
Okay, so that
hearing John Marks. But apparently he might have the toughest time for the numbers that he wore at USC and Mississippi State respectively are tied up with Kamari Lassiter wearing the 4, CJ Stroud obviously having the 7. 4s where he wore at USC. Mississippi State he wore 7. So where does he go? Does he do the crazy thing of being like, I'm going to wear 47?
Is he going to be a single digit? He's been a single digit.
He could be, right? Like both of those are single digits. That would maybe lead you to believe that he is inclined more towards single digits. So interested to see that. Ursery, I think, hypothesized by Jonathan Alexander again. Ursery could get his college number since Shaq Mason has vacated it. A nice 69, which would be very nice. Jalen Smith, he wore 2 in college. So those stand to reason that you end up with those spaces. Noel probably gets his college number 13. Higgins, he wore 9 in college, so we'll see where he goes. But yeah, seeing what those
Brevin
numbers
Jordan's
look
on
like.
the clock again.
Oh, you think? Ain't no way.
No way.
All right.
No way what?
They come in, the young boy coming in, just jacking him for his number?
No. I thought you said no way that he's like getting cut or something.
Oh. Well, actually, I don't really feel big. Like, who would you be in your tight end room in that instance? Because it's Dalton Schultz, it's Cade Stover. I think those feel evident. Whether it's the number, the dollar amount that Dalton Schultz carries, and then I think just Cade Stover seems like he has the most promise to play big for them.
But Cade Stover have a big camp. He's showing like, hey, I could be number 2.
Sure, 2 is fine, but then you still need that depth. And I mean, you have besides Brevin Jordan, you have Irv Smith,
Lachey.
And I wonder because I'm like, well, what's the famous Lachey cat? Is it Nick Lachey?
It's his dad, who was a lineman. That's part of his.
You don't know about Nick Lachey?
Nick Lachey's hockey, right?
What?
Sure.
Oh, the singer, the entertainer.
Nope, he's a hockey player. Played a
He
couple.
do sound like a hockey player.
Played a couple years for the Atlanta Thrashers. I remember him for sure. Nick Lachey is a hockey player.
There's too many Lachey.
But that's why I feel like I will always pause before I say Luke Lachey because I got to remember Luke Lachey. So for the 832, their prediction for the Texas O-line from left to right, Cam Robinson, Howard, Eli Cox, Blake Fisher at right guard, and Ursery at right tackle. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wow.
That is, you got some funky stuff happening there. All right.
Jim Lachey played for the Redskins.
Correct.
Is his name.
Correct.
Yeah.
But yes, that's wild. But the first step to figuring out if that's the case, if Eli Cox can take that role, is seeing what rookie minicamp holds for us today. If we get a call from the great Sean Pendergast, we know that something is indeed moving around and shaking around out there.
Okay, so that
Sean needs to call in with that sound.
Is that the sounder? Is that the bat phone sounder? Okay, very good. That's the rookie mini. If you hear this sound,
okay, so
know that the rookie
somebody
mini
got a Woody.
Okay, all right, that was good. I gotta admit. All right, coming up next, because I just want to run away from that. You are in the loop on this Friday. Coming up next, this Friday also begins for the Astros. It is a Hunter Brown day, so happy Hunter Brown day to you. But it begins one of the big stretches in this Astro season. 17 in these next 17 days for the Astros to call it successful. Let's talk about that next.
okay, so that
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast.
It's play here.
Figgy, let's hit it big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Happy Friday to you right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let's have a good one. John Lopez,
Ready
Reginald
break.
Atula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Hunter Brown Friday, on a rookie minicamp Friday. We were just talking about some of the undrafted free agents that maybe we're interested in when we were talking about rookie minicamp. And that got me, we just kept talking about Eli Cox because I know it seems like some people are really excited about the possibility of him. And I was like, wasn't there an undrafted center recently that was really good? And I was trying to remember, and I was like, nah, it's not Jason Kelce because he was a 6th rounder.
Yeah.
You got it for me. It was Jeff Saturday.
Jeff Saturday was undrafted as a center.
I forgot about that.
Shout out to Eli Cox.
Man.
No
just
pressure.
Just go be Jeff
pressure.
Saturday, dog.
Yeah.
You know?
You're going to be on ESPN. He gonna coach. He gonna coach the Houston Texans
for a half a season.
I'm gonna start calling him Coach Cox.
And then go back to ESPN.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Stepping on pancakes.
What if Eli Cox is that? Like he's Jeff Saturday, like step by step, All Pro. Super Bowl. Coach Cox.
That's a good thing, man. We're gonna get the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that'll be good for the Texans. Ultimately, it'll just be very, very weird if that happens.
Hey, you're gonna be in the Ring of Honor. If that
Ring of Honor.
He absolutely will. And so we're just gonna go.
Hall of Famer.
Are we manifesting?
Of course.
Is that what we're doing? We're manifesting Eli Cox on his rookie minicamp debut. We're manifesting a Jeff Saturday. All right, we are unserious people, and that's how you know it's a Friday. But again, salute to Hunter Brown, who starts what will be one of the most, I think, most important stretches in the season, I guess relatively early on, at least in the first half of the season, a 17 games in 17-day stretch for the Astros, and it comes at a time where they're playing .500 baseball to this point. And so with that being the case, somebody said, why is he saying Cox like that? I mean, that's just his name. Anyway.
How do you say it?
Cox.
Yeah, I don't know. Are we?
Do I say it funny?
I don't think so.
Cox.
I don't want you to keep saying it. I think you said it enough.
Hey, how do you say it?
Yeah, that's the way you're supposed to say it.
I don't know that there's... Sorry, I got distracted. That was very squirrel. I think I feel a little squirrel brain today. I need to lock in. Because, again, the Astros, 17 games, 17 days, and Hunter Brown starts us off. He'll get a few times in this stretch. But, what are the things that need to happen to consider it a success?
Let me ask you guys, too, because... not to be, over the top here, but this is a pretty decisive stretch.
I think so.
It's a pretty, you got 36 games under the belt, and Aggie math is at work as we speak. That'll be 53 games, right?
I didn't double check. Sorry.
53 games by the time this stretch is over. That's dang near a third of the season. So it's a pretty big stretch of games here without a break. So what has to happen to maybe feel after this 17-game stretch? All right, they're in business, or one of those two things. I mean, number one for me is Jordan has to get back. They keep saying May 13th, May 13th. It's a good sign, as we talked about yesterday during buy or sell, that the MRI came back. Whatever, not something crazy bad, but it better be. That's into game 3, I guess, of this stretch, game 3 or game 4, when Jordan can come off the IL?
No, that'd be game 5.
Game 5? Okay.
Yeah, that'd be game 5.
He's got to get back. And
Okay.
And not just back, but he's got to get back as his old self. Because as I speculated, I thought the hand was probably had something to do with his slow start too.
Yeah, I mean, I would very much like him to get back, especially because, again, this team has been really rough with slugging. And Jordan is supposed to be a huge slugger in this lineup. And so, yeah, man, getting Jordan back, getting him back healthy, because it feels like also the 17-game stretch, it ramps up nicely for you. You start with the nice little homestand, 6 games. Obviously, you're welcoming in tonight on a Jose Altuve throwback white and pink jersey night with Hunter Brown on the mound. And then you'll welcome in the Kansas City Royals, who is a team that they are not all that offensively inclined right now. Neither of those teams really are. I think of the teams that you will be playing in this stretch. The team that probably has the most offense, well, not probably, the team that clearly has the most offense is the one that you end with the Seattle Mariners from the 22nd to the 25th. So, like, I think that it ramps up nicely, but you want to get yourself going, especially offensively, because once you get to the end of it, right? Once you get through the first 6, then you go on the road for 6, where I imagine that you can't lean on you can't lean on the Crawford boxes in some ways. Hopefully, you're hitting a little bit better that time, and then you get the test of the Mariners on the back end of it. I think that it lays out kind of nicely, but yeah, you're right. I would definitely like to get, especially Jordan back and going well, but also just hopefully a decent amount of these guys going to some degree as they go.
And then the other big one, the obvious one, is Jose Altuve. We know he's lost a step. Shout out to Patrick Creighton. But
don't antagonize him now.
So we know he lost a step.
We know. Oh no, we know. We know he's lost a step.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. Look at the data.
Okay.
But we know he can also, turn things around at the plate. In other ways, very quickly. He needs to do that. He needs to do that over this stretch.
I would very much appreciate if that happened. All right, so there's that. What else do you feel like needs to happen during the course of this? Because you talk about Jordan, the guy who I really want to see get comfortable is Christian Walker.
That's it.
Looking at, I did the thing where I just got on Baseball Reference and was clicking all sorts of different places to just look at things. And I was uncomfortable at how many times Christian Walker showed up in some of the less flattering stats when you talk about, outs made and, kind of strikeouts and things of that nature. I'm like, man, he has had a really rough go of it, and he felt like he was supposed to be one of the givens offensively and a protector. And I mean, he's also had to step up or push forward and when it comes to in the lineup with Jordan being hurt. I would very much like him to, find his level, because this is a lot of games in a stretch where you need that experience that he was supposed to bring to kind of show through.
I mean, you need to go on a run. So to me, it's not just Jordan, it's not just Altuve, it's not even just Christian Walker, it's also Isaac Paredes. You got to get these two guys going. He's been okay, but the Astros right now rank in the AL, they rank 9th in runs scored and 20th in OPS. You've got to get your offense going to make that run. That's what I want to see over this 17-game stretch. And then there's you're not necessarily in watch the standings mode, but it'd be nice if the Mariners cooled off a little bit, or you could take 3 out of 4 at the end of this, toward the end of this stretch here. The Mariners have a 4-game lead on you right now, and I think they're 8 games over 500.
Yeah, they're playing very well, and of course, it would be very helpful for you to win that series at the end of this 17-game. Pitching wise, how do you feel? Because I mean, this team has been fantastic, pitching, but now you're entering that space where they're gonna stretch you a little bit, and you're going to that 6-man rotation. So, in a good way, getting more guys in, and it was great that Lance McCullers came back when he did. But he's going to need to be good Lance McCullers, right? Yeah. And he's finding his footing. And I think he looked all right in his debut, but what are you getting out of him? And maybe more importantly, Ryan Gusto is going to be involved in the 6-man rotation.
Yeah.
And he had been very solid. Like, continuing that trend is going to be necessary.
You know what you're getting out of Hunter Brown. They're going to win tonight. He's going to pitch great. I can tell you that right now. All right. Now that's not such a short thing with Fromber. So you got to get good Fromber. But the most important 2 players on this pitching staff to me are Ryan Gusto and Lance McCullers Jr. Gusto, I gave him a little bit of grace in his last outing in relief because it was raining and it was
cold.
It was cold.
More than rain, it was cold.
Yeah, it was all that. And then McCullers has to respond, and as they're playing this 6-man rotation. So those 2 guys are very very important. And oh, by the way, Yainer Diaz. Would you like to throw out a couple of runners here and there?
Are you holding out hope on that one? Especially because one of the issues with it, I know his pop time has not been particularly good, but one of the things I mean we know is also the pitchers aren't getting him the ball all that quickly, and I don't know. Is that a trade-off that's worth it for what was?
If he's swinging the bat.
For Yainer, yes, yeah. But I'm talking about like the pitching now. Is the trade-off of them not getting that ball to the plate very quickly okay when you have, the 2nd or 3rd best ERA in baseball, or at least in the AL?
That's a good question. I would tend to think opposing base runners to this point, they've stolen 40 out of 45 stolen base attempts. They've been successful. 40 out of 45.
You know what they got to do, right?
They're going to be running like crazy. No, don't say it.
Martin Maldonado.
What are you doing right now? Why are you doing this?
Are you available?
40 out of 45, man. That's a lot. They're going to be running like crazy on him. Everybody. Not just stolen bases, but, they're just going to make sure that they put pressure on him.
That wouldn't have happened on Martin's watch.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You're so bad.
Well, at least, it does feel like Yainer is finding a little bit more of his level offensively.
Yes.
Well, all right, so of the 17 games, if you had to give me a record that you would be happy with coming out on the back side of it, considering that your opponents are 4 teams that all offensively rank lower than you in many metrics, including maybe easiest like OPS plus.
Mm-hmm.
Like all these teams are lower than you, below average outside of the Mariners. Well, yes. So in that 17 games, what would you be happy with the Astros going? And then on the backside of this,
I need to see 11-6, right?
11-6, you say?
Yeah, I need to see 11-6. It's very workable early. You have actually 4 in Arlington against the Rangers. So you got 4 games there. That's very doable. And then you end with Seattle 4 against the Mariners. So you go into that final series, and if you can have a chance to win out of 11 out of 7, because they need to make a run. They need to put some pressure on. As I said, you're darn near a third of the way through the season when you come out of this stretch.
Yeah, and I hear you, but the only thing I hear you on making the run, especially with the types of teams. But then maybe there's another thing that I'd like to see. Some of the depth guys make sure that they step in well, right? DeZenzo is going to obviously factor in here. McCormick, Chaz is going to factor in here because I imagine managing your position players is also going to be a part of this. So all these guys are going to have to stick together. I think I'd be good with a 10-7.
10-7?
Like if you ultimately are positive, gain a little ground with the understanding that this is tough, but there's some teams that are beatable. That'd be great. And it starts tonight at Dyken Park. Hunter Brown on the mound for your Astros, starting off the 17 games in 17 days. Well, I'm sure we'll check in with how the first series went come Monday when you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. This weekend, Mother's Day. Mother's Day is this Sunday. And so for that, our question of the day is as follows. What are some things or something that you did as a kid that disappointed or upset your mom the most? We'll do that next. 713-572-4610. Next in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But I did want to tell you about my friends at Suit Mart because
1-800-Granger by Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day, because this weekend is Mother's Day. Well, I mean, Sunday of this weekend is Mother's Day.
It's a weekend thing now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so if you have not gotten something done, you got a day and a half to get yourself squared away to do something for mom. Go ahead and make that happen, especially because you know you was wilding. You know you annoyed the hell out of her, and that's where our question of the day starts. What are some of the things that you did as a kid that disappointed or upset your mother?
The most.
713-572-4610. Lopez, don't go ahead. I need you to know something.
Yeah?
Don't go monopolize this segment, because I know you was annoying your mama.
Yeah, I know Lopez.
I know you was annoying
He could take this whole segment.
No, man. I was a good kid. I was always
So then what happened?
I know, yeah. Then what happened? No, that's fair. But I was always like straight, good student, good kid. I was the baby. I was her favorite, all that stuff. But two things immediately came to mind that I felt so bad, man. Like you kind of this happens, and then you're like, that probably wasn't good. The first one, so you're in high school, right? You're always eating snacks, watching TV. You eat like crazy, whatever.
Sure.
So I used to get a sandwich, get a snack, candy, whatever, and I'd put the couch.
Oh, man, I hate that.
Where I sat. And, my mom would always tell me, just take them, throw them to the trash. It's just right there, blah, blah, blah. And then one day she said, I can't believe I did this. She says, I would rather you just throw them in the middle of the room than stuff them between the cushions. So I grabbed them out of the cushions and I tossed them to the middle of the room.
You were a jerk.
Oh, man.
I just did like a jump shot with all the trash.
You catch a chancla for that one?
I caught a chancla.
Okay, very good.
I caught my dad's ire. I caught a lot of grief. I just said, all right. And I went, just threw him in the middle.
About how old? Like, I need to get in the mental frame.
It's high school, right?
Yeah, 15, 16.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, that's about right.
I just did a little jump shot.
You need your feet whooped for that one, man.
Jump shot with all my trash.
That is unbelievable. So, yeah. I hope that the gifts after that
How about you?
Were good. There was a couple that came to mind, which is weird because disappointment was an interesting word. I immediately thought of like where I chose to go to school out of high school. So I made a decision that I was going to go to Kansas State University out of high school. Like I was set. And my mom's was like, "You sure? You sure?" And I was like, "Nah, I'm going to do this. Like I'm going there." It's like, "Out of state, you sure? Costs money."
It costs money.
I'm like, "Nah, man, I got this scholarship. Yeah, and it's going to work. This is top 5 architecture school in the nation. I'm doing it."
Yeah.
When I tell you the decision was made that I was going to come back home after a year, and this is the thing, she didn't give me a lot of grief then, but I could tell.
Yeah.
And ever since, I'm talking about to this day.
I told you.
It's not that explicit. This is why it hurts more. It's the little references in there, like. And, I when I was telling you not to go to Kansas State, it's like, oh, God.
Here we go again.
All right. Yes, I get it. I did not go to the place that you wanted me to go. I spent a lot of money I probably shouldn't have. Yes, you're right. I get it.
Where did she want it? I'm just curious.
Somewhere that was not
Kansas State. Manhattan,
Kansas. Probably like Texas Tech or something.
What she had against Kansas State?
Money.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Money.
So
she was right. Like that's the thing that sucks because I know that she
after
was
a
right.
year.
I know that she was right. And when you talked about stuff in the cushions, that did make me think. I used to be the kid that stuffed everything underneath the bed.
Yeah,
and she ate me up.
Drove them nuts.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So I was sitting here trying to think. I couldn't really think of one, so I decided to text my mother.
Oh, this is always good.
Yeah. So this is what she said. Shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's listening now or watching it on the YouTube. But I asked her, I sent her the question of the day, and this was her response. She said, when you had that rent-a-car and you was at church and y'all, which is y'all was my first girlfriend.
Yeah.
Who I got with at
Did
church.
She like her?
Huh?
Did she like her?
Yeah, she loved
Okay, good, because that y'all could mean something else if you and that woman.
Yeah, she liked her a lot. I think she still talked to her, which is kind of
that's weird.
It's a little bit. I'm gonna have to talk to my mom about that. But she said, when y'all had that was at church and y'all was going to McDonald's, didn't come back for a while.
Mm-hmm.
That's it?
Yeah,
just that one time.
Yeah, she kind of figured out that we left church and we was kind of messing around. I totally forgot about that. So I didn't realize she was that disappointed in me.
How about the 832? Said in 6th grade, he took his mom's divorced mom's wedding ring, and gave it to his girlfriend.
Hey, man, she not going to use it. You know what I mean?
In
like
6th grade, got a diamond wedding ring.
Let me get that. You know, you're not using this, so let me give it to somebody who will. Yeah, that's crazy because there's a lot of money there that you probably would have recouped in that way.
Man, they are rolling in.
414 flushed crayons and markers and an orange down the toilet at school and then lied about it for 2 months until the principal called their mom and talked to her on the phone for 2 hours. Then you owned up to it? Yeah. Yeah, you waited too long, friend. You spent way too, I don't know if it would have been better if you had owned up to it earlier, but it definitely got worse. Yeah. I know that for certain.
I know this has happened to a lot of people. 346. My mom went to slap me and I caught her hand.
Oh, yeah. And now you fighting back. Even though you're not fighting back, but now you are fighting back.
Nah, I told y'all my story. I thought she was about to hit me, and I just kind of tried to cover my face. Yeah. And she thought I was about to backhand her. She's like, hit me.
He grabbed her hand, and then he said, that's when she started grabbing random things around the house to hit me with.
That's the big mistake. As kid, like grab hand.
It's tough.
It's like, oh, nah.
And this is one might take the cake. Because, again, this is another one of those. They said from the 361, when I was 16, my mom got me an interview where she worked, and I failed the drug test. So not only
at 16,
not only were you out here doing the drugs,
you embarrass me now.
That's the
at
thing.
my job
At work.
For the rest of her career there. It's like, her son does drugs.
Yeah.
He failed the drug test.
Like, I can't even get my son in because he failed the drug test.
You just over there making your mom look bad, like she don't know how to, like she ain't give you no home training. That's the one that really gets
man.
it.
I had one where I borrowed my big brother's jacket to go out, whatever, and my mom washed it the next day, and she came in red in the face, just, is this yours? Is this yours? Is this yours? And I was like, what? And she was holding it up, and it was a condom.
Oh, man.
Wrapped, I hope.
Yes, wrapped. And I said, "No, I borrowed Manuel's jacket. That's got to be his."
Nah, you dirty dog. Ain't no way.
Oh boy, I got off the hook with my mom, but my brother had something to say about that.
Man, yeah. I bet you caught some fists.
He used to hit me in the thigh so nobody could see it.
That's how you do it. Yeah. That's a smart man.
My thigh would be all bruised.
It's maniacal.
So he got in trouble.
He got in trouble, and then he pounded my thigh about 100 times, and it was just black and blue.
And you earned it. And from the 346, yes. It said thing that they upset their mom actually this one. Married my wife. It's been 8 years, still the same. Yeah. You are in the doghouse. A lot of those are coming in. Keep those coming in, but really more importantly, remember what you did to your mom and make sure that you thank her accordingly on this Mother's Day on Sunday.
Even if she's still mad at you.
That's right. If you have the opportunity to, and of course, one of the things I always want to remember on days like this, condolences if you don't, because I know that not everybody, like these types of occasions, we typically think of them as like happy ones.
And single parents.
Right. So, if you do not have that happiness, my condolences and my thoughts are with you because I know that it's not always a happy time for everyone. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to Around the NFL, where we're kind of around NRG in some ways. We got numbers, baby. We got numbers from training camp. We'll talk about, or from rookie minicamp, rather. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right. Let's talk about DNMR.
Lunchtime. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The question of the day was about Mother's Day and the ways in which you disappointed or annoyed your mother. And I'm surprised that it took till the break for people to start hitting us with, because we got like school trouble. I'm surprised it took us to that long to get law trouble. Somebody said they called their mom from jail, ... on her birthday. You might be a winner, friend.
Man, yeah.
You might be a winner. And then somebody else said they snuck out the house in their mom's car. I think it was 99 DeVille, they said. Came back with the police escort.
Oh,
so yeah. Y'all are winners on this day. Y'all two specifically, make sure that y'all do
I'm
something.
telling you, moms have earned it.
Yeah, make sure. Yeah. Go around the NFL now, where we'll start with a little bit of Texans news first and foremost. The news that we got was this yesterday or early this morning. Jaden Higgins, a shout out to the first pick for the Texans in this 2025 draft, the second rounder, doing something that second rounders before him were not able to do, which was securing his rookie contract fully guaranteed, all 4 years, $11.7 million of it. And that is the first time in NFL history that a second-round pick has had their contract fully guaranteed. That is per Figgy's favorite, Ian Rappaport.
There we go.
He put that up there. And, there's people that are – I know that Cam on the YouTube page was like, I really like this, feel like you're getting good value for him. And, I think that's already the place that you were in. I know that there was some evaluations that we found out after the draft that people had him as a first-round type grade. And I think that's absolutely why you felt comfortable drafting him. I think we, through deductive reasoning, got to the idea that Jaden Higgins was one of those that player that remained on the board that Nick Caserio talked about. But this is another instance of Nick Caserio pushing the boundaries of NFL norms, right? We've seen him, obviously operate trades within division and do various things that, sign guys early to extensions, things of that nature, consistently, that is. How far can or should Nick Caserio push the bounds of flouting NFL norms?
Well, I think that the thing is he's got C.J. Stroud, he's got players coming up, Will Anderson, that whatever it takes in terms of making sure that you can still, with some of these rookie contracts, it's fully guaranteed. He's got some other guys that he can maybe do it. I thought Jalen Petrie was really kind of a value. And so. I don't really care what other people think, because they're going to love him for this. Who cares? This is good for the Texans from a Texans perspective.
Yeah, to me, it seems like it's creating a real good culture too. That we rock with our players. Like we trying to set that. We trying to set that mode where it's like, oh yeah, I want to play for them because they look out for their players.
Right, and I think that I agree with you wholeheartedly on that part. I think that is a part of recruiting that is not necessarily thought about. It's, I guess, in a way, a passive recruiting, if I can call it that, where, hey, the way that we operate and within the building is something that is admirable, that agents think about, and that filters down to players when they're making these decisions at some level of tiebreaker above compensation, which, again, you tend to be good about. But there's other ways in which he kind of flouts norms. In some ways, he doesn't really care about, to some degrees, the evaluations or valuations, rather, of some of these things. Like, obviously, the trade up for Woody Marks. There's been a lot of people that have looked at that like, hey, that might have been an overpay for that pick. But they were talking about it, or he was talking about it with Payne and Pendergast, the idea that, hey, man, if this is where you want to go, you do what you do. And, of course, they valued it at a different discount than I think the future pick, was that third round pick that they gave up, right? Like, they value that in such a way that feels like it's different than, some of these other teams valued it, which, to be fair, that's not unique to the Caserio. There's other teams that value it this way, but it feels like he's comfortable overpaying. Stephon viewed very much as an overpay to acquire. Like, those are the instances where you can see him pushing the bounds of those NFL norms. And I'm thinking about it like, I think overarchingly, I think you guys are right that it is a good thing, but I do wonder at what point does it maybe become a detriment, or does it at all?
How so?
In your mind?
Yeah, how so?
Well, you push things to a place where you continue kind of going out of the norms, and I think the norms exist not just because it is the standard operating practice, but because it might make more sense operationally, and do you push yourself in a way where you start making decisions that aren't necessarily
Well, I think
beneficial?
I think the two things that are potentially, risky here. I'm not going to say bad, but risky is from a football perspective. This is also Nick Caserio saying this guy we like.
Yes,
this guy's going to be here. We're going to guarantee him he's going to be that good. The risky part is what if he isn't? Well, then you have to realize $11 million and change is not that much.
True.
So it's not that big of a risk. I mean, isn't it 11.4?
11.7.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
11.7. That ain't that much.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
And then if they perform like how they think,
then it's a value.
That's kind of like with Nico Collins.
Yeah.
When he got paid, and I wasn't sure if he's going to be healthy or live up to it, but it looked like he need to go back to the table again because they got a really good value on that.
Yes, they did.
All right, and he will be able to because they don't sign these, critically long contracts. And I imagine the players probably feel good about that as well. So, no, I think particularly in this instance, this feels like a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
It feels like he's going to be a part and fully consistently. I mean, it would seem like. So, yeah, and you're right. If you do end up in a place where you're like, this isn't quite working out in a couple of years, because it feels like you would not give up on that experiment for a couple of years, even if, all right, a couple of years eating a little bit of dead money on the back end wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Some other things that are going on around the NFL and, again, kind of around Houston. We got numbers, baby.
We got numbers.
So, the rookie numbers are out. We got some for the undrafted free agents as well. Which ones were the ones that caught you? Because I know, speaking of those guys at the top of the 2025 draft, the wide receivers out of Tennessee, they will be paired again with Jaden Higgins wearing 81 and Jalen Knoll wearing 82. Now, it's worth remembering that, these numbers aren't final. Like, numbers still can change between camp and the season. But you got a pairing of a couple of numbers that are right there in those early 80s, which I've got to admit, I kind of love. I miss seeing wide receivers wear the 80s.
Yeah, no, I think those two are good. 81, 82, same draft class. Obviously same position or, very similar position at wide receiver. I like those two. How about Graham Mertz, number 18, Peyton Manning, baby. Peyton Manning, Graham Mertz.
We got Jeff Saturday on the team. We got Peyton Manning on the team.
Yeah, we got Jeff Saturday. That would be Eli
We got to stop
Cox.
saying that. That was fun for us. We can't keep that going. We cannot make Eli Cox into Jeff Saturday before we see anything.
Yeah.
It's not fair to him. It's not fair to him at all.
But it's fun. The only thing about Eli Cox, he's wearing 65. He should have worn 63, which was Jeff Saturday's number. We weren't listening earlier. We were wondering best centers or offensive linemen, but specifically center that have been gone undrafted, because Eli Cox is going to have some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here.
I would imagine so.
And the best ever was Jeff Saturday. So there you go.
Some other notable ones: Ariante Ursary will wear 79 and not 69, as I had previously maybe hypothesized, which is what he wore in college. Luke Lachey, the tight end, 7th round tight end, not wearing a 80 number. He's actually wearing 42, which is, I enjoy that, like those 40s for tight ends. For some reason, it's kind of different. But isn't that basically like a fullback?
That's what you brought up, Biggie. I like that thought. He's a blocker.
Yeah.
And he's wearing 42. That's a fullback number. So something to watch there. Woody Marks, number 27, channeling Eddie George. So we can only hope.
Okay, we got next Eddie George on the team.
Oh, that's what we're just going to make everybody into somebody, some other NFL player that was great.
Okay. We've got Peyton Manning. We've got Jeff Saturday. We got Eddie George. I like the way this thing is starting, man.
Who was 81 again? Is that who was that?
Isn't that T.O.?
No, I'm talking about on the squad.
Jaden Higgins.
Yeah. We got the next Randy Moss.
Yeah, that's even better. That's even better.
I don't think he profiles like Randy Moss, though. But, look, I love me some Randy Moss. That is my favorite wide receiver.
Was he 81 or 84?
I thought he was 84. I think
84, okay.
Wasn't T.O. 81?
Yeah, T.O. was 81.
Yeah. He's more of a T.O. guy. So there you go.
Yeah. Hey, I'll take T.O.
Unserious one. But while we speak of numbers, actually, we do have resolution to the Abdul Carter saga that had him ask Lawrence Taylor to possibly wear his number. And don't forget, he also asked Phil Simms to maybe wear that 11, which is the number that he wore at Penn State. Phil Simms was not really going for that, although supposedly Phil Simms was thinking about it. His family was like,
he said he was cool with it. Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
He will wear 51, which feels like maybe an amalgamation of both of them.
Yeah, it's
I think Peter Schrager was one of those, or was it Kyle Brandt that was like, hey, take the 5, take the 1, put them together. There you go.
51.
But yeah, he will wear 51. So there you go. That is the answer.
Yep.
So he's going to be Will Anderson is what you're saying here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. But I did see this from, I think this is Connor Orr of Sports Illustrated, and I want to see if you agree with his sentiment when it comes to this number, because this was a huge talking point, obviously, what that number would be.
Sure.
And whose number would you possibly retire, or unretire rather, to do this. And I think Connor Orr had a solution that I find to be kind of interesting, where it's like, as opposed to like taking numbers entirely out of rotation, as we do, like this permanent thing that we have, he has the idea of having a patch on that number. So the number's still out there, but a patch that harkens to that particular player, so that in a way you kind of have it permanently out there. You have that visibility, because you kind of think about it. Putting that number in the rafters to where it's not as front and center kind of takes away in some ways from the opportunity of thinking of that player. Can you imagine if you do have that number on the field and you also see the patch, you're like, oh, that's right.
Yeah. I don't mind the patch idea, first of all. I think that's, make it really kind of very, very reverent of that player. I think that's a cool idea. The problem for me is I don't necessarily think it takes – everybody's always going to know who 56 was, who in New York, always going to know who 99 was. It's going to be in the stadium, et cetera. But living up to that is still going to be part of the equation. Like even if you do the patch and it's, obviously a tribute to Lawrence Taylor or here J.J. Watt or whatever, it's still like you still got to live up to 56, man. You got to have some sort of some sort of game that can live up to that.
I like that people on the text line are now playing the game of what are these numbers? Who are these people? What are their numbers? And yes, you're right, 936. I was trying to check this. Randy wore 84 early when he was in Minnesota. He wore 81 with New England.
That's right. Yeah.
What was that? 07? What a season.
Yeah. That was a hell of a season.
What a season.
We got him on the squad, baby.
Tom Brady was like, I didn't realize it could be like this.
Yeah.
Like Deion Branch was cool, but this is something else.
I don't think nobody thought that, man, because he just came from Oakland. So I thought he was a little bit washed up.
Hey, man. Y'all thought that. I used to love playing with Oakland back in the day. Was it Rich Gannon throwing it up? Was it Tim Brown on the other side?
Tim Brown.
I loved it. That was my team. Like I don't remember. I don't remember what game I was playing with them. Was that ESPN NFL 2K5? Is that what it was?
Probably so.
Brother, I loved. But that was my team. I played with the Oakland Raiders too. I was like, chuck it up there, dog. So yes, appreciate you guys having fun. Someone said Mike Renfro 82, Ernest Givens 81. Okay,
all right.
Y'all keep those coming on the text line.
We got a squad building here, man.
Again, all of this is so unfair to the boys out there. We'll see what else is happening out there as reporters are watching.
Hey, Jalen Reed is 34. Earl Campbell in the secondary.
Why would what?
Earl Campbell in the secondary.
I feel like
let's do this.
If this game is gonna work, you have to keep it. You have to keep the positions. We can't just be like, this is a person who wore that number who played an entirely different side of the football. I don't think it's fun that way.
It's kind of fun.
I don't think it is. It will be fun to see how Brian Schottenheimer is crazy, and the Cowboys handle the George Pickens acquisition, how he works there. It seems like he's, in talking to the media, he's ready to just get out there and perform. But interestingly enough, Jeff Howe of The Athletic was talking about the idea that the Steelers were reportedly attempting to dangle Pickens in trade talks during the draft, but weren't getting many bites.
I see what you're saying there.
I hope you enjoy that.
Yeah.
But yes, teams, quote unquote, laughed at the idea of bringing in George Pickens, even at the price of a day 2 selection. And it was indeed the Cowboys who jumped at the opportunity, obviously with a future pick after the draft. But does that at all change your perspective of this, that other teams had very much the opportunity and were trying to, people were trying to get, the Steelers rather, were trying to get that bite? And mind you, also, the person who initiated the idea of him going out there for a trade was reportedly Mike Tomlin. Like, he made the decision to trade Pickens. What you're about with the Cowboys on what is essentially a 1-year deal with George Pickens at wide receiver.
It kind of just reinforces my idea. I know you think there's a possibility it could be highly successful in Dallas. I do not, and only because look at the record of receivers that have moved on from Pittsburgh. That if you can't play for Mike Tomlin, who can you play for? And what you just mentioned, Mike Tomlin himself said, we got to move this cat. We got to get him out of here. It's undeniable how much talent he has and what he can do, especially with Dak Prescott. But I still think it's going to be a mess.
I feel like contract year though is going to do it. Like
true.
Contract year helps people lock in, right? There's a few things that serve as motivation for a player, right? It's contract year to get that money. It's having them babies out here, right? To get that money, and then also one of my favorite underreported ones is when you have a dispute with that other dude because of a lady in between. That's always a fun motivational. So yes, obviously the one that's more obvious here, Pickens, a 1-year deal, opportunity to get out here, really prove. Obviously he's been a good player, but prove that he can do things in a way that would be appealing to teams, and then go and become a free agent and really make some money, I imagine. So we'll see how that ultimately goes. From the text line, the 832. That's a whole new spin on fantasy sports, guys per team opportunity, and then from the 832, can't lie. I kind of like what Dallas does with 88s and the wide receivers when it comes to like keeping that number alive, but also making sure that you give it like you kind of hold it back, but you give it to somebody who has that kind of prospect. Which six that you're gonna give it to? Abdul Carter feels like he's kind of in that mold,
certainly, right? He certainly fits the mold, right? Yeah.
All right, there you go. That's around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. If you want to see all of the numbers, because there's literally all of them, right? We talked about Graham Mertz at 18, Woody Marks 27, Jalen Smith, the cornerback, at 30, and then also the safety 34, Jalen Reed. There's a lot of Jalen's on here, but yeah, a lot of those numbers out there, and you can check out the what was it? The Houston Texans social media, because they have posted the entirety of these numbers out there if you want to see all of them. All right, coming up next, we got some more reporting on what's happening at UNC with Bill Belichick. So the newest reporting on the princess of UNC and what I think is the real sports point that it overshadows. 713-572-4610. We will talk about this next.
All right, we got some hoops tonight.
All conversation in town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we were just talking about the rookies, the Texans rookies that are out there with their numbers, getting their new numbers, getting their rookie minicamp on. And 832 asked, did something happen around 2002, 2003 where the name Jalen all of a sudden became so damn popular? I think the way that a lot of people typically go with is Jalen Rose, obviously Fab Five, but that was 91.
That was probably the first one.
I think that I've seen people, I think Pablo Torre Finds Out actually might have done an episode where they kind of dug into the origins of Jalen, and it does seem like it does kind of track that there wasn't really there until Jalen Rose, had that prominence. And so that was 91, and I imagine over the decade from then to about the early aughts, probably it grew and it grew, and then we're talking about now kids that are born in that 2003 range where it became a fairly popular name. Now they're making their way to the NFL.
It says, the internet says 1990s is when it really started becoming.
I grew up with somebody named Jalen. He was a year older than me, though. I was born in 88.
Yeah.
So that was the only Jalen I knew, him and Jalen Rose. Yeah.
All right.
I didn't know a lot of Jalen.
Okay. Let's get to this. Speaking of Pablo Torre Finds Out, that is the source of the newest reporting that we've gotten on the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson, UNC saga that's been going on with all of the things that are happening. Really, he kind of hit a head, or came to a head rather, when the CBS Sunday morning interview that was done ostensibly to promote this book that he was, that he has been that he wrote and that he is promoting. He's getting ready to sell and everything. And it was supposed to be like this real, just kind of,
it's a book tour,
cushy interview just to promote the book. And what came out of that was just more and more evidence that this whole thing is odd and it's weird. We've had reporting in the past about Jordan being involved in all the UNC stuff. And the latest reporting that came out earlier today made everybody really turn their heads. This is Pablo Torre Finds Out talking about the reporting, at least as it relates to UNC.
Two sources at the University of North Carolina tell me that there has been a decision, was made last week by the higher-ups inside the athletic department that had hired Bill Belichick to be the highest-paid public employee, not just coach, in the state of North Carolina at $10 million a year. And that decision was that Jordan Hudson is no longer not allowed on the football field. Quote, don't think you'll be hearing much from Jordan moving forward.
So that's, Jordan, and that is significant because in a very quick, time period where Bill Belichick takes the opportunity, accepts the job at UNC to be the head football coach, it very much became evident that Jordan was basically his right-hand woman, I guess, so to say, involved on all sorts of emails and all sorts of
on the field too,
showing like players were very cognizant of her presence. And now, all of a sudden, this is going all the way away. It seems, in part, because of like the large blowup that's happened with this interview and with the media around this relationship. I guess question mark.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, you were
no. Go ahead.
And then on top of that, this is the second portion of the reporting, and this goes not just to UNC but to Bill Belichick and his family themselves.
The second update is that Bill Belichick's family is extraordinarily concerned about what has transpired. One Belichick family source told me, quote, there is deep worry for how detrimental Jordan can be for not just North Carolina, but Bill's legacy, reputation, everything he has built and worked for over decades, end quote. In fact, the family has been digging into Jordan Hudson as well.
Ooh, that last part was interesting, digging into, and I guess in terms of what's her story? Where's she come from? What does she do? What did she do?
This kind of remind me of Frank Lucas with the mink coat at the fight. Yeah, because if she has into anything, we wouldn't be talking about all this.
No,
that's the problem. Bill entrusted her with like the whole shebang of what this is everything that we've seen since their relationship, since we've kind of known the relationship, just feels so anti what we've learned of Bill Belichick. In fact, supposedly, according to that reporting, like the idea of this book itself was a Jordan Hudson idea.
Yeah.
Right. And then I think in some ways him going and doing media after leaving the Patriots job.
Yeah.
that might have been somewhat in her kind of pushing his PR image to some perspective. Like, it's kind of incredible how much run that's had.
One thing that Bill Belichick despises, like not even like more so than any other coach, is distractions. Like on to Cincinnati, on to Cincinnati. That's his mantra, that kind of thing. She's a distraction. At minimum, she's a distraction. And so, you get this reporting from Pablo Torre, by the way, very reputable and respected reporter, broadcaster, et cetera. So it's very believable. Now, here's the thing. And tell me what you make of this. North Carolina released a statement just less than half an hour ago or thereabouts, kind of disputing that. Now, let me read it and tell me how it hits you.
Okay.
While Jordan Hudson is not an employee at the University or Carolina Athletics, she is welcome to the Carolina football facilities. Okay, so they're saying she's welcome. Then it goes on. Jordan will continue to manage all activities related to Coach Belichick's personal brand outside of his football in the university.
Yeah, that sounds like, hey, we can't tell you what to do when it comes to Bill. That's your own personal stuff.
Yes.
When it comes to right here, you can come in here, but you don't run nothing around here. That is the way that I hear that.
You can do the old pop in.
Yeah, that's like saying, hey, you could come to a game and all that stuff, but you ain't an employee here.
Yeah. Like, so that's not, it's kind of been framed in some circles as, oh, look, they're saying that it's wrong. Not really. Not really.
And it really, that's the way that it probably should be. Like, ultimately, if she is in his relationship, and we know many people in life who, maybe their spouse has a decent amount of running of their lives. That's fine. The idea that this woman who has and I don't say that pejoratively, right? That is who she is. That she has this, investment and stake into this program in this way is wild. But I think that this whole thing has obscured the real sports point of this. Somebody said she's not a distraction to Bill. She's curling his toes. That's crazy. She might be, though. And I imagine maybe she would have to be for him to entirely give up kind of his entire philosophy. A dude who was entirely opposite to NFL and all these things. And here they go doing all this TV and advertisements and such, where she is reported to have forced her way in there when it comes to an underdog ad or a Dunkin' Donuts ad. But when it comes to the football of this, the thing that's been overshadowed is Bill Belichick is a consummate NFL guy who is walking into a college space in North Carolina. Mind you, college, probably a program that you expect to win 8 wins consistently, maybe. And he is coming in with kind of the callous disregard for what the college landscape is that we've seen a number of NFL type guys come in with and fail pretty heartily.
Yeah.
And it's I imagine that if this is some level of failure, which it might be, right? He comes in not only with himself, with a number of NFL level coaches, with Michael Lombardi, a guy who has not been a college guy in any way, to come in and be his general manager, and with a level of disregard where they said that we're going to run this like an NFL program.
Yeah.
Michael Lombardi got on one of them local radio situations and talked about the color, the Carolina blue not being tough and stuff. I'm like, this is a complete disregard for what college sports is. And we've seen this happen with guys who are great NFL coaches, mind you.
Yeah.
Right. The one that immediately came to mind for me was Herm Edwards at Arizona State. That just did not work.
Yeah.
Bill Walsh came back to college at one point, and that did not work. And there's a lot of names that you could point to of guys that were NFL guys first, coming to the college space and not respecting what the college space is and flaming out because there's an internal logic to college, and it's entirely different than the NFL.
It's an entirely different industry in terms of how the CEO, in this case the head coach, what they do. Like the NFL, we know what it is. Hey, you draft these guys, you're in personnel, it's all football, you're out there getting it done. In college, you are truly going to bed every night wondering what, dozens, if not, more teenagers are doing.
Sounds crazy, but I understand. You're right.
No, you are. No, I've had coaches tell me, it's that's the hardest part.
Right. Yeah, you pretty much the dad.
Yeah, that's the hardest part. It's oh, man, if that phone rings, and it's so-and-so, that's a whole different world than Bill Belichick is used to.
It's funny, too, because you brought up Herm Edwards and him being at Arizona. Was it Arizona State?
Yeah. I remember, because he's a real religious guy.
Yeah.
And there was I remember his first press conference, one of the reporters was like, from Devil's Digest or something. He was like, "Well, we don't want devils over here." And I'm like, "Dog, did you not look at the sign?
Yeah.
It says Sun Devils over there."
Yeah, but it's funny him being a coach. Like, he ain't even go into Arizona State with all that, with his wife or girlfriend that's on the field, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he didn't really succeed. So you got Bill Belichick coming in with all of this drama already.
And then there's
we ain't said not one thing about a player.
No. And then there's recruiting. And then there's NIL.
Wait.
And then there's boosters.
Can we stop at recruiting? Because you're right about those other ones.
And it's North Carolina.
And it's
What was one of the downfalls of Bill Belichick in New England? Do you recall?
At the end it was personnel.
Drafting.
Yeah.
This whole space is based on personnel. Why do we look at Alabama? Why do we look at Georgia and we're like, oh man, they're always going to win? Because they have a solid, clear pipeline to talent. Does North Carolina have that?
Yeah.
And then you bring in a dude who, like, I don't think you could even get close to calling a recruiter. Plus, the way he built his staff was not with the consideration of, okay, well, let's go get recruiters. He went and got NFL guys.
Yeah.
What is the path to success here?
Well, and then the other thing that's just really going to be fascinating to watch is these boosters may want FaceTime with the head coach.
Yes.
They want to see and chat and be buddy-buddy with the head coach.
Well, you got to go through Jordan first.
I guess. Not anymore. Maybe. I don't know.
Not with the UNC side.
If you want to talk to coach, you have to talk to me first.
But no, they actually demand that. If I'm going to give you $15 million for this package of NIL deals,
I need your cell phone number, buddy.
I need to be able to chat with you. Bill Belichick hates people. I mean, it's pretty much a given at this point. And he's going to have to chat it up with all these guys on top of everything else.
Yeah, it's an entirely different role that I never thought he was particularly suited for. And then you added all of this drama on top of it. And I think that will overshadow that. I think this thing was destined to fail to begin with. Now, of course, maybe he makes it shake and I will have egg on my face, possibly. But I bet that I'm not wrong.
Who you think have a better year, Deion or Bill Belichick?
Deion.
Yeah, Deion.
And what's funny is Deion also seemed to kind of come in with a little bit of a level of disrespect to what the college space was. And I think that was a large part of why college seemed to have a little bit of distaste for him, because many times college has been looked at as the little brother, when in all reality it's like, oh, you don't understand how this actually operates differently. And it's difficult in a different way than other spaces. But I think that he is embraced the way that he can get to that space, and he is doing the recruiting in a different way.
He's making the brand look fire. Like,
well, sure.
Yeah, he's making the brand look really good. I don't know if Bill Belichick right now is making the brand like, oh, I got to go to North Carolina.
And do you think for 1 second, even though this probably the core of this report, they don't her like involved in football officially on the field, etc. Do you think that's going to slow her down? Based on what we've seen?
What do you mean? Slow her down in
like
what regard?
She's still going to be front-facing, part of everything,
involved.
I don't think
she
with
not with the football.
Not with the football stuff, but she's still going to be very much visible.
I don't think she's going to take a back seat.
Yes.
Like, you know what? This is causing too much commotion. Let me take a back seat.
Yeah, she's still going to be very visible, very a part of everything that he does. Again, maybe not on the field or whatever, but very visible.
I just like the simple fact everybody like, who is this chick now? Let's dig into her. Let's see who she really is.
Dude, he wrote about her in his book and did not write about Robert Kraft.
Well, that's a personal vendetta. And also, she was the muse for the book. And speaking of the book, I did want to circle back around to this, because the book tour and the interview with CBS Sunday Morning is really what blew this up to a different level.
Yeah.
I know that her Jordan's, the clip of her basically saying we're not talking about them when asked about like their meet cute led to some people wondering if maybe that was not true, the idea that they had met on a plane. Pablo Torre did get to that, where he got video of Jordan's philosophy book that supposedly she was reading on the plane, and it is indeed signed by Bill with a note about the meeting, so that's still likely how they met. However, I do wonder if maybe this is why they were hesitant. Jordan was a first runner-up last year, 2024, in Miss Maine. When she introduced herself, she said that she was 22 in that instance, which would make this meeting in 2021, do the math, that would make her 19.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe they look, we don't want to publicize that more than we probably should.
Yeah.
But then also there's a source that Pablo Torre talked to. He talked to, I believe, 11 people generally around this. And one of the sources surmised that maybe Jordan's objection to where they met question might be her in her PR role of trying to sell, and really put this forward in a marketing way, might be her saving that conversation and that portion of their story and their meeting for a potential reality show.
Oh, well, wouldn't surprise me.
Would you watch that?
I'd be curious. I'd be curious.
I will rubberneck.
They got you.
Rubberneck.
They got you.
Yeah, I will rubberneck.
And then
they got you.
She's 24. She's 24.
Not according to the UNC query. You know how here at the office and at a lot of offices they ask for your birthday so that they can hey, happy birthday to you. Apparently she wrote her birthday is April 2000, and we know officially that her birthday was 2001. And that's not really a mistake that people make. 2000 versus 2001, that 0 and that 1 aren't close. So people are wondering if they just got real funny about the age thing, which I thought y'all was cool about that. I thought y'all was big and bad about that. But there you go. That is the reporting
crazy
on the Bill Belichick, Jordan Hudson thing. At least it seems like she will be out of the way on the UNC stuff. I personally am just not certain the UNC stuff was destined to succeed anyways. We will see when the season comes around in the college football landscape. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including shout out to Kelvin Sampson, a whole new contract. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Sports Radio 6 Bag.
Automatic and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here on a Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, remember that the Texans, we're starting the path to the 2025 season with rookie minicamp out there on the fields. We've seen a little bit of Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel out there, Jalen Reed. Any other Jalen's you want to put in here?
All the
Wknd Marks, Woody Marks out there as well, doing some drills, seeing some cuts. All sorts of videos out there from all of the usual suspects that are out there at practice. We have not, the bat phone has not gone off. So I'm guessing Sean Pendergast has not seen something
he's
where
grinding. He's taking notes.
I'm still very much eagerly awaiting the possibility that, Figgy, are you ready for it? That this sound goes off.
Oh, okay. So that,
and then Sean Pendergast gives us some level of update from camp. We'll see if that ultimately comes through. What is coming through in some ways is today is an important day. Happy birthday to Calvin Murphy.
How about that?
Legendary
Happy birthday, man.
Houston Rocket that I once saw in a Sam's Club, and my mom was like, that's Calvin Murphy. Go say hi. And I was like, nah, I don't want to bother him. And I feel like I should have went and said hi to Calvin Murphy.
77.
Woo!
Yeah.
And he's always looking nice in that fit. The fit's always tough.
I saw him at the draft party, the recent NBA draft party the Rockets had.
Yeah.
And I don't think I officially met him before. I was just around, but he came up to me, dapped me up and everything like he knew me. I'm like,
hey, you're Figgy Fig.
I don't know. He would have said, "What's up, Figgy Fig?" He would have said something, but he looked at me like, "What's up, man? Hey, man, what's up?"
Dude,
like, dang, okay.
He was a terror. A terror
at 5'9".
Yeah,
like that is one thing that I will never forget. Is just like being that size and being that dominant as he
and
was.
Would fight you. He would fight anyone.
You gotta be. Look,
he would fight anyone.
This is the thing that's innate about them. Everything they've gotten, they've had to fight, especially hoopers.
Yeah.
Like with the inherent bias that is reasonable, but that is there for basketball players. You being 5'9", I know you scrapped for everything that you got.
Yeah, all the short ballers out there, man. If they make it to that level, you are a baller,
and they will fight you. And by the way, a world-class twirler. You knew that, right?
I don't think I did.
I didn't know that.
No, world-class, as in ranked in the world. Taught it, did it. He could twirl. How about that?
Okay.
Baton twirling.
Well, salute.
Yeah.
That is dope. So, salute to the man. Obviously, incredible Rockets legend. And, of course, always good to see him on the broadcast talking about these Houston Rockets. How about this? Another guy who I guess you could also call a Rockets legend to some degree, Kelvin Sampson, University of Houston. They are close on a contract extension and a significant pay raise. I should put that there. But I mean, there's no objection to any of this, right? Like none whatsoever.
What would possibly be the objection?
And that's what I'm saying. I was like, close on a contract extension. I'm like, what are we close about?
Yeah.
Like I feel like in my mind, and to be fair, the powers that be at the University of Houston, they have to use discretion. They have budgets. They have budgets that they have to give
that man a blank check and keep it moving.
Buddy, that's what I would have been like, here is a pen and a paper. Write down numbers.
Here you go. Sign whatever you want on there, man.
The answer
as long as you're happy.
The answer is yes, here's the paper.
Yep.
But yeah, shout out to Eddie Nunez, who obviously is working through this. Kelvin Sampson, 69 years old, which is nice. He's through the 26-27 season. Are you encouraged the idea that there is an extension being had here? Because, I mean, we started asking some of those questions, or at least they started being asked about, hey, when is this? When is he going to be done here? When is he going to turn this over to his son, Kellen? Because it does feel like that's absolutely the way that this will go. Not that anybody is looking for him to leave.
Yeah.
But just, you get to a certain age and you start thinking about those things. Is an extension kind of encouraging for you?
Absolutely encouraging. Absolutely a no-brainer. Absolutely pay the man what he wants. How much? I'm guessing it would be a 5-year deal, right? Usually they're 4 or 5 years. Let's say 5 years. I would think all things being equal, he would fulfill the next 5 years and then go on to Kellen. So that's a nice transition. He would be, 74, I guess, at the end of it, 75?
Yeah, not impossible.
Yeah.
And it seemed, when we talked to Eddie Nunez ahead of, which game did we talk to him ahead of? Actually, it's been a little while since I can't recall. But one of the things he talked about was this athletic department has been situating themselves to be prepared for revenue share, which when you talk about like these older coaches, especially older school coaches, you wonder if like the new Wild West of college sports puts them in a place where they'd be uncomfortable continuing on longer. It feels like he might be situated well, and of course he has the standards in his basketball program where I think that he could do this for a good bit longer. All right, some other things that are popping, I guess in a way, let's talk about Papa. It is the new pontiff.
El Papa.
Is that what you're calling him?
El Papa.
All right. So one of the things is it's so weird that
it really is.
Like because
it really is.
And this is the American kind of real self-focus that we have. We always just think about ourselves. Is when these new popes are from other places, it's just all right. Over there somewhere. When they from here, we're like, oh, I can visualize that.
Yeah.
Like he was in Chicago because he is from Chicago, and very quickly there was reports that he was a Cubs fan, but he was from the South Side. And I don't know about you, that made me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like the idea of a Southsider who is a Cubs fan, I was like, I have questions about that.
Well, the world stands corrected.
The world does stand corrected. This is his brother. Correcting the record to WGN News.
Yeah, he was never, ever a Cubs fan, so I don't know where that came from. He was always a Sox fan. Our mother was a Cubs fan. I don't know, maybe that clued in there. And our dad was a Cardinals fan, so I don't know where that all came from.
That was a wild household.
That was especially Cardinals. They hate the Cardinals.
Cubs.
They hate the Cardinals. But here's the other thing, and I don't know how I feel about this. It's kind of cool, but you're also kind of like, he attended the 2005 World Series.
That's exactly right.
Between the White Sox and the Astros.
That's exactly right. Could you maybe get yourself to a place? Because sometimes, not sometimes, when you lose games, even in the past, you get a measure of cope.
Yeah.
Could you maybe cope with the idea that sweep happened because the Pope was there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he wasn't the Pope yet.
The future Pope was there.
Pope Leo was in there rooting for one side. God was you had God against it. We don't even count.
Drinking beer and all that stuff. Yeah.
That sweep don't even count now. Like we could just at least for me, this is my version of cope. If you choose to use it, you can.
Yeah.
They were never gonna do that.
Yeah.
So the first, that 17 really does mean
I hadn't thought of it like that.
Exactly.
I'm in. You had no shot.
That's right.
You had no. By the way, last night, we always go on Thursday to my son's house. He made homemade, of course, because he's always doing this, homemade buns and hot dogs. I had myself what I called a Pope dog. I made it Chicago style.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Very nice.
I had the old Pope dog.
Did you like his entrance, the Pope entrance to
with the Jordan?
Yeah.
They did the Jordan entrance with the Pope coming out of I guess it was the Vatican, but the specific place, I forget what it's called.
I can't tell you, and I apologize to all the Catholics who are yelling at their radio right this moment. I will say, finding out that he's
I was looking for it.
So picture the Pope coming out, Sistine Chapel, the Sistine Chapel.
Okay, very good.
And they have these very formal and staid and revered crosses, and all the cardinals are around. And then they open the curtains, and here comes the Pope. And what plays, Figgy? What plays? It was so good. You got to see the video. Oh, well.
While Figgy figures that out.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, formerly known as Mr. Prevost, the Cardinal Prevost.
Oh, the Alan Parsons Project?
Now,
are you ready?
All right.
Number 14, Leo, the Pope.
You know what also made me feel? You know what also makes me feel okay about him being like a White Sox fan?
Yeah.
Is I don't know that I want a Pope who rocks with it like the Lakers.
The best team or the trendy team.
Like I feel like I need a Pope that is
convicted.
That is.
He was here during the struggles.
Yeah.
Pious in a way, right?
Yeah,
like he because I know Jared Richardson or Reinsdorf rather did not give him anything happy to root for. Although I guess in a way he might be was he a Bulls fan?
Had to be a Bulls fan. Yeah, that was the only.
Yeah.
That was the only game in town.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if he's a basketball fan. That's why.
Yeah.
Right. We know he's a baseball fan, so
Mm-hmm.
that's so weird to consider. What would be the fan base? That'd be the funniest though, if the Pope was like a fan of that team.
Eagles.
Oh wow! I had not considered that. I was like maybe the Bruins, like being that type of fan,
The
and
Pope
then going
cheered
and being,
Michael Irvin down on the field.
Hey, yo, the Pope might have been one of them people out there throwing batteries at Santa. You know what I mean? Like that's a possibility.
Yeah. And of course, now the Blues Brothers are going to become saints, right? Because they were on a mission from God.
Okay.
Right.
I guess that is
Right.
a thing that you could
Yeah.
view.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. That's
Papa.
And then I did want to get this. I did realize I pushed this a little too far back, but Paul Pierce did the walk.
Oh, I know.
But it looks like he had forces on. Because here's the thing. He did only do videos, but he did a stream of the final portion of it. And so it seems like he did the walk. I know that there was one point where there was video of Kevin
Driving past him, yeah.
And so it feels like he did the walk.
I saw the steps. He posted his step count.
Okay, so you are you in on the idea that he
I
actually
had
did
my
the walk?
doubts. I called him maybe a Rosie Ruiz, who obviously cheated in the Boston Marathon back in the day by taking a cab. But he posted his steps, and I forget what the exact number was. It was like 43,000 or 33,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
And I did the math. I was like, yeah, that's 15 and a half miles.
And towards the end, it looked like he did walk.
Yeah.
Like he was
Yeah.
super happy to get there and see all them people waiting for him.
However, he had forces on. He was not shoeless. Is that fair
You
game?
gotta give him-
fair
yeah,
game.
That's fair,
Yeah.
man.
Fair game. He
Yeah,
walked.
nah, I'm not about to be mad.
Yeah.
If you did the walk,
15
period,
plus miles.
Yeah, nah, I ain't about to be like, oh, you ain't got no shoes on, so they don't. Nah, man, he did it.
Yeah.
And from the 713, does that mean the man of God or the man closest to God was rooting against the Astros?
Yes.
Yeah, I think. And
Yes.
again,
Oh man,
I take that as a level of solace. You can view that however you need to, but I was like, they were never winning that World Series. It's not the boys' fault. That's why they won in 17. God was giving back. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, schedule leaks are already happening for the NFL. Obviously, the schedule release will happen on the 14th, but let's dig into this, including what the NFL.com views as the 10 best games that we'll get next year. We'll do that next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast a name to watch. content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. It's a Friday here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And you know what? Sound like a funky Friday too, don't it?
Yeah.
Hey, you love to see it. It's a good day, man. Hunter Brown gets on the mound to start for the Astros. They welcome in the Reds and it'll be the first of a 17-game and 17-day stretch. It's going to be an interesting one, so that's a great thing to watch. The Texans right now out there at rookie minicamp, and Ocho made a great point on the text line talking about the fact that it is pleasant, downright pleasant outside.
It is.
And they are
getting used to it,
they
fellas.
are getting a false impression of what it's going to be like playing here in Houston, or at least
get used to it, fellas.
At least having the off season in here in Houston, because after tomorrow, right, with the end of rookie minicamp, it's 2 days. The next, I guess, technical day that they'll be, obliged to be here would be off-season workouts, OTAs, which is May 28th.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that a lot of these guys are going to be here to some degree because it seems like the Texans have built that environment where people remain.
Yeah.
But May 28th, and I mean, there's a little bit of a cold front in this next week or so.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm no meteorologist, so don't take this for gospel. However, I imagine it'll be warm then.
94 degrees, 78% humidity, somewhere in there.
I wish the Texans social media people can just kind of go out there right now and be like, hey, how you feel about the Texans?
Yeah.
Weather right now. Yeah, you probably got some dudes like, oh, no, this is cool. I can handle this.
That'll be a fun before and after. Just get the first part
chat
of the day.
back in June.
Yeah.
That'd be great. If somebody from the social media team is listening, please, we would appreciate that. Free of charge, by the way.
Yeah. Come on, Doug. Come on, Brandon. Over there in the social media, the marketing part, man. Let's get something going.
Also, we were talking about the Pope and what's popping, and we were asking what would be the funniest fan base, and our boss came in and was like, hey, wouldn't it be hilarious if he was a New Jersey Devils fan, a Tampa Bay Rays fan, and a Duke Blue Devils fan, maybe even an Arizona State fan?
Yeah. Let's go Devils.
I was like, yeah, that would be pretty
Come
funny.
on.
He should have came out to Chief Keef, one of the Chief Keef songs, rapper from Chicago.
He is a rapper.
Finito.
Sosa. You want to get into that space? All right. Let's be serious, guys. Serious. Okay. We are 5 days away, by my count on the calendar, from official schedule release time. I know that for some people that is a real big, real fun time. You start looking at what's coming down the pike, what ultimately you can plan for. Some people start putting that money down on hotels and flights and such.
Yeah.
And one of the things heading into that is leaks.
We have leaks.
You're starting to get leaks.
Yeah.
And so, what are we seeing, Lopez, Mr. Schedule Man himself, that you were interested in?
It's just so funny how much I enjoy schedule leaks and then the schedule release. I mean, you can just do so much. You can have a lot of fun with it. You find out, you kind of break down the schedule, and we will.
It's like putting together a puzzle.
It is. And this game is going to be, or this stretch, or however you play it.
When the last time you did a puzzle?
It hadn't been a year.
Do people still mess around
down to the coast for long stretches? My wife likes to do them.
Oh, you're not a puzzle guy?
I don't. I'll put in like 2 or 3 pieces, then I get bored. But she'll sit there and do the
What's up with your attention span, dog?
It's not there.
But you fish though.
I'll fish for 7 hours.
That's what fishing is not. Fishing ain't no short attention span activity.
The puzzles is boring.
Don't compare.
They're not.
Don't compare fishing and puzzles.
713-572-4610. Are puzzles boring?
No. I mean, yes.
His actual answer deep down inside left out right quick.
I thought you were saying fishing. All right, so
puzzle haters.
I'm a big fan of the schedule leaks. I have, and we've talked about it the last couple of years. There's a couple of really credible and reliable, as much as you can be, schedule leak accounts out there that sort of get everything and put it in one place. So here's where we are, and as you mentioned, it's going to be Wednesday. Are you guys ready for either the Steelers? I'm going to give you the lead right away. I'm not going to bury the lead.
Thank you.
I think either the Steelers or the Texans are going to play in Brazil to open the season. And there's a lot of things pointing to that.
Yeah, please, because I'm interested in hearing why those two teams. And you already know that I very much prefer them to not play in Brazil if there's an option to play a division game overseas.
Okay, and that's funny you say that because I'm going to circle back to that. I'm starting to warm up to the idea of Brazil as the opener.
Okay.
Not that I want it, but I'm warming up to it. All right.
Because you want to go to Brazil then?
No, I'll get to that. I'll tell you exactly why I think it might be a good thing.
You want to see the sights and the vistas. Calm down.
See some of them BBLs.
Look, you, with the things that you put your wife through, you better not ask for no kinds of passes. You better not pass go when playing Monopoly.
This is true. All right, so the leaks that we have so far are going to tie in with this, and just it's good information because most of these tend to be pretty reliable. The leaks that we have so far for the international games are Commanders at Dolphins in Madrid, November 16th.
Do you like that game?
It's not bad.
I think I like that game.
It's not bad.
Commanders, Dolphins.
Shout out to Germany actually well, you said Berlin, right?
Madrid,
sorry. Shout out to Spain actually getting a good game. Because sometimes I feel bad. It feels like we export our worst games overseas at times.
Jaden Daniels, all that good stuff.
Yes, sir.
Colts at Falcons as of today has been leaked by a couple of people. Now, again, leaked, not official, but I think some of the people here are pretty credible. Colts at Falcons in Berlin.
Okay.
And that would be week 10. Okay? Vikings at Browns, October 5th is another one that's been leaked. Broncos at Jets, October 11th. Rams at Chargers, October 19th. All three of those are in London. 2 at Tottenham Hotspur.
Wow, so you're having an L.A. matchup, but not in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild, because that feels like the one.
No, did I say Chargers?
You said Rams at Chargers, right?
No, it's not Chargers. Rams, because the Chargers are the Brazil game. It's the Rams will be going out there. I'll get you the exact.
No problem. We could skip over that. I was just fascinated because, with that mistake, that puts both LA teams on overseas in a way that I was like, that feels like one of those that it is packed to the gills.
Yeah. No. That one is not the case. I misspoke on that, and I'll get to that in just a second. So it's going to be the Rams at Jacksonville.
Oh, okay.
Rams at Jacksonville, because Jacksonville plays in London. I wrote down the wrong thing.
No problem.
All right, so that narrows it down a little bit. And let me explain that. The fact that these leaks have come out kind of narrows it down in terms of the Texans are going to have a bigger possibility of playing in Brazil.
Because the 2 division games that you were looking at that are, because, again, to make this more clear, we know who the host teams are going to be in all of these various international games.
Jacksonville's going to host.
Right, Jacksonville's going to host one in London, and then the Colts were hosting. Where are they hosting again?
Colts at Falcons in Berlin.
Berlin, correct. Okay.
And Vikings at Browns, as I said. So
those
are the ones that have been leaked as of today.
Those are because we always know who the teams are that these teams are going to play. It's a very but not even just in general when you're building a schedule before the schedule actually comes out. You know who the teams are. Because the way that the NFL schedule is built, it's formulaic.
Right.
You play 6 games against your division mates, and then you play some other games against.
And we have the list of teams.
Right. You know exactly which divisions you're playing in a given year, and then there's a couple more, or there's 2 additional. Is it 2 additional games? Yes, 2 additional games that are based off of your positioning in your conference or in your division, right? You can surmise all of that very simply.
Yeah.
So you know which teams are in the pool to play those guys, and once you see, then you know, okay, there's only 3 teams that the Texans have on their schedule that are hosting.
Right.
And now the leaks are saying that 2 of those are going to be a different game.
Right, and I'm glad you mentioned that because the only teams the Chargers could face in Brazil are the Raiders, which is a division game and more unlikely.
Yeah, they try not to have those internationally.
Broncos, which the leak just said is going to be playing the Jets, so it won't be the Broncos.
Yeah, because it's unlikely for them to have multiple international games.
Chiefs, Commanders, which if the leak is correct, it isn't going to be the Commanders because they're going to Madrid. Texans, Vikings. It's not going to be the Vikings if this leak is correct because they're at the Browns.
Yeah.
And Steelers. So it's as much as it's not a hard and fast rule, we're getting it kind of narrowed down to the Steelers and Texans, and let me explain why. It's not a hard and fast rule, but they generally don't play a division game in these international games. They have, but they generally don't. So you can certainly scratch the Broncos because they're going overseas elsewhere. Raiders and Chiefs are in play, but are they going to play a division game? More than likely not. Broncos played overseas in 2022. Chiefs played overseas in 2023. Commanders are already going to face the Dolphins in Madrid, so you can likely scratch them. Scratch the Vikings, and if the leak is true that they'll play the Browns in London, is true that anyway. So that leaves the Colts. They just have been announced.
They're hosting one.
In Berlin. That leaves the Colts, Steelers, and Texans. So it kind of just leaves the Steelers and Texans as the most likely teams to play in Brazil. And by the way, way, overseas since 2019. This is where it gets a little interesting. The Steelers have not played overseas since 2013.
Okay, so Steelers are going then.
Could be the Steelers, could be the Texans.
Would you prefer an overseas game or not having an overseas game this year?
Well, I'd always prefer not having an overseas game, but you do have to play one every 8 years at minimum as of a couple of years ago. So this is where I was going to circle back to. I'm kind of warming up to the Texans opening in Brazil, as much as an inconvenience as that will be, because for a couple of reasons. Number one, you're going to have plenty of lead up. Go ahead.
Andy, our guy, engineer Andy, letting us know on the YouTube page, and a text line also coming in. Steelers are in Dublin, supposedly.
Oh, that's right.
Last year?
They're in Dublin this year?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so if that's the case, then
then it's the Texans.
You're really opening up to the possibility to open up. And I'm interested in that because, especially opening up the season there's a lot of questions about this team for week one.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of week one questions, which is how has this offensive line come together? Have they gelled over training camp? How are your rookies going to, ingratiate themselves? And especially, I imagine, Jaden Higgins, who is probably the most likely of your rookies to be a major factor in all of this. How has Nick Haley come along, and how is that and not to say that those will not be questions in week one generally, but you just add the additional element of travel and a lack of familiarity with the place. And then what you also talked about, which circles back, what is the turf quality like?
Sure.
And when you think about it, I think I was watching a reel at one point or so, a video about Mason Graham, the new Browns defensive tackle, and him getting his equipment. These guys are going to have probably some pretty specialized or really the equipment staff is going to have to be on their P's and Q's for the offensive line with all the traction that you need to generate an entirely new offensive line with all of the mental sides of it, but also the physical sides of it. If that turf, there's a lot of things that could make this more difficult against a team in the Chargers that isn't a bad one.
There are a lot of reasons, and you just outlined some, why I don't really want it, but if it's going to happen, I don't mind it being the Chargers, and I don't mind it being in Brazil for a couple of reasons. Number one, you have an entire lead up that you can prepare for that, and, and all the things that are possible out there, and all the preparation and all that. You get there early, and you're not coming off a game, so you have plenty of time to prepare. And the second reason is it's a Friday night game. It's a Friday game. In Brazil, so that gives you a little extra time coming back and playing, presumably a home game, to open coming off of that. So if you're to believe the leaks, Commanders, they're out. Colts, they're out. The Broncos, they're out. I'm talking in terms of who the teams that the Chargers could play.
Sure.
You just mentioned Steelers. I'd forgotten about that. They would be out. I mean, just go down the list. Then, unless they play the Raiders, unless they play a division game to open the season in Brazil, it's looking very likely that it's going to be the Texans.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find my level of happiness with this. It would be, you get an international game, you could tick that off the ledger, and according to that rule that you're kind of stating, the NFL is, I guess, de facto putting in place.
Yeah.
That would kind of inoculate you from having a home game on the road, which I know I'm sure that the team would very much not want. And I imagine Houstonians would not want. Don't take one of my 8 or 9 that I have here and put it elsewhere around the world. We want to have that at NRG with the home fans being able to tailgate and all those things. And I feel like that buys you more time if you're playing an international game that you don't have to host.
It's it really, again, I generally, hey, you want them to play? No. But it's looking like it could be the Texans more and more every day.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll watch that space, and we will get a good answer as to whether or not the leaks are right and if the Texans might be starting their season saluting Christ the Redeemer statue and spending a little time in Brazil. It's Sao Paulo, though, ain't it?
Sao Paulo.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And, yes, you're right, 8-2. It would also be a playoff rematch, 100%. Although obviously, from the playoffs to the next season, a lot of difference in all of that that's happening there. All right, coming up next, we'll do what we always do at this time. We'll bring you our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Next,
the Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so this has been making the rounds here. As you guys, I know, have seen Draymond Green, another little flailing elbow that he had no control over, apparently.
Oh, he backhanded the mess out of Nas Reed.
If you look at it, and that we all have, multiple times, it's like he's like trying to pass, and then all of a sudden just goes whack, just throws his arm out and hit. Who was it he hit?
Nas Reed.
Oh yeah, Nas Reed. Yeah, Nas Reed. So this is my confession. Not once today, yesterday, ever have I thought Draymond Green is being portrayed as he portrayed himself when he's trying to victimize himself as an angry black. He's just a player who pushes the limits and often plays dirty. It's a cop-out. It's a poor excuse.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family. And I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
What agenda? When has anybody... I mean, maybe there's some small pockets of people that have called him that. Have you ever thought of him as that?
No, I felt like he kind of used it in the wrong way.
Yes,
because
it's a cop-out.
No, usually when people say the angry black man, it's more like being in an interview setting, or you might come across as angry, like the tone of your voice or something like that. He never really came across like that. I never heard nobody say angry black man while playing a sport.
Yeah, and I mean, like, whatever he's trying to portray there, right? I don't even think anybody has ever viewed him as angry per se. Like, I don't think
just
that anybody.
Dirty.
I never seen like an interview or a post game something where he come across like angry.
Is this what he's doing now?
This is a level of delusion that I'm very uncomfortable with, because like, it's one thing, and I'm very sympathetic, right, to like the ways in which narratives can form. Like we saw that here locally with Aziz Al-Shaair when it came to the Trevor Lawrence hit. Like, there were narratives that were forming around that you had to go, hey, let's be careful with the way that we talk about this.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody looking at you and saying like you're doing that because you're angry. I don't think anybody pathologized him in that way. No. Everybody's looking at you like you're shameless. You need to control yourself. And I guess maybe that is where you can get to the place where you can think possibly angry black. But no, that is just comport yourself with the level of respect for the game and for opponents. Like, you are out here acting a damn fool, right? This isn't some level of like pathology, angry black man. This is, you are much better. And all the things he talked about being educated, about being very good at the sport of basketball, being very intelligent. I think the people that have the highest criticisms all really willingly acknowledge those things.
Yes.
And those are the reasons why people are like, yo, you are above behaving in the way that you do.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm not even mad at Draymond no more. I'm mad at the league, and I'm mad at Steve Kerr, because it has gotten to a point where it's very clear that he's comfortable behaving like this. And at some point, there should have been something in the power structure that says, no, this is not okay. And the NBA has seemed complicit in allowing this to happen by like calling, like that foul that you talked about that led to this. That was called a technical.
Yeah.
That was a live ball foul that was called a technical. We've seen live ball fouls like that called a flagrant.
Yeah.
Or sometimes we've seen dead ball fouls called a flagrant or called a technical. And what is the reason why they've been called that? Whatever's convenient to help Draymond Green stay in these games.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you don't need to bend over backwards to help him continue to be this petulant child.
I get your point, and I haven't been angry at Draymond until this, because that's cheap. That's a low, common denominator or excuse. It's a cop-out. No, nobody here has called you that or thought that. You're just a dirty player.
I never. On the court, I feel like he's a cool dude. Like,
yes.
If you listen to him talk, listen to his podcast, he's actually a cool dude. Like, I think
sometimes he out here acting. Sometimes he's saying crazy.
Yeah, but like his reflection on the court, it seemed like it's kind of opposite in the media. Like, I could see him being in the media for a long time.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny is like, I even understand the idea of being physical and maybe pushing the boundaries. We saw that with the Rockets team. We encouraged them in this series to like be physical, be aggressive, push the boundaries. What's funny is I think he could even still do that without half the stuff that he does. Like you can lean on people, you can kind of play with them. That's all gamesmanship.
Yeah.
What he does is beyond that. Like kicking people, slapping people. Like it's disrespectful.
Don't go
is the
there,
part that he
man.
goes
Just
to.
don't go there.
And I feel like it's also disrespectful to then come around and pretend like it is something else than it is. That's the part that
he got highlights full of dirty moves, man.
Yes, he does.
That's a shame itself, man.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I'm glad that I get to do the basketball thing that is not that, because I got a little heated there. I'm not going to lie. However, I think my confession is I have to walk back something that I have been pretty loud about, which is I don't like player comps. Because first and foremost, I can often rationalize the idea that I don't like player comps, but if they are done very carefully and in certain circumstances, I find them to be okay. However, this one came in from your guy, Nick Wright, on FS1, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about this whole subset of player comps that make me laugh, that I really enjoy, and it is that this player is this player of that player. In talking about Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum is the Kobe Bryant of Paul George's. Let it. Oh, they put a bar.
I gotta
up.
think about
Jason
that.
Tatum is the Kobe. He's the best.
The best
Paul George I've seen. I know you hate it, but he wants to be Kobe. He's
better than Paul
That's
George.
why I said that's why he's Kobe
so
Bryant.
He's the Kobe Bryant.
He's the Kobe Bryant. He's the Kobe Bryant of Paul George's, and up to and including. I don't really trust you.
LeBron.
I am dunking on LeBron, and I don't trust you with the game on the line. Sorry, Gatorade commercial or not.
And damn it if I don't think that he nailed that on the head. I was like, hey, man, player comps, it's not fair. And then he got that one out there, and I was like, damn, that is perfect. That is perfect. I often try and defend Jason Tatum, but also people getting out here that at any point that we're talking about him as possibly being the best player in the league. Oh, no. It's why he keeps sitting here at like 4th or 5th on these MVP voting. Like, he is very good. But yes, there are issues here, Nick. I think that has shown up in the first couple of games of that series.
I think he nailed that one for sure.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I think I played too much, especially with my wife. We joke around.
What'd you do now?
We joke around a lot, especially at dinner or if we go out to eat and all that stuff. And we went out to eat yesterday, and whenever the waiter, come to the table with the check, how sometimes the waiter be like, together, separate, try to see what's going on. I don't know this man. So we kind of laughed about it a little bit. We do that all the time. Oh, no, I don't know her. But we was clearly joking.
Right.
And then right after, I said this. I was like, all right. He came back with the check again and all that stuff. I was like, all right, you want me to drop you off on Bissonnette?
Wow.
You want me to drop you back off on Bissonnette?
Your queen?
Her mouth hit the ground.
That is crazy.
I was all loud.
The whole restaurant heard that.
And here's the tough part about it, right?
Yeah.
We not nothing like all too special. I don't want to pretend like, high and mighty or whatever, or like I have a huge impression of what we do here. Like, obviously, we do a job, and it's cool that we have people that enjoy it and rock with us on your days listening. However, Figgy, you were just talking earlier today about how you dapped up Calvin Murphy, and it seemed like he knew you and you did not anticipate that.
Yeah.
Hey, there's people in that restaurant that heard that and they were like, I know who that is.
That man's got a wife.
Wait, what is happening right now?
That man's got a wife.
Fig was out here on Bissonnette? Like, you can't be playing in public like that no more.
I know.
People know you.
Yeah, nah, we do that all the time. Even back in the day, whenever she be in the store and she getting groceries or something like that, and I used to play that game and like, oh, you stealing? You stealing? And she'd be like, shut up.
You're stealing?
Yeah, we do stuff like that all the time. Sometimes whenever she picked me up from somewhere, if I ain't drive, she'd be like, hey, how you doing? I'm here. We just play too much, man. I think we got to chill out, man.
I still stopped here even though you have a 2 rating.
Or sometimes I joke around and try to get in the back seat. She's like, boy, get in the front seat.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, Figgy mentioned this yesterday about Stephen A. Smith was gonna be on CSI.
Law and Order.
I mean,
man.
Law and Order.
Don't be disrespectful.
CSI not in the game no more.
I mean, Law and Order.
Are they still in the game?
I don't even know if they're doing like all the.
There's various ones.
Are the offshoots still? I don't even know if the offshoots are still going.
I don't know if they're original.
No, the original definitely not still going.
Yeah.
I don't think because that was Las Vegas, wasn't it? CSI Miami.
They got Miami.
I don't think that's still going.
They had New Orleans, didn't they?
They had New Orleans.
Yeah.
I don't know. New York was
no
going at
longer
one point.
I also get CSI and Criminal Minds mixed up a lot.
Yeah, well, I got it mixed up with Law and Order. Anyway, my confession is, you know how I know Stephen A. is actually really good at what he's doing?
He is really good
at what he's doing. When, spoiler alert, cover your ears if you haven't seen the Law and Order
that's
episode.
John Lopez.
Don't worry. Even if he spoils it, I advise you to watch at least the clip.
Look for the clip.
I got sad when they capped his ass. I got sad. I was like, oh no, they got Stephen A.
No, sir, they got Ted. What's his name? I forgot his last name.
Ted Hunter.
Well, here's a piece of it.
Jackson, come on in. We need to talk.
What's up, man?
You make $8 million a year, man, and you broke.
Hey, get out of here.
You can believe me today, or you can believe the bank when they come and take the keys to your house. You got to make changes, bro. And oh, by the way, getting back. That's the problem. You really just asked me that. Turn around. What does Jimmy do? How about Tommy? How about Marco?
I don't know, man. They just part of it.
How many people do you think you have on your payroll?
But 6.
11. But it's time to be real. You ain't LeBron. You ain't KD. You damn sure ain't Ant-Man. You a grinder rotation player. You damn sure ain't large enough to be having some entourage. You got a big damn heart, but you just turned 30. If you're lucky, you got 3, maybe 4 years left.
He was cooking.
He was so good.
The thing I was telling Figgy, and I think this might come back up a little later, is if anything, he overreacted by just a smidge.
But that's what he does in real life.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, if anything, he overreacted, but it was not that far off.
You want to hear the overreaction to this? Because it's another part 2 to this.
Okay.
So you saying you want me to fire some of my boys?
Here you go.
Come on, Ted. No, that ain't cool.
Here you go.
What do you hear about cool? I don't care about cool. I care about you. I care about your family, your kids, your future. That's what I'm thinking about. So guess what? Your agent ain't asking you to get rid of some of your boys. I'm asking you to get rid of all of them.
Yeah.
Every living one. All of them.
That's not so easy. I grew up with them when all of this was just a fantasy. I owe them. I owe them.
You want me to do it for you?
It's good.
He's
good.
good. He's good.
If you tell me that Stephen A. ends up being like a C-list actor, I can 100% see it.
Sure.
Like I'd be there.
And by the way, he had that same suit from First Take on, by the way. He still had a little suit on, man.
Yeah.
Well,
He did not have a suit on when he got killed.
No,
He had a sweater.
And still had the AirPods in too.
Yeah.
He was going for a run. And he had the AirPods in.
I don't even watch Law and Order, but I might go peep that one. But anyways, that's a little bit of a Lunchtime Confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. And yes, Cam, I 100% thought the same thing. He brought out that Denzel. He did. Like you could tell he was trying to tap into it. And with more I guess like serious roles outside of like the soap space, I'm excited to see what it looks like.
Yeah, man. You got to keep going with it, man.
I need it.
You got to keep going.
I do need it. He might get me back into procedurals just if he. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Somebody said, "Who's better, Stephen A. or Jerry Jones?" Oh, that's a great question.
Oh yeah.
That's a great question. Because Jerry killed Landman.
That was good.
He killed that. But the only thing about it is he was basically
he cried too.
He was acting as himself.
Yeah.
And acting as yourself is a little bit. It's not easy though.
But he did cry.
But he did that really well. Stephen A. was kind of himself, but not. I don't know. I'm gonna have to take the break to think about it. Let's see if we could ask our friend, the manager, or I guess the head coach of the Houston Dynamo, coming off of a victory in the Open Cup. We'll talk to Ben Olsen next.
Area 45 with Bijani and
Day only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. It's been a fun one thus far, and it's even more fun whenever we get the opportunity to chat with our guy, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo. His name is Ben Olsen. Ben, how you doing, brother?
Hi, John. How's Reggie? How you guys doing?
Man, we are doing great. So excited to talk to you because the last time we talked to you it was not the same spirits, I don't think, as it's been lately. You guys have been doing some great things. Obviously, got some signings in, beat Austin FC, which is something that you always love to see, and got a victory in the Open Cup. And I want to talk about all a much more important question. Seeing as Mother's Day is this Sunday, what was the time that you recall that you annoyed or disappointed your mother the most?
Oh, I put her through it. I got to be honest with you.
We all do.
I was a pretty good kid overall, though. But every now and then I'd do something where she would chase me, and she want to get a hold of me. She'd try to slap me, but I was just too quick at an early age. I was too quick, and we had a big table. And I just stay on the opposite side of the table, and she could never get me. And she'd go around, and I just go to the other side of the table, and I was quick early. I avoided it. That really infuriated her. She would give up, and she'd catch me later though. She'd eventually catch me.
Oh yeah, it always comes back. Like you're never getting away forever. But I mean, look, that's why you were a pacey midfielder, right? Like obviously, that was the start of it all, right?
That's right.
That's right. Sorry, you were saying?
No, that's when she pushed me into sports. You're actually pretty quick.
Would you
soccer fields?
I was just going to ask you, would you kick around the soccer ball in the house? That had to have been a
I broke a lot of stuff.
I
broke a lot of stuff. Yeah. And she had a lot of collectibles. They were into antiques, and I used to break stuff all the time. Windows, backyard, neighbors' windows. That's a good one, too. I used to break the neighbor's window. Ours, they were fine with, but when the neighbors came over and like, look, he broke another one. That cost money.
Hey, okay. I have some start before the very start. And you were very adamant, hey, this isn't the squad. This isn't the squad we're going to have. You know, we're going to be looking, we're going to be adding, we're going to be tweaking. How is that coming along? Because you've done some of that. How do you feel like the squad is setting up right now?
Well, as you know, last time we chatted, we weren't in a great way. I mean, it was a real work in progress, and we still are to a certain extent. But we've leveled off here, and I think we understand a little more who we are. We've also got some players in that we think complement our group right now and make us better. This whole second part of the season or before summer is really about incorporating these guys. And that's a hard thing to do, right? Because everybody already went through preseason and we know who we are. So now you have 5, 6, 7 guys that you're trying to put into, and figure out how we click. It's a little bit of a dance. It's a little bit tricky, but it's nice to have these options. It's nice to have the depth right now. We've got a lot of games coming in May. Every 3 days we're playing. So it is a good time because you're almost forced to utilize 20, 22 guys. So at the end of this month, we're going to know exactly who we are, and hopefully we can creep up in the standings. The wins have been a little bit hard to come by this year, but over the last month, I think we've leveled off and started gaining some points.
Yeah, and you're only 5 points off of Dallas there, sitting in that finals now. Speaking of like kind of Texas teams, you've recently got a victory over Austin FC, and lo and behold, there you go. They're your next opponent in the Open Cup. Like how insightful is that? Recently, just playing against that team and then getting them again here soon.
Yeah, it's good, but they also just saw us, right? So we all go back to the drawing board and we dissect that film and try to go after their weaknesses and try to identify their strengths and fix some stuff. But yeah, our league's interesting because you're always kind of 2 or 3 wins away from a playoff spot. And that makes it, you can have stretches where it's not so good and still get into the postseason. But we got to start soon. We got to start really racking up some wins before the summer to put us in a good place down the stretch.
I have a sense just watching the squad and how the rotations and the rosters and the lineups, et cetera. You're doing they call soccer coaches in this case, but they call them managers for a reason. Are you managing more personalities as much as anything this year, simply because it is such a transition type year?
I am now. You're managing maybe more emotions when things aren't going well, right? Yeah. You're managing more of a group, and kind of making sure is it carrot or stick? You're taking that temperature every day of what this group needs to kind of keep pushing forward. Now with the players coming in and the depth increasing, that's when sometimes it's more about individual. The reality is, some guys have to sit, and they're used to playing, and there's competition. But that's very, very healthy for a manager. Mm-hmm. It's a little taxing, but it's what I do. And I always say that the last thing I want as a manager is an easy team to manage. Mm-hmm. And because I want competitive guys. I want guys that want to be on the field and are upset if they're not in there. And I want good options. I want enough players to have options going forward. So it's been good. It's good to have the bodies, but the trick is to incorporate these guys and get results while we're doing that.
So we're talking to Ben Olsen, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo. They've got a home match tomorrow evening at Shell Energy Stadium versus the Seattle Sounders, another one of those teams that's not far off there in the West. But we've seen, you talked about a little bit of the acquisitions that you've had in the transfer market as the window has closed. And Andre has been fantastic, but there's still some other guys that you guys acquired that we haven't seen yet. Like, who should Dynamo and Houston fans be maybe excited to see once they're able to take the pitch here relatively soon?
Well, we just got a center back, and he played his first minutes, Pablo Ortiz from Colombia. He's been in Europe playing, and this is his first stint in the MLS. We like his qualities, his physical traits, and his technical abilities. Again, something we're looking forward to seeing too. But again, it takes time. Center backs, it takes a little bit more time. It's defensive, understanding the game model and relationship has been great. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Linger. He's been a piece that we've needed. Someone that's really good in the box, can score, can provide, and he's also got a nice little screw loose about him, which I like. He's a competitive guy, and I think we need some personality in here. Dwayne Holmes is another guy that we haven't seen yet, who's been injured since we got him. He's coming back in the next week or two. We're still waiting on Quinones and Lawrence Anali, some who both have real pace that we need some juice up top and on the wing. A new forward named Tayasi, who is going to help out up top and score goals. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. This is a very rare time to have this many new faces coming into a team. So it's been an interesting challenge for the staff to kind of incorporate them, but one we're looking forward to.
And one of the things, as we're leading up to Saturday's match at Shell Energy Stadium, it's actually the Dynamo are going to host the Season 20 celebration. Alumni are going to be back. And the first thing that I'm thinking of when I saw that is, it's been 20 years? I mean, it's been 20 years already of the Dynamo. It doesn't seem like that long. But the question has to do with the 20 years of the Dynamo and obviously MLS, et cetera. This thing wasn't given much of a life, and it's thriving. And where do you feel like it's going now?
Yeah. I've been so lucky because I was here back in 1998, so to kind of have this front row seat to the league's development has been amazing. And there's been all these moments where it's taken another step up, and even the last couple of years as the money comes and the stadiums come and the owners are, throwing more and more at this, the Messi deal, the Apple deal. So there's all these moments that really push us to another level here and then also globally. You mentioned the 20 years with the Dynamo. I get a lot of love and respect for those teams. They used to kick my butt, frankly. Mm-hmm. We'd come here from D.C. and we'd leave battered physically, mentally. They were just, some of the best teams this league's ever seen. So Pat Onstead, who's our general manager, played for some of those teams. He does a wonderful job of celebrating the past of the Dynamo, and it'll be a special weekend for those guys, and they keep tabs, and it's a big part of the culture here. So looking forward to seeing some of those guys, and hopefully we could reward them with an entertaining game and 3 points.
Now, Ben, you mentioned when you were talking about Andre Linger, you mentioned that he's got a little bit of a screw loose, and that immediately made me think of, because we've been watching the NBA playoffs, and of course, I'm not trying to say that Andre Linger is anything like Draymond Green, but I've been lamenting Steve Kerr,
or maybe not.
Okay, well, I'll let you answer that. But Steve Kerr, I've been lamenting his management style for him. How do you go about managing a player that has that kind of fire, but then you keeping them in a place where they can direct?
Yeah, that's a great question. I love Steve Kerr. I've watched him. I've studied him. I really, in some ways, from afar, I resonate with him. And his ability to manage Draymond, it's so difficult because you can't overmanage him. He is going to still be that guy, and you also rely on that, right? You rely on his fire. And I've got a guy here, in some ways, in Franco Escobar, who I rely on his personality and fire, and it's an important part because when the lights come on, those are the guys you want to go to battle with. But man, can it spill over. And managing those players and trying to keep them in their sweet spot of just on that edge is hard. It's a really, really difficult thing. And, gosh, Draymond's on the edge at all times. I mean, you watch him play. I watched him a little bit last night, and I think he's got he has so many technicals at this point. He gets 2 more. He may be suspended for a game. But I think he knows him really well. They got some history. I saw a great thing where he was sitting with Draymond on the bench. I think it hit kind of Twitter and all this stuff where he was explaining, just calmly with love, with Draymond. I'm sure he's figured it out. But it's not easy. But you need those guys, man. You need those guys if you want to hold trophies.
Well, we always appreciate talking to you. We hope you get a win versus Seattle tomorrow. And I will say, I saw when you signed Jonathan Bond, and I was like, damn, that might have with you to maybe be a goalkeeper, man. I was like, is that?
No, we always got space for it. Yeah. We always got space for somebody to sit in there and just smash balls against.
Yeah, I guess I don't love that description, but you know what? We'll still find the time. We'll make the time to make it happen. Ben, we appreciate you so much. Go get them tomorrow.
All right, gentlemen. Thanks.
All right. There it is. Ben Olsen, man. I always want to call him the manager, head coach of the Houston
Yeah.
Dynamo. They'll be back in action tomorrow at Shell Energy Stadium. 7:30 is when the kicks off Shell Energy Center over there at Edo. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's circle back around to the Texans because NFL.com ranked the NFL's top 15 quarterbacks on rookie contracts. And that would then put C.J. Stroud and Jaden Daniels in kind of conflict. Is C.J. Stroud versus Jaden Daniels the next quarterback rivalry? And what is it going to take for C.J. Stroud to make sure that he's over top of him in this next season? Let's talk about it next.
Now that the draft is over, Nick.
Trademarks used with permission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baby Be Mine does not get enough love when it comes to the Michael Jackson catalog. I've got to say that. All right. Anyways, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Friday, Hunter Brown going tonight for the Astros as they start off a 17-game and 17-day stretch. Starting against the Reds, which I only just thought about means I can see my guy, Ellie De La Cruz. That's fun. I'm excited for that. Some other things happening in the world of sports. Obviously, we just talked to and appreciate Ben Olsen, the head coach of the Dynamo, jumping on with us. But I was reading NFL.com. Was this yesterday? It was yesterday where I was looking at some various things. And one of the things that jumped out to me is that Nick Shook of NFL.com ranked the NFL's top 15 quarterbacks on rookie contracts. And I was like, I find that to be interesting.
I like the concept.
It's a very interesting concept. And so I will ask this as a question.
I didn't look at it deliberately, so
okay, so you want to play the guessing game?
I want to feel get a good feel for where you're going with this.
I kind of want to play the guessing game first.
All right, I'm good.
All right, so how many of the top 15 do you think that you can name? And we're not going to take forever doing this, but I kind of want to see of the guys on the rookie contracts. Actually, no, top 10. We're going to do this top 10. Top 10 quarterbacks on their rookie contracts. Figgy, if you need Figgy's help, you can ask
I might need Figgy's help. I'm notorious for drawing blanks on obvious things, names like this. So I'll say over under 6.5.
All right. So
you're going to take the over the under.
You get to 7 and you win.
Yeah.
All right. So I will put 7 rookie contracts on the board, and you should be able to get 2 of them because I've said their names already.
Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud.
Ding and ding. Okay. All right. So that's 2. You start at 2 here. Just to let you know, those guys are 1 and 2. Or just yet.
Figgy, help me out here. I'm saying J.J. McCarthy
on a rookie contract. Ding! You just barely slide in. J.J. McCarthy ranked 10th when it comes to quarterbacks on their rookie contract.
All right. Michael Penix Jr.
9th on there.
Figgy, help me out.
So you have 4. 3 more to victory for John Lopez. Your first couple of guesses.
Well, me and Figgy. Rookie top 10 now.
Yeah, top 10.
Top 10.
Top 10 per this ranking of
I give you a clue. One of them is looking to get paid as we speak.
Looking to get paid.
That's a good clue. Did you look at it?
No, I just kind of.
Oh, so you can just guess it.
Go ahead. Okay. I was gonna say Brock Purdy.
Ding. Brock Purdy ranked.
How did I forget about Brock Purdy?
Because it's easy to forget that he's still on a rookie contract.
Where is he ranked?
He is ranked 3rd.
I thought
he's behind CJ and Jaden.
Yeah,
he's behind those.
That's kind of shocking to me. I thought he probably would have been 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I honestly,
I was just assuming he's like in his 9th year.
He's on. He probably got the worst rookie contract out of everybody.
He does. Guys that are drafted that low.
That brother make $100,000 a year, man.
So yeah, he's actively in a dispute trying to get his
try to get his $60 million.
He's trying to get it. He's trying.
Probably overthinking this here, but as a rookie, like a current rookie on the list.
This will be their first year.
I was going to say Cam Ward.
Correct. He's ranked 8th.
Really?
Oh. He's ranked 8th.
Yeah.
And I will say, Ocho on the text line was like, no, the next quarterback Ward, especially because they're in division. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. And of course, I think you guys know, I'm not super high on Cam Ward, nor any of the quarterbacks in this class. But he is the highest of the true rookies.
So we need one more.
And so you need one more for victory, and I'll give you the rest of quarterbacks that are on, or the top 10 of quarterbacks that are on the rookie deal.
I'm just taking a shot in the dark right here. I'm going to say Bryce Young.
Ding!
Really?
Yeah. He is the 4th. He is ranked 4th ahead of number 5, Drake May on here.
Oh, I should have said Drake
Which
May.
I am surprised.
Yeah,
Caleb Williams came in 6th. Yeah. Bo Nix came in 7th, which is interesting because he has the offense around him and the Sean Payton that I do wonder if you might see some continued good outcomes there. But that's the top 10. And just to give you a full accounting of who's number 1 according to NFL.com, Jaden Daniels was ranked 1 over C.J. Stroud. So here's the blurbs that were given about Jaden Daniels. His rookie season was transformative for Washington, which you can't deny. After decades of frustration, the Commanders fans have reason to be optimistic about the future. That alone is an immense value for the franchise. He's a calm, composed passer with a live arm, excellent accuracy, true weapon as a runner, and he attacks every opportunity with a remarkable sense of confidence, typically seen only in more experienced passers, which that is
all true.
All very true, very abundant. He's built for adversity, having engineered 4 fourth-quarter comebacks in his debut campaign, and he's already proven that he's capable of elevating a team to new heights. Do you agree with that?
100%.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Expect Daniels to be around handsome. All of that seems very fair. This is what was said about C.J. Stroud. Had a difficult time separating Stroud and Daniels. Stroud's own Offensive Rookie of the Year campaign in 23 was scintillating. But the issues with protection and resulting struggles in 2024 demonstrated just how important the full situation is to young passer success. Houston has since attempted to remedy these problems. We've talked at great length about them. Stroud is an excellent quarterback with incredibly high ceiling. He's an elite passer. If he's protected properly, if I'm choosing a young quarterback to build around, he's on the short list. But unlike Daniels, he tends to not unleash his full dynamism until it's absolutely necessary. That's the difference between first and second place. Do you, one, agree with that sentiment? And two, do you believe that this, because it feels like you look at all the young quarterbacks that we're talking about here, and these are the two dudes. It feels like there's a drop-off even to Brock Purdy at 3. And the thought I had was, is this possible to be the Brady Manning of those pairings? Because it feels like any generation you try and find those pairings that go up against one another.
Yeah, I'm not feeling that just yet, simply because they're in different conferences, first of all. And, how often are they going to face each other? And you have to face each other to be able to build that rivalry.
That is true.
And I also feel that there's a little bit of recency bias there, because you can't downplay how good C.J. Stroud. And he mentioned it, but really, guys, no, really, he was great as a rookie. Just, all things considered, and mind you, behind an offensive line that still wasn't great, but certainly he had more issues yesterday. So I think they're 1 and 1A. But you also are talking about he's grading them based on some of the pieces that have been brought in around him, and that could be problematic.
And that's the thing that I immediately thought about is hey, if you want to definitively win that, and I know that's not the Texans' main goal when they're setting up this, but that's going to be a large part of making sure that C.J. Stroud gets the respect that he's due around the league as an elite quarterback. We've seen this when you're young in the game, people can love you, but once you get a certain amount of time, and I don't know if that's year 3, but year 4, right? People are going to look at quarterbacks and they're like, all right, all that cute stuff was done. We're judging you on a level amongst these other quarterbacks, and I think CJ is also starting to get to a place where people are acknowledging, okay, he's good, but then how good? Then becomes the question. And I think even for I think we both probably view CJ higher than Jaden Daniels. Is that fair to say? If you want to be in that space where now we're talking with you along the likes of, hell, some of the guys that are competing for MVPs and such, I think the things that are necessary to make sure that you need to make sure the offensive line's together. And one of the things I mean, and we're going to find out relatively quickly, though, is we need that offense to be situated in a way that it really works and allows him to get into his Peyton Manning bag, get into his Tom Brady bag, where he has full autonomy in the offense, and now it can really be about what he is doing as opposed to the caveats of the offensive line, the caveats of the system. Yeah,
and then that leads to your other question about is this going to be the rivalry, so to speak? Jaden Daniels is going to. I don't see it. It was legit. Same thing with C.J. Stroud. It was legit in terms of C.J. Stroud and sort of the Manning Brady thing. Again, maybe in Super Bowls or a couple of games here and there that they're going to play in the regular season. I don't see that Jaden Daniels and C.J. Stroud thing happening. I could see. I don't know if they're this good, but if they continue to develop, given how the teams are, I could see like a Bo Nix and C.J. Stroud. I could see a Drake May and C.J. Stroud. Those are two teams that have well coached, have brought in some pieces. They could well be in the mix in the postseason. I could see where C.J. Stroud and Drake May or Bo Nix end up being the big rivalry.
Yeah, Bo Nix is an interesting one because I'm in that place where I'm trying to maintain space for the possibility that I was wrong early on in my evaluation of him because that first year was so much better than what I anticipated. But I also know that the first year is one of those things where it can look good, and then now we get in a little deeper. There's more information. There's obviously more tape, and then it can look different. But I'm trying to leave space for the idea that, no, the Bo Nix that we saw able to run the system to perfection, able to do the things that you need, could be the Bo Nix. But I lean more to the possibility if you were keeping it in division, or in conference rather, as you were doing that.
And by the way, that's why I said that.
Sure.
Because you're going to face them more regularly, and because they're both in the AFC. And you're going to face them in the playoffs, more regularly because they're in the AFC. So that's, I'm not saying they're as good as Jaden Daniels.
Agreed.
I'm saying that could be the rival.
Agreed, and that's where I was going to. I think I would be actually very disappointed if the quarterback conversation becomes Drake May versus C.J. Stroud, because I think that C.J. Stroud is a step above.
Well, yeah, but they're building that team. I hate to say
they are.
They're building that team quite well.
They are, but I feel like, in order for that to be like a realistic thing that ultimately happens, outside of just kind of the general, like, we are trying to sell a game, here are the two sides of it, I think that would probably mean that the Texans did not do a good enough job of setting the table for him. Because I think, and maybe this was the silent third option that was in there, I think if you set the table properly, C.J. Stroud can try and barge his way into the room of what is still a relatively young group of quarterbacks that are actually leading the charge on this game. Do you see a situation in which the offensive line plays at a certain level, and really, more importantly, the Nick Haley offense, whatever it ultimately is, lands in such a way where now you're possibly talking about C.J. Stroud and how he compares to the guys that are really at the top of it, like the top 4 or 5 guys that we talk about quarterback-wise. Not necessarily that he immediately sits down amongst them, but he's knocking on the door to step in.
No, I absolutely could, but I also think those are two different things. C.J. Stroud is better than Drake May. He's better than Bo Nix. But the rivalry thing comes from repetition, and seeing those guys.
It could be simple as, New England just keep getting there, and that's the opponent, the Texans.
Yeah.
It could be lopsided.
And then you face them the following regular season and all that.
Kind of like Brady and Manning.
Yeah, to me it's two separate things. That could be the best rivalry. But C.J. Stroud, if he gets the offensive line support in the block out here, well, then he's going to be in that upper tier.
Sure.
Not with Drake May and Bo Nix. That might be the rival, but he won't. He'll be in an upper tier with the greats.
Yeah, I want him to be able to walk around and be like, oh, y'all, the broke boys around, hide your money. Like that's the type of year that I want for him.
Yeah.
And so for you, and I mean, we kind of have generalized ideas of this, but what do you feel like are the most important factors to make sure that, like, this year, because again, you had last year with Jaden Daniels, and people were comparing him to C.J. Stroud's first year. I think this year people just compare him flat out to C.J. Stroud.
Sure.
And so what do you think is necessary to make sure that C.J. Stroud wins that comparison?
That offensive line, getting it done. I think the weapons are going to be there. But keep in mind the Commanders have done everything this offseason with one single goal. What can we do for Jaden Daniels? Offensive line, receivers, everything.
He has. I think he has probably more continuity on the offensive line or on the offense. Although they've had some moves and trying to bring in some talented players. He has continuity with his coordinator.
Yes.
And we know what that offense looks like. And that's the one thing where I go, I hope that it looks right, but he has a leg up in that regard in Jaden Daniels and the Commanders, because we know what that offense looks like. We know how far that offense took them. And it would be less of an overhaul. It's more tweaks of whatever they're doing compared to what the Texans have. And speaking of the Texans, rookie minicamp obviously happening. D'Amico Ryans, amongst others, were talking to the media. This is what D'Amico said about Nick Haley in his early 10 years off.
He's done an outstanding job of really connecting with the staff, connecting with the players. He's done a really good job of making it his, making the offense the Houston Texans, right? It's been a very thorough process, a very detailed approach, which was the same throughout his interview process. The energy is on 100 every single day. So I love the positive energy that he brings, the smile, the joy that he brings to work every day, and that rubs off on the players. So he's done a fantastic job of that. It's been great working with him, and I know he's going to do a really great job of leading that side of the ball.
Is it bad that I don't care about his energy?
Yes, but I don't think it's bad or it's wrong if you are like me, kind of already tired of hearing about his energy.
Is that
and it's not fair. It's not fair. D'Amico hasn't had that many opportunities, but it feels like that's the only thing.
Is that like she has a great personality?
It's not like that because obviously energy can be impactful and get the players going and sort of be contagious and all that stuff. I think it's more so I got to see what this guy's actually going to do. Great energy.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I feel like
they're on detailed. They're on detailed as well.
I feel like we're a little past the great energy type stuff.
That's where I am. I appreciate it. I'm not saying you shouldn't have it. I don't care about that as much. I want to see what your offense is going to look like. I want to see what your blocking scheme is going to look like. And I know it's obviously earlier, but maybe like what you're talking about. Okay, we've heard a lot about that,
And to be fair, that's not something that we're ever going to get at this juncture.
Yeah.
But it just, I want it to be abundantly clear. I am thirsting for that. I cannot wait to find out what that looks like and get some information because I think that will be a huge line of demarcation or a thing that determines whether or not C.J. Stroud clears Jaden Daniels in that way. And another thing, and I think it was highlighted in the write-up that they did on NFL.com, you mentioned this at the end of last season. I'd like to see CJ use his wheels a little bit more and be dynamic because the 3-4-6. I'm a Texans fan to the fullest, but Daniels is more versatile than CJ. I think Daniels has displayed his versatility more than CJ. I think CJ has that same versatility.
I agree.
And it'll be exciting to see if you get that to show up in this season. But we are starting on our way there. Rookie minicamp going. Obviously, OTAs coming in another couple of weeks. We are moving towards the 2025 season slowly but surely here. In Houston and obviously on Sports Radio 610 in the loop. All right. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and it's about that time where we turn things over to the man Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so it's Mother's Day weekend, and I'm sure the OG John Lopez got something planned for his lovely wife and the kid. They probably got something going on. I think they probably going to go fishing. I'm guessing on this new boat. So I kind of came up
just for you. I'm going to take you fishing.
Yeah.
You think he's going to let her come?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what she really want to do. But I got a game. Overrated or validated? The Fisherman Edition.
Okay.
I'm going to go through this list, and I want to see what's overrated or validated.
Okay, let's play that game. Next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit is back.
610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape. Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Real quick, shout out to Kids Meals, man. They sent me this cool looking hat.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, they got some things going on. They also sent me like a little newsletter type thing. So apparently they got something special going on May 28th. So May 28th is World Hunger Day. So they got some cool stuff happening that day. So make sure you give them a follow on Instagram at Kids Meals Inc. So keep you updated on that. So, overrated or validated? 713-572-4610. It's the Fisherman's Edition.
Oh, so I can ISO right quick.
Now we're talking.
I don't think I've
been
told
waiting
you
for
guys.
this for years, Figgy.
Did I tell you guys? I've never been fishing before.
That is unbelievable.
I've been one time, and I told that story why I stopped going. I went as a kid with my mom's job, and they went fishing.
And they threw you in?
No, the hook got caught to the side of me, and my mom was like, pull it.
No, don't pull it.
Pull it, snap my finger somehow. My finger.
Yeah.
Never been since, man.
All right, so we need to talk, man. We can fix this problem. Even if you guys just get out on the boat.
Yeah, I might do that. I might get out on the boat, look like a bad bee, but that's it. I ain't trying to do all that.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to be no Bass Pro Shop going on or nothing. But all right, so I got this list of overrated and validated things, the Fisherman's Edition, in honor of John Lopez. Probably going to take his wife and the kids and all that stuff fishing for Mother's Day.
Lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, because she really want to get out there on that water and fish, right?
She's actually starting to like it.
Yeah.
She coming around to it.
She's coming around.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Is she just saying that, or
No. She's actually starting to like it.
Hey, you want to get on my new fishing boat?
Yeah.
For Mother's Day?
If she's lucky.
Yeah, if she's lucky. So I'm gonna go through this list, and I want you, John Lopez, and Reggie, get in on this too. I want you to know if it's overrated or validated. I'm gonna just give you some random things. So over posing 1 pound bass like it's a trophy catch,
7-pounder or something.
like the trying to be funny.
That is so overrated and so overdone. People catch this little bitty fish.
Oh, he mad.
Yeah, you can get me going. And then they extend their arms like that and have somebody take a picture, and it looks like a giant fish. That is garbage.
That's a goldfish. What the hell are you doing?
Garbage. Don't do that.
Okay, I like where this going so far.
Yeah.
All right, how about this one? Fishing gear flex. So 2,000 in reels and rods, still no bites.
Oh, putting big money on your equipment.
Yeah,
that is validated.
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 Okay.
Look, like you got. I'm gonna do Bite Me podcast right here. Like, you really, in fishing more than so many other things, you really get what you pay for. Because stuff breaks, the salt water, the salt air, make stuff rusty. You got to get the good stuff.
Hey, Figgy, you want a sidebar real quick?
Yeah.
I feel like John is pretty much every person with their hobby, where you got to spend the money in the hobby.
No, but fishing for sure.
Sir, it's a sidebar right now.
I would like to know what's something that's not worth like the price to get you could get away with that.
Fishing?
Yeah. Because it seems like everything, you got to spend the money.
No.
But that's how everybody is with their hobby. The thing that they care about is just oh, no, you got to get the good one because the thing that you care about, right?
No, there are some things like rod and reel. I don't even want to tell you what I think I own in rods and reels, but you do have to get the better stuff.
Where'd you live again?
It does.
Just asking.
River Oaks.
It does matter. But get the ones from, just Amazon, as long as it's braided line, 20-pound test is what I would recommend. Just as good as the big stuff. Yeah. Now, that fishing lines, some of them are just as good.
Okay. What about this one? Catch and release bragging.
Okay, you don't have to brag, but catch and release should be almost, unless you're eating fish that day. People who freeze fish are knuckleheads because it's never as good. If you're going to eat fish, just keep what you're going to eat that night. Everything else should be released.
Okay, so you validate that?
I validate that.
That. Okay. What about fishing fits at the gas station?
So people brag about catch and release.
Yeah, you really shouldn't brag about it. Just do it. It's
Sorry.
Good. It's good for the ecosystem. It's good for the fish. It's obviously the fish. Your meal's going to be better if it's fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So what about blaming the mood? Not the mood, but the moon, tide, universe on you not catching anything.
John, I got you.
Yeah.
That's validated. Because I feel like complaining wins. Like, hey, look, man, if I could blame something else rather than myself, especially in a place where it's not really
that
important.
tide, man.
Yeah,
Dude,
I feel like that's all right.
Have y'all been on my boat? Like, whenever you don't catch fish, it's like, man, the tide was just...
It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
We're in that bad moon phase right now.
So that's validated.
Yes, that's a great excuse. It's a great excuse.
Look, if it's not something that actually matters, because there are obviously things that matter, and taking responsibility matters in those ways. But if it's not something that really matters, it's kind of fun to just blame other stuff. You know in your head that it's you. You know that you're not catching stuff, but sometimes
you'd argue that they all matter a little bit. You can still catch fish. No, like the barometric pressure when it's rising. When it's real high.
Okay.
The fish shut down.
Ex-Woba is crazy. You're starting to talk about barometric pressure. I see.
When the barometric pressure is real high, it's not a good day to fish. But you can still catch some.
Yeah. All right. So this one, I think Lopez going to validate this one. Fishing fits at the gas station. So full Columbia drip, just going in to get some ice.
Got to.
Yeah, I knew that one. What about
overrated?
What about this one? I'm curious to know how Lopez feel about this one. Gatekeeping spots.
Oh, I'm glad you brought this up.
I can't tell you where I fish.
I hate when people do that. I will tell you where I caught fish. Hand to God, you can hear the podcast, all that other stuff. I'll say this is what was going on.
I can't tell you my secrets.
Why? Because everything changes from the time you're there and the next guy's there. The fish could move, the tide could come up or down, and all this other stuff. I caught fish here. If the conditions are right, you can catch fish here too.
So I feel like I've been like a question behind this whole segment. And you know what I was thinking? What's your favorite excuse that you just use for stuff?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because someone from the 713 said the best excuse is wind. Is that fair?
For sure. It's been windy like crazy.
But I was like, what are the excuses that I just be using when I need to? Just an excuse that I need to get out here.
Yeah.
I don't think of those.
That barometric pressure, man, it was too high.
I'm going to start using that for reasons, things that had just absolutely.
How come you're late?
Barometric pressure was crazy out there, bro. You don't even understand how high the barometric pressure was out there on 59, bro.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but if you late. Man, what about this one? I think you did this a little bit earlier, but talking in fish jargon publicly. So yeah, I was trolling with the crankbaits at 3 knots.
The whomps?
Okay.
Are you that guy?
He's about to try and validate
No.
this.
I'm kind of a mixture.
No.
Like I don't say
he's that guy.
I don't say starboard and port on the boat. I say right and left, But there are certain things that the jargon, it fits with what you're doing. It absolutely fits with what you're doing.
All right. I know you are this guy right here. Acting like it's a survival skill. Fishing teaches life.
Okay.
Yep, he is.
Okay.
Ain't nobody trying to hear this.
He is.
I'm gonna get very philosophical and deep with you guys.
Yep, it's validated.
Put down the music real quick.
Right. Oh no.
Let me tell you why fishing is the greatest activity on the planet.
Boo!
Here's the thing. In life,
when the world ends, you're going to have to eat somehow. You got to learn how to fish.
In life, sometimes we are left with either no hope or we're resigned to the fact that that's something bad is going to happen or it's just not going to happen that day. Here's where fishing beats every other activity on the planet. No matter if you've gone 4 hours without catching a fish, no matter if the conditions are bad, every time you reach back and you cast that line, there is hope. Fishing is the best activity.
Go ahead, preach.
It gives you hope every single time, no matter what. That's why fishing is so good, and I love it.
You know what else to say that about? Everything.
No.
Right?
No.
Oh, golf is terrible, and then you hit that one shot, and there's hope that you'll hit the next one. Life, football is nothing but life marked off in 100 yards. Like, literally every hobby that people have is just like, this tells me a little something about life.
Not like fishing.
Yeah. All right, what about this one? Cooler bragging. So keeping the fish all day in the cooler just to show it off hours later.
Yeah, those are knuckleheads. Absolute knuckleheads. You don't
overrated.
Need to keep, overrated. You don't need to keep all those fish, man. What are you going to do with them? Freeze them and then throw them away because they're not good to eat?
Make them into those like bass fish things that you hang up on a
little
wall.
mounts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, last one. I can see you doing this a lot. Trashing other techniques.
Yeah. Well, not just
you use that line.
Yeah, no, not.
Well,
just,
I use this,
but that's part of the fun, the banter, if you will. Talking trash, just like in every other sport.
You use this type of bait.
Yeah, that's the third big trout I've caught. How many you got?
I haven't used that in 25 years.
How many you got? This was very good.
Damn, they say you was extra time shaming, bro. They said they get a whole bunch of fish and then they freeze them because they can't go fishing all the damn time.
But they're awful. And it's bad for the ecosystem just to freeze them. You're not going to eat them all.
But they're going to eat them when they unfreeze them.
Knucklehead.
Oh, wow.
Knucklehead.
From the 408. Every time you jump and shoot, there is hope.
No.
Thank you, Kobe Bryant. I appreciate you.
No.
Thank you.
No.
All right, man. Salute, man. You are you going out there fishing this weekend, or are you doing?
I am
something
not.
else?
I've got an event with Texas Boys Outdoors up in Tomball. It's kind of a. I might spend a little time with her. I'm not sure. We'll figure that out later. But no, I got an event Saturday. Shout out to Texas Boys Outdoors. It's a wounded veterans event, so I'm going to be out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Salute.
Yeah.
All right, so Inside the NBA was on yesterday, and they always get into some type of drama, saying something wild. I want to know if this is wild to y'all. Are you guys in any fraternities? Y'all, I know y'all went to college.
Never was.
Not a frat boy?
Mm-mm.
Nah, I'm way too individualistic to be a part of something like that.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. How do you feel about it? Do you feel like it's kind of goofy?
I don't mind it. My daughter was in a sorority. My son was in a fraternity, one of them anyway. I don't mind it, but it's just not me.
Yeah, I was far more judgmental about it when I was in college than I am now.
Okay, so you probably side with Charles Barkley, who feel like it's stupid.
Mm.
Here is Charles Barkley and Shaq. So Shaq was on the set wearing the Alabama State cardigan.
Okay.
And he kind of he shouted them out, and then he did a little one of those signs.
The Omega Psi Phi.
Yeah, he stuck the tongue out and did the sign.
I didn't remember he was in Omega Psi Phi. Okay.
I remember that. That's the first time I heard of that fraternity, because I don't really keep up with it. But this is Charles Barkley and Shaq kind of going back and forth, and leading Charles calling it stupid.
Alabama State. Shout out to Gamma Sig. I don't think y'all do the tongue thing.
No, he's a Q.
Yeah, I know.
You wouldn't know nothing about that.
No, I don't want to.
I'm not going to
say. I don't want to be in no fraternity.
I'm not going.
I'm not. Damn loser dudes getting together all the time.
Great work in the community.
They don't do anything. Knock it off.
They do.
No, they don't.
I do. I'm not a member, but I.
Well, if it was that good, you joined.
No, I didn't have time, brother.
No, you were busy
in college.
Yeah, only losers join fraternities.
No, you're
right.
Who else is in the fraternity?
I don't care who else it is.
The greatest player to ever play the game. Yeah, you know the name.
Who is that?
Michael Jordan. Thank you.
Hey, Michael ain't wasting his time with no fraternity.
He's a Q.
Yeah, he might be, but he ain't doing nothing with them bums.
Now they bums. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Stop it, man.
Just because you couldn't get in a fraternity. You have to have a grade point average to get in.
I did. I averaged 20 points and 10 rebounds.
I'm sorry.
There's my grade point average.
Why was he going in on the fraternities like that, man?
Some people just don't like him. Just don't like him.
I do appreciate, though. This is the magic of that show, right? If you're tuning in that show, like wanting them to break down X's and O's, not necessarily, but that right there, like, and even if sometimes they're saying stuff that just, not necessarily the truth or what have you, they're having fun doing it. The banter is fun. You can feel that they like each other even when they're talking crazy about each other. That's the beauty of that show. And I really and truly hope, because we're nearing the end of like this on Turner, where they're going to be kind of, what is it? I don't know what the right word is, kind of bought over in some ways by ESPN. I really hope ESPN doesn't do nothing to take that away from it.
Yeah, I think this banner right here, all of this, I think it's gonna be over by the time they get to ESPN.
You think?
Yeah, right now this is All in the Family, and then next ESPN phase is gonna be Archie's Place.
Yeah,
which is kind of like all the cast members ain't there. Everybody getting older, and it's gonna be watered down. So I don't think God is fun, and I can't believe he's going in on. I would be scared to go in on him like that, man, because I feel like you bump into a frat person.
Oh yeah,
just walking down the street, man. And
Chuck clearly
I don't want them to jump me.
Chuck has clearly never been afraid of anything.
No, he has not.
That man in San Antonio was calling them women big. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, I almost got into it with a frat team one time. I didn't know who they were because this was when I was young in Cleveland, and we was in a club.
Oh, that's the wrong place to get into it with
And
anybody.
you know how they be stepping? They be like, oh.
They do
going
all
through the
this
crowd just stepping.
Yeah.
And one of them stepped into me. I was just like, I'm in there with my hood. I'm thinking like, what? And everybody like, man, chill. No, and they some big dudes too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I'm like, okay, some college stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to all the people that's in the frats, man.
Yes,
I don't want no smoke.
To this day, I imagine.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That is Figgy's mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on the show at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, so you can talk to the man there. All right, but coming up next, we get ready to talk to the fellas of the Drive. I'm trying to remember where they're at. Oh, that's right, they're in Sugar Land at the Big Ben Tavern off of Highway 6. So we'll see what they got going. And we'll do it next.
All right, Ability and AbilityTrees.com. Louis Flory getting your trees taken care of, and that's what he does.
Apply. See store or website for details.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all day. Again, thanks to Ben Olsen of the Houston Dynamo for joining us at 12:40 ahead of their matchup at home at Shell Energy Stadium versus Seattle Sounders. Been fun seeing that team kind of round into form in some ways, adding some acquisitions and such. So I think I might go out to that game tomorrow. We'll see about that one. But there's that. This is going to be a real fun Mother's Day weekend because there's that. The Astros begin their 17 games, 17 days. And, of course, we start that off seeing Hunter Brown against the Reds tonight. What else do we got going this weekend?
Ellie De La Cruz happening there too, right?
Yeah, that one's for me personally. I always enjoy seeing him play.
Remember last year, Figgy, I bought tickets to go see him play, and then they sat him. They sat him in the game.
They were listening. They were like, "Oh no, it can't be that."
Oh man, that's the only reason I bought tickets.
So a few things that are happening just kind of in the world of sports. Nick Chubb is not expected to return to the Browns, according to the general manager, Andrew Berry.
Well, that would pretty much seal it.
Yeah, I mean, like
if it's the GM,
it was already a slim chance to be honest. They drafted 2 running backs.
Mm-hmm. Right, of all the sources that you could have that could substantiate some, the man who would have to do the signing, saying nope, not coming back. I think that matters a good way.
Yeah.
But yes, so there's that happening. Jalen Noel has signed his 4-year, $6.5 million deal. Luke Lachey has signed his 4-year, $3.5 million deal.
All right.
So the Texans getting their signing done with the rookie minicamp, and excited to see things get going for this team this year. Surprisingly, the bat phone did not go off from Sean Pendergast, so I'm guessing that everything was pretty regular out there at the fields. But I'm sure that we'll hear either what he's got going on. I don't know if the fellas of the Drive got out there before they headed out to Sugarland.
I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see that.
We'll ask them maybe, the guys of the Drive, Clint and Ron, who are out at Big Ben Tavern on Highway 6 out there in Sugarland. We'll head out there here not too long from now. But a text that just came in, somebody was like, from the 404, they said, it might be weird to say this, but I feel like we have the best undrafted rookie class in the league right now, right? And so they went further talking about the offensive linemen undrafted when Eli Cox, Casey Osai, Jackson Woodard, the linebacker we were talking about that was previously signed by the Seahawks.
And went through their minicamp as already.
Right, and then they cut him. Obviously, they'll put him on waivers or what have you, and then the Texans were able to acquire his services, that linebacker. Really just intrigued to see what that looks like all the way around. But something that did pop up for me on my timeline as we're getting ready for this was Will Kunkel. Put out there per Chat GPT. He asked Chat GPT for the Texans Mount Rushmore.
Mm-hmm.
And
so he went to AI.
Yeah. He used up a whole bunch of energy and resources in order to say should be on the Mount Rushmore of the Houston Texans. And I wonder, can you guess who the 4 are that ChatGPT says?
Well, Andre and JJ would be 2 of them.
Andre and JJ are indeed 2 of them.
I would say Arian Foster.
The computers are agreeing with you there to that point.
Number 4 gets a little interesting.
That is fair.
I will say, I'm trying to think like AI.
Yeah.
What does that feel like?
I'm trying to just go through it all.
I'm gonna say Deshaun Watson. Did they put Deshaun on there?
I'm gonna say DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, the computer apparently does not care about scandals because they put Deshaun Watson.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
It's such a small.
But see, that's the thing with AI. They're not looking. They don't have no feelings.
Yeah.
They just going strictly off of numbers.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the AI did
But he
all
wasn't
that,
even
brother.
doing it that long here at a high level.
And that's actually that's where I wanted to get to, because Figgy, you walked in here and you were looking at another. I mean, I guess this is that time of year where we just find various content.
One of the aggregators put out the best quarterbacks in teams' history, like their absolute best. Like the Browns had Otto Graham on there.
Oh wow!
Yeah, one of my favorites. I enjoyed watching him.
Wow.
Yeah, in black and white.
That's right.
Yeah.
But they had they actually so the Houston Texans actually had Deshaun Watson. That's the best quarterback in franchise history.
You made the exact. I made that exact same look.
Yeah.
I kind of don't disagree. I kind of agree. Changing what Matt Schaub was, and it just needs a little more time with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is just give me a little more time.
One more year, even.
I'm really hoping that this could be the year. I mean, look, the way that DeMeco Ryans is gushing over Nick Caley, I sure hope that the way that this offense comes through allows him to pretty quickly catapult himself into that space, so that we could kind of just get to a place where we feel very comfortable putting CJ in that space. But it might be right, and at least when it comes to the quarterback thing. And that's unfortunate, but that is the history that is of this relatively young franchise.
That's a commentary on the entire organization.
You think so?
Yeah, that it's that close, and it's those types of players right now. Now, CJ obviously is going to be it.
Yeah, he'll pass that.
Yeah,
he'll get
but I'm
it
saying
in a couple
to this point, to the CJ point, it's like Deshaun Watson with what
a good 2 years,
good couple of cups of coffee, and then same thing with Matt Schaub. Good couple of cups of coffee. That's it. That's the greatest quarterback in franchise history.
I mean, it hasn't been going on that long. And one of the things that I always talked about when it came to Rick Smith was like, is it possible to have a second general manager that just picks quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Because that's what it felt like was his. He put together a fantastic roster in every other place except quarterback. Just seemed like it didn't quite get to the place that it wanted to. But it seems like now you have your guy. You absolutely have your guy. And now it's just about making sure that everything comes together around your guy in order for him to fully put that out there. And from the 832, thought it would have been Schaub. Another 832 said, that one Matt Schaub year probably wins him.
Yeah. I mean, look, you can argue Matt Schaub very, very easily, I feel. I really do. Best teams they've ever had. He had a 4,400-yard season, if I remember. I mean, I think he's got the franchise record for passing yards in a season still. So you can argue it.
Yeah. Going back to, mind you, though, someone was talking about the undrafted free agents, and I wanted to mention this earlier. Was actually, you know what? I'll save that. I will save that because we're now joined from Big Ben Tavern out there in Sugar Land by the fellas of The Drive. Fellas, what's it looking like out there?
It's looking good, man. Looks like this is going to be a good time here. The staff is already taking care of us and doing their thing, and you can take care of as well here. Get you some bugs here, and they got multiple flavors around here. I saw a little bit of action, and I'm sure Clint's going to attack this thing as well. And they've got many specials here, doing stuff all weekend, getting ready. Hey, Mother's Day, you can get in here and take advantage of what they have here at the tavern. And also remember. You'll have a chance to win a $25 gift card every single hour. All you got to do if you're in the building is fill your name out and put your name in our raffle box, and you will get an opportunity to win a gift card. Not to mention the grand prize as well. All you got to do is check out the QR codes, and you could be our grand prize winner. So a lot to get going here, man. And hey, Clint was fresh off the field. He was out there at the rookie minicamp. So
all right.
Can't wait to get it up here in a bit.
Hey, Show, you said something that just it made me a little curious here. You said multiple flavors. Are you talking about just heat temps, like hot, medium, etc., or actual flavors?
They got flavors.
Like
roasted. What? Let me see here. They've got
flavors of crawfish.
They got
I got to come out there then.
Yeah.
When they're wet, there's different flavors.
Yeah, they got wet flavors. Yeah,
I barely heard Clint. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, garlic.
Okay, how about now?
There we go. There he is.
When they're wet, the style is wet versus dry. When they're wet, they can put all kind of different flavors on them.
So like what?
We got a garlic butter. They've got dry seasoning. They've got 4 pepper sauce. They've got about 3 or 4 here different flavors that you can get going here.
All right. That would be worth listening to. That'd be worth.
What are you doing right now?
No, I've never. Mine's just like hot, medium, mild.
All right.
Yeah.
So what you just said was that'd be worth listening to, and that felt like shade.
No.
You felt like you was being shady right now. I'm gonna be honest. That's what it felt like when I heard that. Real quick, I do want to play for you because I think one of the things that's always very fun is local sports, especially when you talk about like high school sports. And I want you to tell me who you believe this person to be. Actually, I forgot Figgy done came in here, so I'm not gonna play that audio. Never mind. But yes, I am going to get out there. I'm going to go give it a shot because I want to see what that tastes like. But yes, I'm also intrigued to hear what Clint's take was from obviously being out there, getting a feel for what those guys are. One of the things that I've been seeing on social media when we're looking at some of these guys is Mason Tharp, who is a tight end out of Texas Tech that is out there trying out. That is a big boy.
Yeah,
like that's one of the really, I guess, the things that you can tell, I guess, from far away in some ways. Is, hey, man, that guy's a big boy. I felt that with Ariante Ursary, seeing multiple human beings standing next to him. I was like, oh, this is really really going to be a problem, huh?
Yeah.
But I know Tay was talking about in his opportunities to talk to the media how he can feel the same importance of the culture. I think I saw this from Cody Stutes. Culture in Houston versus this in the same way that he felt it in Minnesota. At University of Minnesota where he was, and I was like, I love that like he has that already ingrained.
Yeah,
that's something that you know that the D'Amico and Nick Caserio and the rest of the coaching staff really, really care about.
They have a type, and if you're not that type, you're probably not going to last long here. That's for sure.
For sure. And then one of the things he also talked about, he loves protecting for his quarterback, he loves opening up holes for his running back, and I appreciate that he's already in that place where he's willing to, talk about it in such a way. Like he's like, I will talk about this in a very strong, very evident way. That it's obvious. Everybody knows that that's what the offensive line is supposed to say. But thank you for saying that. Anyway, Tay.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that. All right. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive.
Yeah, we're trying, gentlemen. If y'all want to keep conversating a little extra time within the loop.
Yeah, no problem. We can do that for you.
We can absolutely do that.
Hunter Brown tonight. Getting ready. He hates that word, by the way. John Lopez.
It didn't.
And he looked right at me when he said it.
It's going to be in the Webster Dictionary pretty soon, man.
Well, it is. That's the problem. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I was just going to talk about the Astros getting the series started versus the Reds tonight. Who you got?
Well, they're going to win tonight. Astros going to win tonight. Book it.
Just off the strength of Hunter Brown going?
Book it, bank it, done. Now, we talked about this earlier. This is the first day of 17 straight. This is a big stretch. If you weren't listening earlier, you have 17 straight games. You can go to a 6-man rotation. Jordan is out at least until, I think, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Correct.
Jose Altuve has lost a step, even though Patrick Creighton doesn't like data or analytics or numbers.
Why do you keep swiping at him?
And
he about to go in on you tonight.
Why do you keep doing that?
And facts. But this is such a pivotal stretch because they played 36 games. When this is done, they're going to be about a third of the way through the season. The Mariners have are 8 games above 500. They got a 4-game lead on you. This is the time right here.
I think so,
one of them. I should say it's an important time for them.
No, it absolutely is. Like it's certainly that. I do feel good about this Astros team. I guess for tonight, just because again you got Hunter Brown on the mound. But yeah, man, this offense really, really got to get going. Hopefully it does. Fellas, we got you still?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, we got you.
You got us?
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. We got action. Shout out to Matt out there, our engineer coming through and taking care of. We got we're a little lost there, but we're good. We're good.
Okay. All right. Everybody in the right spaces. We ready to go?
Shout out to D&M Leasing.
Oh, see, look, I appreciate you picking me up because I completely lost that. I did not get that done at all. But you know what? It's the weekend. It's the weekend for us. And, of course, take you into the weekend are the guys that you love spending time with in the afternoon. It's Show, it's Clint, and there's mud bugs around at the Big Ben Tavern out there in Sugar Land, so you want to get out there and see them. I will be seeing y'all here relatively shortly. I got to go make some moves real quick. But right now, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live on the road as it is Stop 6 of our crawfish circuit. And as Reggie said, we are here at the Big Ben Tavern in Sugar Land. If you've been near where the Space Cowboys play, right in that area down Highway 6. So come on out and have a good time. As they've got crawfish here that you can get right now, and I'm telling you, it looks tasty. It looks tasty. They've got multiple different, as we said, flavors and ways you can go. You want real good heat, or you want it just kind of regular, or want a little pizzazz to it. You can get that here as well, and you can be our grand winner. All you got to do is sign your name up and check out our QR code, and you can have a chance to win a $500 gift card to a beer for a year from Bud Light, Budweiser as well. So come do your thing. It's going to be a good time out here as always. And Clint, we're here. And Clint, you was out there at a nice, comfortable event. Not sweating yet. Not Tyler put on shorts weather yet today. But you was out there and saw the rookies firsthand today.
Yeah. But before we get there, let me Big Ben's Tavern here. Let's any place. You know, we talk about wings, and if the
celery,
if the celery's cold and crispy, you got a good wing spot. I don't know what this necessarily means other than just quality, but they make their own fried okra here, boys.
Uh-oh.
And I just smashed me a little bowl of fried okra, and I'm telling you, it's the real deal.
Oh, damn, you did smash it.
I didn't even offer you any, man. I'm sorry. During the technical difficulties we were having at the station, we went and hammered them. The fried okra is great, and so I look when that is the case, they typically are pretty good across the menu. So
you shoot down some fried okra. Yeah, man, the menu looks good. Even if you want bugs or you may want to go in a different direction, fried okra's there. The menu looks really good. So get on down here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, and you can hang out with us and have fun, have some good drinks, have some crawfish, some bugs, and hang out and do your thing with us as we always do on this day. All right, so I don't know. I know Sean was there, and I thought Sean Pendergast was going to call, sure, but I know from you you're the first I have heard anything about what you got to see from the rookie minicamp. Now again, we want to preference this, and I'm going to do it right now because I know Clinton Tyler, even if we say this, that there are going to be people in there, it's just a rookie minicamp. It's day one. Listen, anything we're saying, we understand this ain't the end-all, be-all. This is just the first time we got to lay our eyes on many guys for the first time. The rookies, Nick Caley, some of the other guys of the staff, we understand that. So, listen, everything we comment on, we're not sitting here saying it's the end of the world. But, Clint, you got to see all of these guys, these young rookies from Higgins to Ursery to Noel to Noel, Marks Reed. You got to see, lay your eyes on these guys for the first time. What kind of stuck out to you player-wise?
Well, first of all, it was a beautiful day out there, and it's good to be back on the turf and watching the guys, practice ball and turn dirt, if you will. It was beautiful. It was a good day. I think, again, positioning-wise, it's hard to the way where they ask these guys to where they're doing their drills. Sometimes it's hard to get any kind of fair look of what the hell's going on. The offensive line, defensive line is on the other end of the field. It's just not there's nothing you can take from it. Now, for me, I spent a lot of time watching the wide receivers, obviously, and I've been trying to think of a comp since looking at it. I know there was Higgins, Jaden Higgins to Nico Collins, and that may end up working out, accurately. I don't know. But for me, I see a longer, rangier wide receiver than Nico Collins. I think Nico's play style is different than his size, you know what I mean, than his length. He's a big dude that plays to me, a kind of more of an all-around wide receiver, good route runner, great hands, great run after catch, hard to tackle kind of thing. Can outrun you when need be. He looks like a guy that plays the game a little bit more. The longer, rangier dudes. The Devontae Adams is a good one. Kind of the way he play. He seems like he plays. His arms seem like they're 10 foot long when he's catching balls that are outside his catch window, if you will, his catch radius.
They got him listed at 6'4", 216 is what they have Higgins listed at.
Yeah, and he doesn't look 216. He looks leaner and longer. But I don't say that negatively. I mean, that's to me that's a positive. It's a good way to compliment Nico Collins.
Because I said to you Higgins, you said he doesn't play as physical. He doesn't come off.
Well, I don't know how physical he plays. We'll see how physical he plays at this level. But he strikes me as a player that plays longer. Again, the bigger, rangier catch window that you see in some of these taller athletes nowadays, the T. Higgins of the world. I said Devontae Adams. I mean, obviously we're talking about one of the best in the game there, so that's probably a little bit unfair. But, you remember the Pittsburgh Steeler, real rangy, just long, thin, and long striders. He looks more like that, and I don't know that I see that when I see Nico. I know that the tangibles, the measurables will tell you that he's longer and rangier, but I think Nico plays. And again, this is a compliment. I think Nico plays more like a 6'2" receiver that can run routes and that does really everything well. I don't know where Higgins is going to fit on, a sense of a route runner and catching the 50-50 ball and going up and beating NFL defensive backs, but he looks like a rangier athlete than anybody that we've had in uniform in a while.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the one you wanted. I saw a video of him, and it was like, ooh, that's a big dude that looks the part, right? The size that they bring with him on the outside and Nico on the outside, that is now again, we hadn't seen this offense, and obviously that was Bobby Slowick, and there may be some change to it. We hadn't seen them utilize big size that much with the receivers. We've seen them more utilize the move guys, the shiftier guys like Tank and Stephon Diggs, and then you could even throw Mechie into that a bit. But it'll be interesting to see those two big dudes on the outside to see how they attack them.
You've just got some complementary skill sets at the wide receiver position. I think, assuming they want to go that way, I think you got a couple of guys in Nico and Higgins that are legit outside true receiver, give you an advantage in size. Now Nico obviously brings more than that to the table, but the Jalen Noel kid, there's not a lot you could see today to really tell exactly what he's going to bring to the table. I will echo what Nick Caserio said. He does to be sturdier built than your average, I would say, slot wide receiver. He does appear to run better than a guy that you would just couch immediately into, hey, this is a slot receiver and he can't play outside. Yeah. He does. There is, we talked about the Steve Smith Sr., his little thicker build and the way he played with that chip on his shoulder. I can see watching Jalen Noel move. I can see where that comp probably came from. I have a hard time seeing Nico in Higgins, but I can definitely see the build and the way that Steve Smith moves in Noel. Jalen Smith, the cornerback, I didn't get to see a whole lot. When it's a one-man drill, like him and Woody Marks were the only corner and the only running back out there. So, they're resting more than they're working, to be honest with you. Hard to see anything there. I will say this kid here, Jalen Reed, this safety, listed as a safety, 6 foot 215 out of Penn State. More of a thumper, I think, more of a in-the-box safety. He could end up being a hybrid linebacker. He's big enough. He looks significantly heavier than 212, and he may very well be heavier than 212. They may have, since they drafted him, started saying, hey, boy, we're gonna put some weight on you, and that you're going to be one of these nickel linebackers, or you're going to be a linebacker. I watched guess what's the kid from Arkansas that was at San Francisco, just went to Denver.
Oh, Greenlaw.
I watched Dre Greenlaw, was a safety in high school, moved to linebacker in college, was an undersized linebacker in college. D'Amico took him, and he really flourished in San Francisco. But that is one cat that he looks like a linebacker. He don't look like a safety. I double-checked my list 2 or 3 different times to make sure I was looking at the right kid, and this is supposed to be a safety. He ain't no safety in this league. He's a smaller linebacker that you hope moves better than most. So, I think player-wise, Ron, that's where I'm at. Graham Mertz, the quarterback that they picked up late, he's still hobbled with a knee injury. Big brace. He's still. You can tell he's not full go yet. He's not letting it go.
People talking about 79 looked big. Ariante Ursery looked big, yes, but again, I was never close enough. What I want to do with him today was I wanted to get close enough to where you can see is this a big soft body that you worry about with injuries, that you worry about. Has he been working out, or is it he appears to be a big, thick, well-built human being. So I don't think you're going to run into any of those issues. But beyond that, he looks like a tackle.
Yeah, he looks like a tackle. He looks like a big tackle, a big physical tackle. He doesn't just like a tackle. Some of those tackles, even like Titus and even Blake Fisher, those guys, they don't look like that up top that they're that physical of players and that strong. Look like a more agile offensive lineman. He looks like, up top that he's got a little something more to him than just an athletic offensive lineman.
He looked like he had a neck roll, but I know he didn't have one.
I did not notice it.
He looked like just walking. He looked like he got a neck roll, like
now,
something added back there.
I mentioned yesterday, Ron. I thought that there's, there are some non-rookies that were out there today. There was two of them in Keaton Slovis, the quarterback out of BYU that spent time at USC that kind of bounced all over the place. And the other one was Ladarius Henderson, where that name may sound familiar because Nick Caserio spoke about him.
Yeah, said he changed his body big time.
He was the one guy, he was one of the handful of guys that, beyond D'Amico, that Nick Caserio pointed out had really worked on their body in the offseason. He was a late-round pick out of Michigan last year and was injured. He definitely, now he's a guard, which is a beautiful thing. He jumped, assuming he can, make at least be in the competition. He looks the part. He looks like a grown-ass man. There's no doubt about it. And now, look, he's out there amongst a bunch of rookies, but he's a big, good-looking dude as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, that is, yeah, man. That as much as you can get out of seeing those cats for the first time, it's always going to be a thing of like, hey, we're, they're in pad, they're not in pad camps. They're limited, so it's only about a few of these dudes out there.
But you a lot of times, and not necessarily with the second round pick, but a lot of times you'll get these receivers out there that are just tangible picks or tangible pickups, that can run and jump, and they look good, but then, boy, they're just not natural catchers of the football. Both of these guys are super natural catchers of the football. It's second nature, which it should be for a second and third round pick. But that's not a worry. Very, very fluid in their routes. Woody Marks, again, super natural catcher of the football. Bigger than I thought. I think.
Yeah, you said that when you came in. He was a little bit bigger than.
Well, I've never seen him in person. I've only seen him on tape. I've only seen him on TV, and he moves like he is a third down back. He moves and catches the ball out of the backfield in that air raid offense like he is a smaller back. And when you see him in person, he's definitely a guy. He's not Joe Mixon. He's not that big, but he's a bigger, thicker guy that can definitely handle the number 2 running back. So I guess where I'm going with it is it looks like Woody Marks is, assuming mentally he can handle it, he's going to be able, just based on his tangibles, to be the number 2 back that can relieve Joe Mixon a little bit, as well as, potentially a third down back whenever he's ready that can obviously catch the ball out of the backfield and be a threat there as well. So a lot of good to see today. And, again, I'm excited to be back on the field and watching these guys get after it.
Well, all right. This is the thing. See, I want to give ample time for this, Tyler, because I I want to hear out was kind of what does the coaching staff look like? How does that feel now with the tyrant, Bobby Slowick out of there, Hal up out of there from Happy Gilmore? With him up out of there, how does this feel? How does this look? As we heard a lot, it felt like there was maybe not enough delegation, a lot of control things. How is the field now when you have a guy like Nick Caley running the show as opposed to Bobby Slowick? And this is the first opportunity, the first chance to be able to see that. And that's what I want to get to. I want to get to that. So I want to hear what Clint's thoughts are coming up next on what he saw, getting his first glimpse on not just the players, but for his first glimpse on, I think, maybe the biggest move that they've made in the offseason. That's bringing in Nick Caley, the new offensive coordinator. So we'll do that as we continue here live. Again, we are live here at the Big Ben Tavern here in Sugar Land. Make your way on out here. We'll be here from 2 to 6. I think the Bud Light girls will be here soon, and you got a chance to do some winning here. If you're in the building, you haven't signed your name and put it in our raffle box, you can still do that at this point right now. So we'll continue that and get our thoughts and get Clint's thoughts on what he saw from Nick Caley today. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, let me tell you a little bit about Twin Peaks, man.
Play here.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's the Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on the drive and live here at Big Ben Tavern. And having a good time here on this beautiful Friday as we are on stop 6 of our crawfish circuit. And,
6 of them already,
6 of them, baby. That's right, 6 of them here. And you got a chance to come on out and have a good time and enter not only our grand prize for a chance to win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser, Bud Light free for a year, or you can also enter and win $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors that we're hooking somebody up with on a gift card each and every hour. So you can do that, have a good time out here as well. The mud bugs are flying around. I already see a couple of orders out right now, and you can come on out and get you some as well, as I'm sure Clint's on his way to get some. Yes, Tyler might get him some too at some point.
We're talking about crawfish, right? I made a mistake.
Yeah, well, I guess Tyler might get some of that too.
Well, I made a mistake.
What'd you do?
I wore a white T-shirt.
I know you did. I was wondering that.
I noticed that, yeah.
Even though I'm looking around, my two guys that got crawfish, one's got a khaki shirt on, one's got a white shirt on. I guess we all just going to push the limits, man. Take the risk today. Say the hell with it.
As long as nobody's wearing gloves.
And white shoes.
We don't have any gloves on yet. But
and white.
Hell, I've already spilled water on it, so it don't matter.
I will say this shirt here is it's been around a minute.
Oh yeah, no, it's been worked out a time or two.
Yeah, it's been around a minute. I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, it's my familiar shirt, my Texans familiar shirt. Yeah, I mean, I stop and folks, hey man, where you get the T-shirt at? Where you get that T-shirt at? Man, this is a talking point right here around these parts.
Is it? There you go.
Yeah.
All right, this is what I want to hear. I want to hear about. Yes, it's nice to hear about the players at rookie camp, but this is also the first time we got to see Nick Caley and Nick Caley in this role. And I know it's just, one practice, one rookie minicamp practice that they were out there, about an hour or so. I know it's that. What did you get a different feel from the staff and how the offense is looking, at least how it's going to be run from the coaching staff? Did you get a different feel from the Nick Caley ran offense from the Bobby Slowick one?
No, I didn't get that. No, I didn't get I got a group effort is what I got out of today. I had to ask which one was Nick Caley first of all. And I only say that to say that it was there. It wasn't obvious that, hey man, that guy right there is running the show out here on the offensive side. I expected when it all came together for it to. For Nick to stick out and typically the OC does that. Typically that's what happens. It was kind of a mixed bag. I would say that Gerard Johnson, being the quarterback coach, is doing most of the communication fine. Which you would rather C.J. Stroud be there doing it, but it's a rookie minicamp and he obviously can't do that. So somebody's got to be on the ones and twos, and it looked more like Gerard Johnson was on that, a little bit more in charge of that.
Really? So delegation.
Yeah, look, I think we've said this before. I think, and Nick Caserio and company has said this multiple times. It's a group effort. It's more about energy. It's more about a vibe. It's more about the connection. What is the word that they keep using? The connecting with the group. It's not connection is not the right, but you get my point. Is being able to communicate with these guys, and you can't really see much of that from a one rookie minicamp, and you can't see much of that from distance like we are. I will say the one thing that that I look for in those situations, in any situations, is when the group comes together. I probably expected to see a little bit more of Nick Caley. Not on the ones and twos of what's going on, who's doing what exactly are we doing here, with the quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers, and I don't think that didn't seem like it stuck out much.
Yeah, because that's what I want. The energy is what I heard. It was, what I was waiting to see, the energy of, just a different vibe and feel from him. That's what I was.
I didn't get. That's the lead, right? Is about this energy with Nick Caley. Yeah, I didn't hear or see or feel any of that. I think Ben McDaniel was closest to us, the wide receivers coach, and he was coaching his ass off. I greatly appreciate when the coach is out there. I don't necessarily need my guys to wear cleats like a lot of guys are doing nowadays, but the thought that they're out there sweating their tail off, they're leaving it all on the field kind of thing. Ben McDaniel's doing that. I know it's a rookie minicamp, but he's getting the most out of it. He had 3 guys out there, an undrafted rookie out of Minnesota, and then the two receivers that we drafted out of Iowa State, and he was getting it in now.
There you go. Well, we'll see. Maybe that's just day one. I like that's a big thing is to expect a different vibe and feel from the Nick Caley ran thing. The only thing that you did say, we heard that Bobby Slowick was running everything. Everything was running through Bobby Slowick, and we also heard that Gerard Johnson. We heard it from CJ himself that Gerard Johnson's role is going to increase. That he will maybe have more leeway as a quarterback coach. Remember, we said what more? He's got to have more responsibility. What's more responsibility for a quarterback's coach? It sounds like, as you said, he was more hands-on when it came to running stuff. So maybe that's the difference.
Which when you got a guy like Gerard Johnson, why not? I mean, he's comfortable communicating. He's communicated his entire life in a sense of whether you're throwing individual drills or you're working a group drill. So let the guy that's done it his whole life that understands the offense like the back of his hand. It doesn't surprise me at all that Gerard Johnson was appeared to be the one kind of on the ones and twos and calling what was going on here. Yeah. It's definitely going to be again what Nick has been saying from jump is more of a collaborative effort. It's not one guy telling everybody what to do, and that's exactly what it looked like, I think.
So we see a difference. Yeah, we see a difference from what Bobby Slowick was doing there. So Nick Caley, first time getting to see Nick Caley out there in the first practice, and sure, obviously, much more as rookie minicamp rolls on, OTAs rolls on. We'll see much more into training camp as well. All right, get on out here. Bugs good? They good? There we go. There, my man, thumbs up. And everybody stayed clean, Clint. There you go.
So far.
Just takes one. I'm telling you, boy. I know me, man. I've taken out a couple of shirts on this crawfish.
I get real aggressive sucking them heads, man, and it gets messy.
Well, you're going to have to get in your stance. Yeah, you're going to have to get in your stance.
Fair.
Yeah, there you go. You know what it is. You got your white shirt on and your white shoes. All right, coming up, this one's going to be tough for you, Clint. This is one of your faves, man. But we got to address this as the Astros get ready to open up this series at home against the Reds. We got to address somebody coming up next right here live on the Drive.
All right, fellas. I know there's a lot of y'all out there that your crown's disappearing. You got some kind of hair loss issue that.
371-3330. That's 346-371-3330.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. At the end of this segment, if you're in the building, we are going to hook somebody up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you're in the building, you might want to sign your name and put it in that raffle box because as soon as this segment ends, we will call our first winner. So come on up and get your name in there. We're doing that each and every hour. $25 to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So make your way out here. It's a Friday. It's getting close to. This is a good place to start it. Watch the Astros here a little bit later. There are TVs all over the place. Some NBA playoffs, if you so choose. TVs all over the place. Drinks all over the place, and they're doing a great job here. So come hang out with us until 6 o'clock. By the way, Clint. I started old Happy Face last night.
What'd you think?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
How many episodes did you get in?
2.
If it's pretty good after 2,
there's a 1-2 punch too. Yeah.
If it's pretty good after 2, you're gonna be hooked. In a couple more seconds. Hooked where you may have a hard time going to bed.
I feel like they're trying to get me to dislike the husband, but I completely understand where he's coming from. Early.
Oh yeah. Oh no, he's a man now.
Early.
He's a good man.
I completely see where it's coming from. I feel like, but no, it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, Dennis Quaid's a nut. I had to.
Plays a good serial killer. I don't know if that's a good thing. He plays a good serial killer, and the other old boy plays a really good racist old white man.
Oh, see, I ain't run into him yet.
The head detective or whatever, the attorney general or the.
I just ran into him a little bit. Yeah, tell him take all this tape down.
Yeah. He
gonna say my kid draws happy faces a lot too. Does that mean he did it?
Well, you'll see what I'm talking about down the road. But that old boy, him and what's the old boy out of or not Varsity Blues? What's the football movie where he's the old Coach Kilmer?
Oh yeah. That's Varsity Blues.
Those two guys seem to.
You mean Angelina Jolie's daddy's in this?
No, he's not in that. No, but it's.
Oh,
it's
that's
just,
the feeling.
There's a couple of old white actors that always seem to fall in that role of the old racist cop or old racist coach or the old man that.
Hey, who's the guy Tyler from Full Metal Jacket? He slides in there too.
Oh yeah, R.I.P.
I think his name's Robert E. Lee. His name is
you talking about the sergeant?
Yeah, that dude. Yeah, he's done it. He's done it. There's a
choke yourself.
Yeah. Don't grab my hand. You choke yourself. Yeah, no, but it's good. It's good. I saw what you're coming from. I saw. They got me. They got me on. I meant to just watch one, and then they folded me in. The guitar pick had me sit up. They folded me in. And I got in there. I'm like, oh man, this thing. In my mind, I'm thinking this is about to ruin their whole marriage.
I'm gonna tell you, I've never. You watch a lot more TV than I have, I think. I mean, given your movie watching stuff, I've never seen a movie or a show like that you. There's so many twists and turns. There's so that you don't see coming. So many just little things that shift the whole show.
Yeah, I see it. R. Lee Emery. Yeah, that's right. That was his name. Someone texted in, what show is this? I want to watch it. Happy Face. Happy Face is on Paramount Plus. Slide in there and do that. All right. Something that has not been pretty good. I'm thinking about the conversation we had yesterday, Clint, about Jake Myers, and you saying, Jake is putting himself in a position to where he potentially may end this whole platoon situation in center field, putting himself in a position where he has really done what I think they have dreamt for him to do, what they have set him up to do, which is take over the center field spot.
Jake with the rake.
And it's made me just really get to a point, Clint, as I saw this going into the game, the last game they played. Chaz McCormick at bats today will be his first since April 28th.
Who?
he had hit. Like, Tyler, you're just playing that.
Tyler, it's mid-May, right?
Yeah, mid-May. Yeah,
I'm not
Tyler,
gonna
he's
Tyler.
not. This music is never coming back, Tyler. I
like it, though.
I know it, but I'm convinced it's just not coming back. By the way, he went 0 for 3 with a K in that game. And I'm serious. We've talked around this a little bit, but fellas, and people on the text line, 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, jump in. How did this happen to him?
You'll come at me about white boy Jay.
Like how did this?
Boy, it was fun while it lasted.
But honestly, how did this happen? In 2023, he hit 273, 353 on base percentage, 489 slug, 22 homers, 70 RBIs, and then he had 19 stolen base. He just goes a week and a half without playing. And nobody is saying, boy, you need to put him in. Jake has passed him up by a mile. Zach DeCenzo has passed him up. Everybody has passed him up. How did anybody have any ideas? And Tyler, Dusty's whatever dessert that it is, Dusty gets him.
Banana
pudding. It's banana pudding. That is not a real reason. You stop it before you even bring that to the table.
Well,
how did this occur with Chaz McCormick that he is just – I mean, it's over.
It's not ideal.
Well, look, I think he's been handed a raw deal. I understand where a player could get sideways here. Jake Myers was a bigger prospect than he ever thought about being, so they were going to push Jake, and Jake was going to be the guy. Now you got Cam Smith. Cam's a bigger prospect than him. So right. Cam's going to be in right field, and it's. I think personally, the year you just rattled off would say this is my starting center fielder moving forward. He's our guy. It's sealed and delivered. He's our guy, and. I think when it came around and it said, no, we're going to rotate this thing again. It's going to be a competition again.
You're right.
I think he responded to that competition. He responded to the adversity in a poor way. And I think the coaches know it. I think the team, I think the coaches feel it. And I think his performance as we watch now.
Yeah, like you brought that's a great point. It's not only that. He had the World Series run, that playoff run, leading into that 2023 season where, as you said, that's the guy.
Yep.
And so he had the playoff run. He had the memorable moments. He had a home run at Yankee Stadium. He had the catch against the Phillies. He was pretty productive, swinging the bat, and that run to winning the World Series. And then the next year he had that year, and then that season after that, Jake Myers started in center field, and he was on the bench.
We were doing a live broadcast talking about it on opening day, remember?
Yeah.
Like, how in the hell is this happening? What is going on?
And you're right. I think it seems like that moment,
yep.
that moment, it seemed like it was God, what else do I have to do? And as you said, right, it went the wrong direction of how he handled that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, and a lot of times he may have handled it professionally in terms of in the organization by not forcing his way out or not quitting ultimately or telling him to trade him or
continuing to smile.
Right, just continuing to be a good guy. He may have handled it right, but it strikes me as once that happened, the man, what do I have to do to get the respect I deserve around here? And we've heard Chaz McCormick. We've heard him in interview settings. We've heard him step out on a limb and basically say, "Yeah, man, I'm frustrated," or "Yeah, I don't understand what's going on," or so. Yeah, look, it wouldn't shock me one bit. You got to be a hell of and I'm not there, but you got to be a hell of a guy to go out there and do what he did at the big league level in those moments with the Astros, and then go, yeah, I'm going to take a back seat to Jake Myers, and I'm going to be okay with it. Now, one would say, hey, he's still on the team, he's still getting run here and there, but you got to be a hell of a man not to let that impact you.
Yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, I'd have been pissed off too. But damn, it took him smooth out. Text line coming through. He's a head case. Jake is the better athlete. Chaz has been okay this year. He's hitting 250 in limited time. He may just be fine again. But Jake's playing out of his mind right now. Chaz had maybe it was the eye injury that he had.
The back injury, the eye injury. There were several little knick-knack injuries that knocked him out too.
But I think there was probably an issue for Chaz in the thinking of he's not getting the same deal that Pena got or that Jake got of the, hey, man, dude, you don't have to worry about nothing. You have shown us that you deserve this job. Like, I think he should have got this. You've shown us that you deserve this spot. And, hey, man, you might hurt your back lifting weights for some odd reason. You might have a little eye thing or whatever. But you come back, you are the center fielder. You're the guy. And instead, he had to care what Chaz says. This Jake Myers that is playing right now is a different Jake Myers that had been playing the previous couple of years. There is no way in hell that Chaz McCormick didn't look and say, that dude has done that, and I've done this, and I don't have the spot.
Yeah. But look,
there's no way human nature that's not a part of it.
Look, as an Astros fan, I mean, look, all joking aside, I like to have a little fun with the white boy Chaz stuff, and it was fun while it lasted. I'm with you. I don't see it coming back. As an Astros fan, I just want a productive center fielder. And here's the deal. If Jake Myers goes out there, for the Jake Myers fan club, if Jake Myers goes out there and puts up remotely close to the numbers that Chaz McCormick did in 2023, you said?
Yep, 2023.
Then as Astros fans, we're going to be absolutely stoked. I mean, that's the key. Ultimately, if Jake Myers goes out there and puts up those kind of numbers and is viewed as one of the – with his defense, as highly regarded as his defense is, if he swings the bat that well, he's going to be a top 5 or 6 center fielders in baseball. So, again, if Jake puts up – Chaz McCormick 2023 numbers, then we as fans we got to be, stoked through the roof.
Yeah, we'll see if that occurs. Chaz, man, and Tyler, I'm sorry, man, you ain't get to play that music no more. I don't think that's coming anymore.
We'll figure out another one. It is time it ain't coming back. White boy Chaz, play that funky music. White boys.
No, I'm not giving up. No.
You don't. Oh, Tyler, you're not putting a nail in the coffin on Chaz McCormick.
Nope, I will not.
I mean, you done tabbed old D's nuts. I mean, you got to start playing that song or something. Hell, he's getting a run where Chaz can't even get off the bench. Chaz over there DJing on the bench.
If Jake had to go on IL, and I'm hoping he doesn't, but if Jake had to go on IL, are you so sure it's Chaz?
No, I'm not. I don't think it would be.
There's still breath in them lungs.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it's Dubon and it's Brendan Rodgers at second.
Well, here's the thing is, I don't know how much truth to it because I didn't see it with my own eyes. But there were reports out there. Wasn't there reports that Cam Smith was taken seriously? I'm dead serious. That Cam Smith was working in center field. And again, I want to say
I'm not. Chaz has not played in a way that he deserves it right now.
Yeah, nobody's saying that.
Maybe he'll just move Altuve over to center, just shuffle it up a bit.
All right, man, we're trying to have a serious conversation out here. Okay, what do you got? Forrest Whitley starting game 1 of the playoffs as well? Is that what you got? Is he healthy yet?
That'd be the bad spot.
Is he playing catch on flat ground yet?
I'm a real boy. He's got a swollen knee, man. He's all right.
See, no, he ain't all right. Swollen knees on Forrest. All right, coming up as we continue here at the Big Ben Tavern here in Sugar Land. Make your way out here. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. This is going to be the conversation of the summer and the offseason concerning the Houston Rockets, and we got to discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. Bottom line is this. If you're out there and you're having problems breathing more and have some issues at
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugar Land. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit. Supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are live here we're on stop six of the Crawfish Circuit. I see a couple that just walked in. Look like they're ready to get some crawfish as well. There you go, sir. Get you a good drink to go along with that for you and your lady as well. I know they're ready to take care of you here at the Big Ben Tavern here in Sugar Land. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You can get some bugs. You can get some drinks. Hey, man, all weekend long, leading up to Mother's Day, as they're taking care of the mothers as well here with specials all weekend long as well. And you can have a good time here, start here on a Friday night. Congratulations to Chrissy, our first winner, as she won a $25 gift card. She had that Johnny Cash shirt on, too. I see you, Chrissy. She won a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We're hooking somebody up with one each hour, once an hour. Towards the end of the 3 o'clock hour, we will hook our second person up with a gift card. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box right there, and you'll have a chance to win, as well as our grand prize. Our grand prize, there's a QR code over there next to Shay. All you got to do is go on and fill that out, and you can enter to be our grand prize winner, which includes a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light for free for a year. So you might want to enter that to give yourself the best chance to win our grand prize. So a good time out here. I'm surprised to the Bugs. What time do you think you're planning this thing out?
I don't know. I mean, the Hogs just came on. Girls softball just came on. I believe they're playing OU. I think it's the Hogs going on right now.
In the SEC
and
tournament.
So,
they got a win the other night. I mean,
look here now. We got the Player of the Year, SEC Player of the Year, I think. I mean, shoot, look out now. So I may sit here and do a little radio, watch this game, and eat some bugs, man. It'd be a good afternoon for us.
There you go. Well, yeah, nobody is surprised that you're going to do that.
Watch these Hogs whoop a little ass. Well, they got the number one Oklahoma Sooners, though.
There you go. Well, the base knocker to kick things off there.
There you go, Lefty.
There you go. But come on out, man. We'll have a good time here. Calm down.
My bad.
Also, I did want to pass this along. I wanted to pass this along, Clint. Nick Broker, who has been a guard, tackle, a lot of things, has played some for the Texans over the last several years. They have waived him today. They have done that here in the last 30 minutes or so, Clint. So they have waived Nick Broker. And I'll tell you, boy, ESPN and them, boy, they do quick work of it. They got his ass right up off that depth chart. I mean, in the last 5-10 minutes, Nick's off that depth chart. And I mean, not a major surprise, Clint, because they have a lot of bodies there. Surprised they maybe didn't go to camp with him to maybe see what happens. Maybe they're giving him a shot. Shot to catch on somewhere.
The thing is, Broker he's a guard. I mean, he was having to be a depth tackle last year because of, I think, some injuries and because you moved Titus Howard inside. But I mean, up until that issue, he's been a guard. You know, you'd like to think that a guy that you had on the roster last year that was able to work his way up in a depth role at least would at least be able to compete with the guys that you brought in at the guard position, given that you didn't bring anybody in that is a plug-and-play starter. But clearly he's odd man out here. One more thought that Titus Howard's got to be a guard if you're just looking at the numbers from a numbers perspective.
They got Ladarius Henderson, who you talked about seeing today, who they like.
Late draft pick last year out of Michigan. They really like him. Apparently he had a hell of an offseason, and he was on the field today during the rookie minicamp, and he damn sure looks the part. So
you start getting to Titus, like Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, probably maybe Juice is involved in that, and Ladarius Henderson. They've got a lot of guys there, and Nick Broker. Maybe this is good for him. He can maybe catch on somewhere earlier now that it's happening prior to camp. So that is the latest there as they make a move today. Moving on from Nick Broker. All right, All hands on deck here because I think this is going to be the big thing with the Rockets all off season, and that is, are they going to make a move? Are they going to add a big piece? I think a lot of people, Clint, nationally, locally, believe that the Rockets are probably primed to adding a major piece to this team, right? And that probably means it's going to come with the major pieces of the core that's currently here. And I would say the two names that we are hearing, Clint, of major pieces here since their season ended, Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Damn it, I walked into there. Boy, I was confident.
Should have just left it at Giannis, man. We all knew what you meant.
I tried, man. Antetokounmpo.
There you go.
Is that it? Yeah.
Close.
Greek freak.
It's got to be.
That's what I rock with.
Greek freak by way of Nigeria. Giannis. But those are the two that we are hearing the most. And I want to just throw this big three because I think it could put potential of being a big three. And I wonder which big three Rockets fans would rather them have moving forward. And you can take age into account. You can take maybe how these pieces fit. To me, if Giannis is traded to the Rockets, I think the player that makes the most sense in that deal that would go would be Alfred Sengun. The money and everything, with the picks and everything, I think Sengun would go. And to me, then your big three would be Giannis, Amen Thompson, and Jalen Green. Or if it were Kevin Durant, I think that would mean Jalen Green probably moves on. And then your big three would be Kevin Durant, who is 37, by the way, compared to a Giannis who's 30. Kevin Durant, Alfred Sengun. Take all of that into account. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, which big three would you rather see the Rockets take on next year? Because these are the two names we're hearing. Giannis, Amen, and Jalen Green, or Durant, Sengun, and Amen Thompson.
This is a no-brainer for me.
Is it?
And one, I make a point. I don't think there's any way in hell that the Rockets organization parts ways with Sengun in any deal. But if
you don't think so, you think he's an untouchable piece?
Yes,
for
do.
Giannis.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think he's here.
I don't think so.
I think he's here. I would go Durant, Sengun, and Amen. I'm out on Jalen Green. I'm in on Sengun and Amen Thompson, and so I would go Durant, Sengun, and Amen. Plus, in order to get Durant, I know he's 37, as you said, but you're giving up a 2 at best, if not more than likely a 3 on a team. So I would go Durant, Sengun, and Amen Thompson.
Yeah, even with the thought of obviously Giannis would be longer term to have him here. I'm
going to go out on a limb and say you're going to have to give up a lot more to get Giannis, which that lot more may be Sengun versus Jalen. That may be enough.
Yeah,
but
it would be Sengun.
Either way it goes, I'm out. I'm out on that deal.
You're out because of Sengun being out. Is that the big key for you?
Yeah, I don't think they're moving Sengun. I don't think there's any way in hell that they move Sengun. I think everybody can agree they're not moving Amen Thompson.
I think he's the one to me that's the guarantee. I'd
go Durant, Sengun, and Amen for me.
Got people texting in. Giannis by far. I love the Slim Reaper, but he's too old. Show how many years would you have Kevin Durant? No, I think maybe a couple years. It sounds crazy, but I think their chances of winning a championship are better if it would be Durant immediately. Next year, I think it would be better because Durant and Sengun and Amen Thompson, those guys, that seems like that is a better fit. But you have a chance to have Giannis at his peak for the next 5 years, 4 or 5 years. But it doesn't make you a better shooting team, right? You don't become a better shooting team, and then you would have to put shooting around him and do more. Maybe that's where the Reed Shepherd comes in. To me, it is a tough thought if that's what they're trying to balance, because there's one is all right, if it's Durant, man, this is only like 1 or 2 years, right now with that big three. If it's Giannis, maybe you're 4 or 5 years. The reason why I would go with Durant is what you're losing is Jalen Green, and I think what we have learned with Jalen Green is Jalen Green to me is not going to be one of the elite dog. I don't think he's going to be a 1 or a 2. So to me, it's not like you're parting ways. He's going to that some people think that he may, but it's not like you're parting ways with that. So I think you're going to be kind of stuck anyway. And so to me, I would look at it. All right, the next 2 years, man, we got a chance to win, a championship in the next 2 years with Kevin Durant. And that is to me the route I would go. Some people texting in, I would never take Durant. That's just dumb, Clint. You can add me into that as well. If you look at that, Sengun has no.
You wouldn't take Durant for Jalen Green right now and plug into this team. I mean, even if you agree with it, it's not dumb. But I mean, you wouldn't plug in Durant right now for Jalen Green. To me, that sounds not to throw that. I mean, that's call people dumb. It's silly, but I mean, it's like the deal here is you're giving up a lot. You're giving up an all-star. How old is Sengun?
Sengun is still young, 20, 23, 24.
He's an all-star.
22. He's that old. 22, yeah.
22-year-old all-star center that's getting better. That just showed you that he's going to bow his neck in the toughest moments. And versus giving up a guy that shrunk and appeared to be okay with shrinking in the playoffs when it mattered the most. I mean, so yeah, give up Jalen, get Durant for a couple of years, and then and see if it works. And if not, then you're sitting pretty with two guys that you would hope, and Amen Thompson and Sengun by that time would have elevated their game to a whole other level.
I see. Like, how come some people just can't follow directions? I'll take Devin Booker and Sengun and Amen Thompson. Yeah, that's not like Devin Booker is going to be much more difficult to get. Not saying it's impossible. I would rather the younger Kevin. Devin Booker to me is the perfect player to go along with this group. I think it would be very, very difficult potentially get him. I think that might come with even more, not just the picks and Jalen Green. That might even come with Jabari Smith, and I wonder if they want to give that up. I'm with you, but hell, follow directions. I didn't give you to go outside the box. I gave you two options. Which one do you want? And then, like I can see a lot of different faults on this thing, but again, like someone just texted in, how about we not make a stupid trade and try to trade for either one of them? I go, okay. Like, that means you will be sitting in here doing the same thing again. Like, listen, the West isn't going anywhere. Right? Like, OKC's not going anywhere. Minnesota's not going anywhere. All right? I mean, those are like the two young teams. There's old teams. Like, the Lakers aren't going anywhere. I know some people may look at the Spurs. They may be on the rise and come. Like, the West isn't going anywhere. All right, and if I just can't believe that people can be in the run it back mode. I just can't. That one. I just can't believe that people could be in the run it back mode. That one. I can't get. All right, maybe I understand, but I understand people say the age of Durant. I don't want to go there, or I could see maybe people saying, oh, I don't know about how much you'd have to give up for Giannis. I don't want to give up Sengun for Giannis. But I could get that. But, I mean, I think the Rockets are going to make a move. And I think they're going to make a – uh-oh.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, Tyler, obviously you're coming in with some breaking news. What is your breaking news here for Houston sports, I'm guessing?
Yes, sorry to interrupt that Rockets discussion, but we got a little Astros breaking news on a Friday. The Astros have announced a roster move. They have placed right-handed pitcher Hayden Wesneski on the 15-day injured list with right elbow discomfort. Oh, God. Retro to May 7th. To take his place, Wesneski on the active roster for the Astros, they have recalled right-handed pitcher Logan Van Way.
No, that's the gentleman who has this
with the weird font on his jersey.
Weird font on his jersey.
Yeah.
So Hayden Wisniewski is going to the IL. That's
that discomfort word.
Yeah, you don't like that. That's one, as you just brought up, Tyler. That's one that is concerning when you start to hear that. And two, very fortunate now that Lance McCullers is back, and so you have him here, and then obviously. Hopefully spent. So you should be okay right now moving forward with this thing. But if you had any ideas of going on a 6-man rotation, maybe to protect a Lance McCullers, I don't know if that is much of an option now with this latest injury.
Absolutely is not. I mean, the thing is you got to ask now, where are we at in the Spencer Arrighetti timeline?
I would think we're getting close with him.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be where we head next. I mean, you're just trying to keep a 5-man rotation going on at this time, even though it is obvious that Gusto was a better pitcher in a starting role than he was in that piggyback with.
But at least you can be all right with him.
Yeah, you've got at least something that's been promising to date. I mean, we'll see how they handle it, but I mean Spencer Arrighetti. It's about time we put this batting practice, injury to bed and move forward.
Yeah, text line coming through. Durant is not the answer. Look what he did this year. Why do the Rockets always get washed up players? He averaged almost 27 a game this year. I think you beat the Golden State Warriors in 5 or 6 games if Kevin Durant was on the team.
You've got more youth. More hustle, more defense. I mean, you got more of that than you can get on the floor right now. I mean, who in their right mind wouldn't say add an elite scorer of the basketball? As you said, I mean, say what you want about how old he is. He's still averaging high 20s, and it was average high 20s, and hell was going on in Phoenix.
Yep.
Right. I mean, so you put him in this environment with this young group. You don't need him to be anything more than a scorer. You don't need him to come in here and lead the troops and build the culture and do all this. You're talking about you just need a killer. You just need a straight-up bucket getter that gives you a chance to finish in the end the way that we just watched Curry and Butler do to us, and the way that if just watch the rest of these playoffs. If you can find games where teams ain't quitting in the third quarter because they're getting beat so damn bad.
You want to see life made easier on Şengün and Amin Thompson?
Yeah.
You want to see spacing made easier?
Yeah, I mean it's obviously not a long-term play.
No, yeah,
he's an older player. You've got the picks to work with Phoenix, and look, you've got a super young group. Like I said, I'm liking the Durant. The more we talk about it, the Durant option is sexier to me. I mean,
you want Şengün. That to me is. But you also look at Green and Şengün in your options.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like Green being on that list is almost. I mean, hell, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Giannis is a top 3 player in basketball right
now.
That's
sure.
The other part.
I get it. But I just. Yeah, I'd give me a 2-year run out of Durant, and let my youngsters kind of take it. If you can win while you're doing it, cool. If not, Şengün and Amin Thompson, one of those guys coming to their own, and they're an absolute one. Then you got what you need, and if not, then you go shopping again.
All right, we'll catch you back up on this with a starter, Hayden Wisniewski, going to the IL. We'll get you updated on that. There is a little scary situation when you look at what the injuries is, and I'm seeing 2 bugs. She said, we ain't sharing these bugs. I got to have my own, damn it. There you go. They're coming out, and you get out here and get you some as well. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, there's a lot of you.
610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hayden Wisniewski, who has been a really important piece to the pitching staff, as he's been one of the best players coming out of that Kyle Tucker trade they've had. He goes on the IL, and Tyler said it right, man, with right elbow discomfort. And that is that scary one. That is that, are we talking UCL? Are we talking, the dreaded Tommy John? What does that mean whenever you kind of see right elbow discomfort? That's immediately the concern of where many folks go. So that's one to keep an eye on. And the reason why we say that, and I know that's why Tyler had that trembling in his voice, is we've heard the elbow discomfort a few times. We've heard it from 0-3 technique, Luis Garcia, elbow discomfort. We've heard elbow discomfort from Christian Javier. We've heard elbow discomfort multiple times from Lance McCullers.
Get to the big one.
We heard elbow discomfort from Justin Verlander. We've heard and seen elbow discomfort, and hopefully this is not something that is major, but that is the growing concern there with Hayden Wisniewski, and it really is a shame. He's been really, really good for the Astros, a lot better than you would think and would expect from a fifth starter.
Well, yeah, and like you mentioned, with the injuries, you ended up depending to have needed to. Then he performs well, and you're like, hell, man, we may have got something. And then you start talking about the Kyle Tucker trade, and not that it's ever going to work out like and the Astros winning when you start talking about talent for talent. But we could at least look at it as an Astros fan and go, hey, it worked out for us. We got some guys back that are helping us win games, and Wisniewski was definitely one of those guys, along with Paredes and Cam Smith. So hopefully it's not the worst, and hopefully he gets back and he can help us win some games this year and beyond.
Yeah. So that's the latest there. Hayden Wisniewski placed on the IL with right elbow discomfort. So that is the latest there. All right, Clint, as we are live here at Big Ben Tavern here in Sugarland, I'm seeing people coming out. I'm seeing Bugs around. I see Figgy Fig out here. I know Reggie was on his way out here. So come on out. See some of your favorite 610 Sports Radio 610 personalities, and come hang out with us for a little bit. All right, Clint, I wanted to get into this with you a bit, kind of based off the conversation we had yesterday with people about Nick Cailey. And one of the big things we were hearing was, hey, man, the things that they were excited about is his identity. He's going to have an identity in a way that maybe this team didn't have one offensively previously. And I know it was at points of view that looked home. That's none of that. Like, that should be on D'Amico. But the identity, and many people were confident with the identity of what Nick Cailey is. For me, Clint, I kind of check up on that because I really don't know what kind of offense he runs, what kind of identity he is going to push forth. We've seen and saw who he's been under with Sean McVay and Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick, but still not really sure what he is going to do. What do you think? What do you think the identity is going to be under Nick Cailey's offense? Because the closest thing we've heard, Clint, is in his press conference, he said, this scheme will be designed around my players and not my scheme. So that's the closest thing we can hear from it. But what do you think, watching the game, kind of understanding who he's been under, what do you think his identity is going to be for the Texans?
Well, I think it's going to be a tall task for him to not only be a great offensive coordinator, but be one that can switch his offense up to best fit the players that we have. Now, does he fit the players that we have, and does where he came from and his scheme fit the players that we have? And I think it does, significantly better than Bobby Slowick's system. If you look, you don't need to go any further than if you look at the Rams and with Matthew Stafford or Jared Goff, either way it goes, you've got a more is quarterback dependent. You look at New England's, even when New England was making their runs, you're talking again about a spread offense that's quarterback dependent. And not only quarterback dependent in how they perform, but also quarterback dependent in how they can process the game at a high level. I think then you switch, and if you look at what's gone on in San Francisco, I would say that offense is more predicated on the play caller, the physicality, the run game than it is the quarterback. Not minimizing Brock Purdy, not taking anything away from him. I just think if you're comparing the two offenses, that is the difference. And then you look at what Houston has, and it's C.J. Stroud. It is, I would say, a pass receiving tight end, a back that should be a back that played most of his career in a spread, but should be a guy that can affect the game in the pass game as well as the run game. You're 4 or 5 wide receivers deep. You got a couple of different slot receivers. So this should be, assuming it's more Rams New England than San Francisco, it should be a better fit for C.J. Stroud. I've said this for years. With C.J. Stroud, I believe you need to live in 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end, 1 running back. I've said it for years. With C.J. Stroud, I think you need to be a more wide-open spread offense that is going to get mismatches versus block everybody up and throw the big ball over the top, right? With C.J., elite processor of the game of football. Let him play the game in a Brady way. Let him communicate. Let him identify. Let him decide whether he needs to throw hot or he doesn't need to throw hot. Put all the weight on his shoulders, and I think if you look at what New England did and you look at what L.A. does with Stafford and did with what was my buddy's name in Detroit? Mine just went blank. Quarterback in Detroit.
Oh, Jared Goff.
Jared Goff. That is more the lane C.J. Stroud is in versus Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And to be honest, to be fair to Bobby Slowick, that is the C.J. Stroud that we saw in year one. It was more like what we've seen, spreading the football around, getting it out of your hands quick, making the right decision in year one. It just cratered in year two.
I'm trying to envision a New England Rams mashup. I'm trying, as you said, is it going to be more New England Rams than Niners? Because I think there's some people who thought that more Niners Rams were in the same family as with McVay.
They're definitely in the family. But when you're talking about quarterbacks and you're talking about approach, I would I look at the Rams offense, I would say a much more aggressive, pushing the ball down the field with the ability to do that because your quarterback has that skill set, right? I looked at Brady, not necessarily the arm to push it down the field, got to be a little bit more calculated when he takes his risks and takes less risk. I would like to see C.J. Stroud. It starts with the Brady approach, and then his ability tells you, okay, now we can go take shots, right? But you can't do it backwards. You can't go, hey, he's got this ability to drive the football down the field like Matthew Stafford does, who's been in the league for 42 years and has taken 8 million hits and never won anything with that approach until he got to McVay. Like, you got to start by playing the Brady ball. You got to start by being smart and protecting yourself, and you pick and choose when you want to drive it down the field.
Yep. All right, coming up as we continue live here, this is an important stretch. I know it's early for the Astros, but this is an important stretch, especially with the news we just got about Hayden Wisniewski going on the IL. This is an important 13-game stretch. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, made a quick stop at Academy Sports and Outdoors a couple of days ago, and I tell you,
Exclusive furniture where low prices live.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Someone texted in something that was interesting, as they said, what was Bobby Slowick's identity? What was the offensive identity for Bobby Slowick?
You ever watch Bobby?
Yeah, well, look, I think here's the deal. If we're being completely honest.
I feel like it was two different ones.
Well, if we're being completely honest, year one, it was there really was no identity. Like, the identity wasn't a priority. It was, we've got a young quarterback. What can we do with it make sense for him, right? And so it started out like that. Then all of a sudden you had the run of offensive linemen that got injured, so it becomes a survival. What can we do this week just to not get our quarterback killed, right? And then all of a sudden the linemen get healthy and all the wide receivers get hurt. Now it's like, okay, how can we just get the ball out of the quarterback hands and get creative and that worked really, really well with that approach to offensive football and that quarterback mindset. Right, and then you fast forward to year two, and all of a sudden we're going to be this more aggressive, drive the ball down the field, have all these weapons, and I don't know that ever fit Bobby Slowick. That like, to me, Bobby.
So there was never really no core identity that they just
No, I don't think we ever saw. Like, I don't know that Bobby Slowick knows any more about what he wants to do if he ever is given another chance at offensive coordinator. I don't know that he knows what he wants to do.
Because the whole thought was he going to do what they do in San Francisco where he came from, but he just clearly did not have the personnel to be able to just – have the run game and do that stuff too. So,
but that goes back to what we talked about the last segment with Nick Caley when you opened it up by saying, that Nick Caley has said that my offense is going to be whatever fits my personnel. Like Bobby Slowick tried to do with Dalton Schultz and what's the Beck kid's first name? I can't think.
We can go with Beck.
Well, I mean, he's trying to do with these two guys the same thing the 49ers do with Juszczyk and Kittle and then you've got it's Steve Roth, Nico Collins, where you're going to get to where you can play action and throw the ball to him. But the problem is you have no Kittle, you have no Juszczyk, you have no
offensive line like that.
You have no Trent Williams, you have no Christian McCaffrey. And on the flip side of that, you've got C.J. Stroud, who's better than Brock Purdy, and so
he had to go in different directions.
So but it never was. It's like we talk about, like we come into a game and it's like week 9 and you look up and Beck is getting 20 snaps. Like, what the hell are we doing? How did we get to a point where the thought was, okay, let's continue to ask Dalton Schultz to be a physical blocker. Like, Dalton's still motioning in the backfield and running fullback lead on the linebackers. Those kind of things lead me to believe that what Bobby wanted to do was, what he's rooted in is that San Francisco physical run game, and he just never could get away from it. And I don't say that to take a shot at Bobby Slowick. I say that to take a shot at the thought of, well, my offense is going to be, cater to my players. That is great in theory, and the really good ones can do that. But for a guy that's never called plays to then try to create an offense around a bunch of players that are going to be different players week 1 and they are week 10, now you're complicating it, man, and making it significantly more difficult. You do what C.J. Stroud does, and everything else needs to fall in places. What does C.J. Stroud? You start by protecting his ass, no matter what you do. But what is the best version of C.J. Stroud? It's not play action, throw the ball over the top. It's not hold the football and drive it down the field, pick off, and by week 10 you feel like you played 4 months of football. No, it's process at a high level, communicate with your guys, and get the football out of your hands. That's it. That is the best version of C.J. Stroud. That's what they ought to be doing.
I know many of you all know what the scheme will be designed around my players, not my scheme sounds like.
Which one?
That sounds like a game plan type of offense. And I know you remember the last time we heard something like that. Like that, the last time we heard something, that's what it sounds like to me is Not like, hey, man, we come in here and this is what we do. But there is that's what it sounds like. I don't want to jump too far.
Since I've been covering the Texans, and we still hear it today because, again, it's the New England roots. I believe it's the Bill Belichick verbiage, if you will. The number, if I had to make a list of things that I hate hearing, I know a lot of people would say versatile offensive lineman, position versatility or whatever. No, I would say game plan offense. I mean, it is if you don't have an identity, if you can't walk in and I go, hey, this is what I'm going to do, good luck stopping me. Yeah. Right? I mean, if you can't do that and instead you're reacting to everything they're doing, that's a tough ask right there. Now, that's a tough ask, man.
All right, Astros. They're approaching this 13-game stretch, Clint, and I think this is a big stretch, right? And obviously it's early. It's not like their season's going to be over. But as you sit here right now, they have 13 games before they play a series against Seattle, who leads the division. They're trailing them by 4 games, and in that, 10 of the 13 teams they play outside of the 3-game series against the Royals starting next week. The rest of those teams are teams that are under 500, including this series. They're starting with the Reds. The Rays are in there, who've been kind of struggling a bit. This is obviously in May, whether it's, what is it, mid-May? No, regardless of if it's mid-May or not. Actually, I better slow down. We're getting closer to mid-May, actually, Tyler. But regardless of what it is, like this is one you don't want to get too far behind, because Clint, I know last year at this time through 38 games they were, through 36 games they were 12-24, 8 games back of the Mariners, and this year they're 18-18, 4 games back of the Mariners. But I don't know. I feel more concerned about this team than I did last year's team. And last year's team I had a lot of concerns about. This year's team, it to me is a weaker team than it was last year, and I do think it's important for them to keep good contact to the top of the division. So when you play against teams that are struggling or teams without winning records, or ones you got to take advantage of, to me.
Well, yeah, no, there's no doubt. I've said it a million times. We've got around here, because of the success that the Astros have had, we've got this mindset of like, it's no big deal if this happens because it happened last year and we were able to overcome it. It's no big, like, no, last year was an absolute joke. I mean, last year, yeah, you dug out of a hole that you never should have been in, and then you lost when you shouldn't have lost. I mean, it's like there's like, let's not talk about the Astros in a sense of boy, they really did. It's impressive, man. They dug themselves out of that hole last year. Yeah, I mean, that's a good job, but that's not something to hang the hat on, right? I mean, you damn sure don't want to do it again, whether your group's weaker or not.
You don't want to try to mess around and have to dig out a big hole.
I like where the Astros are right now. I mean, I think, as we said before, if we don't need to go any further than Yordan Alvarez. If Yordan Alvarez doesn't swing the bat well in that 2 or 3 or 4 hole, wherever the hell he ends up batting, then the Astros aren't going to win. They're not going to win the division. They're not going to win the playoffs. And so the fact that the other guys are swinging it at a good level at this point in time, for me personally, is a good thing, man. So I'm good with where the Astros are right now.
All right, before I get to you coming up, we're going to hook somebody up with a $25 gift card to Academy. Not sign your name and put it in our raffle box. You might want to do so before this segment ends, because as soon as it ends, we will draw our next winner. We're doing it 4 times today at the end of each hour. This will be our second winner. What you got coming up at the 4?
All right, I can't watch another Golden State Warrior game, Ron.
Oh,
Draymond Green has ruined it for me, man. He did it again last night, and now he's commenting after the game. I can't handle it anymore, man. I don't know. And the NBA, what in the hell? The NBA's playoff technical situation is an absolute crying ass shame. How many of y'all out there is tired of watching and listening to Draymond Green? I know y'all are with me. Y'all stay right there. We're going to cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Low T Center, man. Look, here's the deal. It's not if, y'all.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do. It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
You heard the man, Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. 281-222-2222. Look, we are on the road today. What's going on, baby? We're down at Sugarland Way, and
the Big Ben Tavern, baby.
Yeah, look, I think you ought to stop by and say hello. Y'all stop through and say hello. Get some mud bugs. They got they are. You can get them wet. And when you can get them wet, you can obviously get different flavors. And the drinks are good. The tequila shots are good. And the beer's cold, so come on through.
Hey, I just saw Figgy got him some bugs.
Well, there you go. I mean, Fig knows how to join the party. And I will say this: the fried okra here is absolutely tremendous. The fried okra is absolutely tremendous. Come on through and hang out. We got
the Leafs.
we got a big Friday going on, and it's a football Friday. What do I mean by that? Well, it's easy. The Texans, their rookie minicamp started this morning. They were on the turf, turning dirt, helmets on, coaching them up, and I was out there. I got some observations that I do want to bring to you.
Oh, hold on, before you get to these observations.
Okay,
Tyler, what kind of sports horny do you think Clint got being up there as he's seeing the football being spun around? He's seeing them in their jerseys. Like at
it may have
what point,
lasted more than 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, he might need to get it checked out. At what point do you think it hit him? Because I don't think it hit him when he turned into the parking lot. I don't think it hit him, but I think as soon as he
walking through that gate,
the ball being thrown.
Yeah, you can smell the leather. 4 panels, 8 laces. It's easy. It's easy. Here's the deal. This is the time of year when I really, really regret not going to the coaching game. And where it really turns me on is when I can hear Gerard Johnson out there. He's got is it Keaton Slovis and Graham
16
Mertz?
colleges Keaton.
Yeah. He's out there coaching them up, and they're talking about resetting their feet, getting through progressions, and driving the football and laying the football and this and that, and settling your feet, not hopping around back there, and just listening to Gerard Johnson do his thing. Man, boy, it makes it hard for me to not want to get that coaching bug cured a little bit here, and it was fun. But the Rockets, the rookie Texans rookie minicamp did start this morning. Today was the morning where we could get out there and we could see the rookies, and I do have some observations there. But this is also the Astros. They face off tonight with the Reds here at home.
That's right.
As Ron mentioned, it's a big series. But the NBA playoffs are rocking and rolling, Ron. And I got several bones to pick here with the NBA playoffs. One, can y'all quit taking my money with games where teams just quit? Can we start there? Can we start I'm gonna tell you, who was it 2 nights ago? It was the Nuggets and the ones come out somewhat flat in game 2, and the Nuggets are on fire, and it's
Thunder are. The Thunder get they scored 80.
I say Nuggets. I meant Thunder.
Yeah, the Thunder got 87 points in the first half, which was a record.
So I'm needing Big Jokic to get some assist at this point in time, and hell, he ain't even playing midway through the third quarter. They're done. They quit. They were literally down by 40 at one point. I don't blame them for quitting. And then last night, I need Jimmy Butler, no Curry. I need Jimmy Butler to go out there and have him just an average night, 23. I need 23 points, just a little average night. And Butler goes out there and literally sat half the second quarter because they were down so bad, and then played a little bit in the second half, but once Minnesota stretched it back out, he went to the bench and became a rest night. It's just like, can I please just get to a couple of nights back to back where everybody's team competes until the buzzer rings?
Yeah, listening to you talk talk about this, it makes me real concerned to see what Tyler did on Best Bets last night.
Yeah.
It makes me concerned. But to think of what he did, if this it feels like this week's is matching the complete opposite of last week.
Well, Ron, I'm gonna tell you one I know that didn't hit was the one I tried to jump on with him, because guess what Rudy Gobert was doing last night?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the damnedest thing about betting. And usually the NBA playoffs, any kind of playoffs, this kind of stuff isn't a problem, but it's been a problem multiple times to me. Rudy Gobert is literally rubbing his forehead because he's got a severe headache because a basketball bounced off his head on a rebound.
Really?
He's got 9 midway through the third. And he's over there rubbing his head.
I think Tyler needed him to score 10 points. He shifted to 6, I believe.
Well, no, I knew Tyler's over was in trouble when the Warriors had about 5 points damn near at the end of the first quarter. I was like, whoa, that's going to be tough. But nonetheless, let's start with that. Number 2, Draymond Green. And I'm dead serious here. I'm half tongue-in-cheek on the other stuff. Draymond Green makes it hard for me to watch a Golden State Warriors game.
Especially when Steph's not there, I would assume.
Oh, well, that's a good point. Steph was not there, so the allure from jump is not there. But did you see it again last night, Ron? Did you see him again last night?
The flagrant he got? Yeah.
Yes. Another flagrant where he's acting like somebody's guarding him physical and he doesn't like it, so he's going to act like he's going to pass, and afterwards he's going to flail his elbow or his arm and hit the guy, hit Naz Reid in the head.
He did draw the foul, and then he went on and then added his own.
I don't know how it doesn't frustrate the hell out of everybody watching. It is so. I want to say unprofessional, but it's just last night I'm sitting there watching it, and the most baffling thing to me is you've got, as he's doing this, he has convinced himself that he's not doing anything wrong, and you've got a head coach in Steve Kerr. Jimmy Butler's doing it. At one point, Curry came off the bench and walked down to where you check into the game to settle him down. You got a bunch of grown men out there trying to keep this guy from getting another tech in a game that, and they're just trying to, and I understand why they're doing it, but the thought that there's a player of his ilk at this point in his career where every adult in the building is trying to calm him down so that he doesn't hurt the team furthermore down the line.
You think they've all accepted that he is going to miss one of these games?
Well, they're doing everything. No, because if that was the case, they wouldn't have got up last night.
He is going to get. I think he's 2 away. I think he's 2 techs away, and then a flagrant away, maybe.
I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there with that part of the NBA too. Who in the hell made that rule? We're in the playoffs. We're going to let a player or a coach, I guess. We're going to let them have 7, not 3 or 4, 7.
Oh, you think it's too many? You think it's too many to get that?
7 technicals? That means we're going to let Draymond Green swing a kick or swing at a guy's head 7 times before we say it's
the flagrants. Those are different. I think it's 4 flagrants.
Well, but he's only 2 away from that as well. So either way,
that's what I said. Do you think they've accepted that he's going to miss one of these games?
Yeah, they've got to. But I don't know where everybody else is with it. But I'm disgusted with watching the guy play. Seriously, I'm at a point, Ron, where I'm just like, it is. I don't know why it affects me so much, because I am absolutely disgusted with. Now I'm disgusted with all the guys around him that are trying to coddle him, and the coddling is unbelievable with those players. Like the fact that Kerr, and I understand there's certain players that play with an edge. I understand that Draymond Green has been great. He's a great player. I understand he's one of the best defensive players. I understand that he was huge during Golden State's run. I get all that. But, man, it is disgusting to watch the dude play right now.
But, Clint, it's clear, Steve Kerr is one of the best coaches in basketball. Steph Curry
got about 42 championships.
Everybody raves about Steph Curry and who he is.
Yeah.
Listen, I think they encourage it. For as long as this has gone on.
I think they tolerate it.
No, I think they encourage it. I think if they
There's no way they enjoy it.
I don't listen. I think there's a line that he crosses over that they want to pull him back. But I think that is like when I think about the Warriors, I think of Steph shooting, Dynasty and them winning, and then Draymond Green and the edge. At the edge of things and going over the edge a lot. But Clint, there's not any ultimatums or anything like. And as you
Nothing.
said, they defend him because I believe they can. I think they feel like that's a part of what they need.
Well, that's the disgusting part about it to me is they coddle him, and the referees not defend it. What word am I looking for? The referees do everything they can to keep him from missing time. Like, you can't tell me right now, even the 7 tech number as high as it is, he should have 7 techs. Yeah. He should have got another one last night the way he was yelling in the ref's face. Anybody else would have got another one. The way that all the adults in the equation coddle this dude is disgusting. It's embarrassing. I mean, it is unbelievable. Then after the game, Ron, I'm going to get your take on this. After the game, this is what Draymond Green believes is going on. He's getting picked on.
Look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family, and I'm great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Is it one? I don't think that's accurate. I mean, I think that's a misuse of I'm not real sure that I know exactly what that means, but for him to use that at this point in time makes it even worse.
I think he needs to really clarify what the hell he's talking about, because I know there was an incident in which a fan levied a racial slur to him and got ejected from the game when he was back on the exercise bike in the fourth quarter. Now, I don't know if that's what he's talking about and him reacting that way. I think he needs to be extremely transparent on what the hell he's talking about. And even within if it's anything that's on the court, I think that's just ridiculous from Draymond and using a very real trope that happens to people that isn't real if what he's talking about is on the basketball court.
Yeah, it's like I can't. I don't. Like for him,
but I think when you levy those things like that, I think we need to be very clear and understanding of what the hell you're talking about.
I agree. I mean, it ends up doing more harm than good when it's not very clear cut. What the hell? Like to me, it comes across as playing the victim at this point in time. And it's like, bro, I mean, you're elbowing guys in the head. You're kicking people in the head.
Yeah, if it's anything that he's talking about on the court. Yeah.
Golly. I don't even know why I
don't think people look at him as the angry black guy on the court. I think people look at him as this dude is nuts.
What exactly is he referring to as the angry black guy?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I think he needs to really make it known.
But what is he generally speaking? What is he referring to?
I think I don't know. That's what I said.
Not what he means. Take Draymond out of the I'm taking Draymond completely.
What do you mean? What's the angry
when
black
somebody
man
says you're an angry black man or trying to corner you into that trope or whatever? Like what exactly are they referring to?
It's the meaning of it's a negative thing for there's a police and stuff in the past of there's an angry black guy, got to calm down, man. This guy. It's almost it's for years and years the connection of hey, there are certain it's a thought of black men who get the angry thought comparative to white guys that get angry or any
so
people
you get
get
more
angry,
of an aggressive treatment,
and it's looked at as a negative thing and an aggressive thing as opposed to anybody being angry.
Right. Well, I've never looked at.
This is something in the 50s and 60s that was a bigger thing.
Well, I've never looked at Draymond Green and thought angry black man. I've thought I've said it. I tweeted it last night. Soft ass, punk ass moves that he keeps pulling. I don't know how players have respect for it. Like I don't know how players. Now, I understand how Curry and Kerr and all those guys have – I understand what they do. But I don't know how players don't come out. Like at halftime, I don't know how Charles and Shaq and all them don't go, man, this dude. Because, you're literally taking cheap shots on guys night after night after night. Like, it's wild to me how that doesn't get discussed more often. But here we are.
It's becoming normal.
Well, we've normalized. But that's why they've normalized.
It's become normal. Yeah.
So anyway, well, we don't have time to talk about the Texans rookie minicamp, by the way.
Well, I think we'll at some point get to it, Clint. We'll be able to get to the mini camp and what you saw there, because there is a lot. All right, coming up as we continue here live once again we are live here in Sugarland at Big Ben Tavern. Come on out, hang out with us. We got plenty of people here. You can win prizes. Again, if you've just walked in or you're on your way, you have a chance to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. You can do that. All you got to do is fill out your name and put it in our raffle box, and we will hook somebody up at the end of the 4 o'clock hour and 5 o'clock hour. And also our grand prize, use that QR code. You can win a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and free beer, free Bud Light for a year. If you enter that will be your opportunity to win there. So come on out, hang out. The good cold beer, good drinks, indoor, outdoor, TVs everywhere. It's a good time. All right, the starting lineup is out for the Houston Astros as they get ready to take on the Reds. I do want to give you that, but I also want to talk about somebody that ain't in it. And then how much this person won't be in it.
Bennett?
Yeah, he ain't in it. He ain't in it at all. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Don't mess with Texas. Don't mess with the Astros.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Does anyone deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to
every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugar Land. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we're backing that ass up then here at the Big Ben Tavern.
What up, Spud?
That's right. Shout out to everybody who's here on their way. Let's make some noise as we're live here at the Big Ben Tavern. This is our sixth stop 6 on the crawfish circuit as we're doing this each and every week. And it's been a good time here. Listen, they've got the bugs. I'm seeing people order them. I'm probably going to get me some at some point before I get up out of here. Yeah, I'm going to get me some bugs. Yeah, man. I wore a dark shirt today.
Yeah.
I didn't make a mistake. Dark shirt, dark pants. I'm in good shape. I could do it.
I'll work around it.
I know you will.
Them Hogs winning 6-2 too.
There you go. It's number one seed Oklahoma.
Old lady back's doing work on that diamond, y'all.
That's right. But no, come on out here, have a good time as we are enjoying ourselves here as we do each and every week. You got a chance to win prizes here, and I think they're passing out some goodies for you to have and take home with and enjoy here while you're here as well. So shout out to our good friends at Bud Light as well as Academy Sports and Outdoors as they're helping us put this thing on. All right, Clint, here is the lineup out today, and I do want to update here a bit on some of the breaking news with the Astros as they did have to place Hayden Wisniewski on the IL. But the lineup today, Clint, Jeremy Pena continues to lead off there. Altuve is in left field tonight. Paredes behind him with Christian Walker at first base. Yiner's behind the plate. Jake Myers, who has been one of the hottest hitters for this team, he is in that 6th spot behind Yiner Diaz. Zach DeZenzo, these nuts, he is in the building as well. Don't trip over that. Zach's in the building as well. Right field. DH is Brendan Rodgers. Boy, that's where we're at here. As the designated hitter, Brendan Rodgers. Mauricio Dubon is playing second. And Hunter Brown, their ace right now, their best pitcher, and not just the Astros' best pitcher, one of the best pitchers in the American League, gets the ball. You have to feel ultimate confidence when he is on the mound. But that is the lineup as they are going to try to win a second one in a row against the Cincinnati Reds team. And this is what they're working with no Yordan Alvarez. And this is the lineup here. You feel good, though. Hunter Brown's got the ball, and that just on the mound that the Astros feel better about when he's pitching than Hunter Brown right now.
Yeah, right now. I mean, look, here's the thing is, that's really the first time that I've really looked into this lineup card that Tyler put in the rundown here. Boy, it is bare bones without Alvarez in the middle of that thing, ain't it?
Brendan Rodgers is taking his place as the DH tonight.
Yeah, when your DH is batting 8th, I mean that's where we're at, man. I mean that's bare bones. So good luck tonight, Hunter Brown. If Pena can stay hot, Paredes can continue to swing it well. Yiner Diaz, Jake Myers, DeZenzo, these guys have swung it well. Let's see if we can't keep doing more with less until Yordan gets back, baby.
Yeah, man, and if Hunter Brown continues to pitch the way he did, man, one or two runs might need it. Might be able to be the thing to get it. All right, I did want to update here as we let everyone know earlier that Hayden Wisniewski, who has been a really, really key starter for the Astros, he is now going to the IL with right elbow discomfort. Joe Espada, the captain, spoke to the media and said Hayden Wisniewski alerted the Astros training staff yesterday that his elbow didn't feel right. Wisniewski is seeing a team doctor. Now the Astros plan to deploy a 6-man rotation, Clint, is what Espada had to say. And also saying that A.J. Blueball or Colton Gordon are on the 40-man roster and are most logical candidates to get called up to join his obviously Framber, Hunter Brown, Lance McCullers. Who else would be in that rotation? Gusto, and I guess Blue Ball and Gordon. Are we missing? Oh, I'm sorry, Ronald Blanco.
Yeah.
And Blanco, and then I guess probably Blue Ball, who we saw come out. So going 6-man rotation.
Yeah,
with that crew.
Look, here's the deal. I said it last year when catcher's shoes and got a chance to pitch.
Blaine
Henley or whatever the hell his name was.
Blaine Henley.
Blue Ball's the one that they panned up to see his parents and his either sister.
Did you call it Blue Balls or did you go Blue Ball?
It's Blue Ball, man. It's Blue Ball.
I just wanted to make sure I heard Blue Balls.
I didn't put an S on it.
I heard Blue Balls myself. But go ahead. That's what I heard, Tyler. I don't know what you heard. I heard Blue Balls got called up.
I mean, look, here's the deal. I want him to get another shot because I want him to do well.
And he's going to.
I mean, I seriously, man, all joking aside, like I feel for that kid's parents. The kid is in the middle of it. He's failed before, whatever. But for mom and dad, man, you're sitting in Dyken Park, man. Your kids made it. You're watching them pitch on the big league on a bump, man. And before you know it, this guy's giving up 7 runs, and the camera's panned up there on you.
After the grand slam.
I mean, golly, I'm just like, damn, I know mama's heart's crushed. Daddy's probably the one going, damn, get that camera out of my face. But either way it goes, man, I just, golly, I feel for the kid. So when he gets another shot, I hope he can.
There we go. Tyler and Clint, I want you to tell me, is this good news? Chandler Rome reports this from The Athletic. Christian Javier, you remember him?
I do.
Christian Javier threw 15 pitches off the mound today in West Palm Beach. Joe Espada said it's the first time throwing off a mound since Tommy John surgery. And I want to make sure you hear this many longs. Long way to go, but a milestone nonetheless. So it does. It looks like Christian Javier has gotten on the mound and is throwing the ball. I don't know what that means. How many, like when you get 3 longs in there, long time away. Like how long away is that? Is that this year? When is that? I mean, I see like, hey, he's throwing off the mound. Oh, that feels good. 15 pitches a day. But I mean, they're really trying to slow play it. But Christian Javier is throwing the ball again, and we remember him. He has been one of the best pitchers for the Astros before he got injured. So good news there. Good news there as the Astros look to try to get guys back. 6-man rotation. 6-man rotation with that injury. That's interesting to look at.
6-man rotation with no Wisniewski and no Arrighetti. Did you say
Arrighetti's he's not back yet. So, I mean, obviously, I'm guessing Clint. Maybe he's closer.
He's got to be.
He's got to be close here. To think that they would run a 6-man rotation with having at least 2 guys, maybe 3 guys in it that you didn't plan on being in the rotation at all this year. So interesting to see. All right, Clint, I do want to get into one guy that's not in the lineup right now, and that is Chas McCormick. And 713-572-4610, you could jump in on this. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Do you think that Chas McCormick's chances for being a major part of this team like he was a couple of years ago? A couple of years ago, man, he was starting all of the games in the World Series. He was a guy that was in the playoffs 2 years ago as one of their top, not one of their top guys, but one of their hitters that was in the lineup every single game. He'll started last year as Chas McCormick is going to be a starter, whether that's in center field or right field. He is going to be a starter. Do you think those days are over right now with Chas McCormick?
No question. You got a big time prospect in right field in Cam Smith. You got Jake Myers, who they've sold their soul for anyway.
Before he started swinging the bat the way he is now.
They're pot committed to Jake Myers. That is what'd you call it, a bronze glove, and now he's swinging the bat better. Yeah. You're always going to get some level of DH and left field combination there. Now Altuve and Alvarez got that locked down. You don't play any infield positions, obviously. Yeah, you're not a switch hitter. Chaz is definitely play that funky music, white boy. That is a thing of the past for damn sure.
Yeah,
he may have a shining moment. Maybe we got to change that to one shining moment. He may have one moment here or there in a pinch hit situation, but yeah, his extended play to where his OPS is relevant, I think those days are over. Yes,
Clint, I got to go with you because I don't even know if an injury would allow him to get everyday at bats. Like I don't even know, like to him to be like, all right, man, you're gonna be the guy. Like I'm talking like. When Altuve got injured with his hand in the WBC, at some point it became a place where Mauricio Dubon got every day at bats at second base. I don't even think that would be the case for Chaz. I mean, and it is insane for him to go from 2023, where he hit 273, had one of the best OPSs on the team, 353 on base, stole 19 bases, hit 22 home runs, 70 RBIs. To a place where, man, that guy, their last game, the last time he hit was April 28th.
Yeah.
And as we know, Tyler has let us know it is late May. Mid-May. Hasn't played. I could tell the people who are real listeners, Tyler, in this building are just dying laughing.
Time flies by, man.
Goes still day out here. I mean, but to think like it is shifted to that point where, man, like he's like you said, how many guys has he been passed up? Cam Smith, Jake Myers. I think they would play Dubon, Zach DeZenzo, Dubon.
Yeah.
Hell, Shea Whitcomb might come up here and get him here in a second.
I don't know. Shea had a rough go at it at third base last year, didn't he?
I know he did, but I saw him go deep in the gap the other day.
Your point is valid. I mean, this just reeks of, and I can't say that I blame him. I mean, I've been known to be a mental midget in my time. The inability to deal with the adversity of, hey, I've performed better. I've put up big numbers. I've done it when it mattered the most. I've made a game-saving, maybe title-saving catch off the wall in center field, and it's still not enough because you keep putting this Jake Myers kid in front of me. I could see where that would be a hard pill to swallow if you was a player. And I don't think it's a stretch to say Chaz wears his feelings on his sleeve anyway. So this just reeks of one of those situations where he is really struggling with the role of no matter what you do, you're going to be a role player. You're not going to be a starting center fielder.
Oh, I think he's defeated.
It's eating him alive.
I think he's defeated.
Look at this crew.
Yeah, I think there they are. I'm about to say, man, it's 4:37. Y'all ain't got here. Shannon and Steve finally they got in here. I think she got them Newports if y'all scored at home.
Hey, he said I was on the motorcycle like that
in the back. All right, coming up as we continue, Clint, as he would say, had boots on the ground out there as we saw the rookies for the first time at the Texans rookie minicamp. Clint got to lay his eyes on all the guys they brought in. We'll get his thoughts on who jumped out to him and how he looked at some of these young guys, including Higgins, Ursery, and the gang that they drafted. That's coming up next.
All right, Joe Mokaram, injury lawyers.
plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're live here at the Big Ben Tavern here in Sugarland. And business, as the great JR would say, business is starting to pick up. I see Figgy, he's taking advantage of them bugs. Reggie just walked in, fresh braids coming through here. Reggie Adetua just walked in. You can catch him every day, 10 to 2 on In the Loop. Just in the building. There you go. I see you. All right, man. Stop, man. We know. You know you're pretty, man. Stop. Do you see that? I'll be watching Reggie. Reggie just be just standing and doing pretty boy stuff. You know, just stand there and put his hand across his beard and stuff. It just, do your thing, man. We got it, man. Hell, you look good. All right. Calm down. But Reggie's in the building. You can say what's up to Reggie.
Always clean. He's always clean.
Many folks in the building as well, as we're having a good time. TV's everywhere, guys. You can watch the Astros and Hunter Brown tonight right here. It's a great spot. You can get bugs here. You can get – the menu is great. I had a burger earlier, and Clint said he ran through the okra, and it was very, very good, tremendous. So come on out, have a good time, and enjoy yourself. The staff is fantastic as well. They've taken care of us. Good food, good drinks as well. So come on out. By the way, at the end of this segment, if you've just walked in, we are hooking somebody else up with a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you have not signed your name and put your name in the raffle box, you might want to do so, as you can do that. Our guy Shay right into that, as well as our grand prize where you can win a $500 gift card and a chance to win beer free for a year, Bud Light for a year. So go ahead, enter that, as we will hook somebody up with that at the end of this crawfish circuit. All right, Clint, you were there. You were out there. I know Sean Pendergast was out there as well from the station. You were out there, and you got a chance to lay your eyes on some of these guys. I want to hear your thoughts on many of the guys. I know a lot of people want to hear about Ursery, the big lineman, Jalen Higgins, the receivers, Noel as well. But before, what overall, did anything overall jump out to you from being able to see your eyes or lay your eyes on these guys for the first time?
Yeah, look, I think being back out there is absolutely tremendous. There ain't nothing like it, man. When you get out there and watch pro football be coached up and the best on the planet go through the drills and the motion, it irks me when people say, "Oh, it's just a rookie minicamp. Who cares? What can you see?" Hey, man, this is big time stuff. I think, look, big picture. When I'm looking at the Texans this year, as we get closer to actual training camp, I think every time we go out there, Ron, it's going to be about Nick Caley and what is the presence, right?
Yeah.
Every time we've heard from D'Amico, every time we've heard from Nick, it's not about scheme. It's not about the mind and the advantage that the creative mind and all this stuff that he creates, schematically. It's always about the ability to connect, to communicate, the ability to bring this energy and vibe to the field. And so I think every time I walk out there, I'm going to be first and foremost looking for that, looking for this larger-than-life guy that's bringing this next-level energy to the field. And I know today was a rookie minicamp, but today, for me, it seemed like Gerard Johnson, which, by the way, this is not a surprise. It's not a knock on anybody. I'm just giving you my observation. It seemed like Gerard Johnson was more of a kind of directing the troops once everybody came together. As the quarterback coach, he had two quarterbacks out there, and Graham Mertz and Keaton Slovis, and he was kind of directing traffic the whole time. Where, again, as you look at an offensive coordinator Me personally, I would expect the offensive coordinator to really be the guy that's directing traffic once you bring the group together and you start throwing routes on air, you start including quarterbacks and running backs and wide receivers. And there really wasn't much of that. Tight ends as well. The one thing Nick Caley was doing was giving a good look to the tight ends.
Yeah.
So it appears, Ron, that this is definitely going to be a offensive coordinator by committee, if you will. And it's going to be about a collective group putting this thing together.
That's what they talked about, right? That's what we heard. They wanted it to be more delegation, or I don't. We heard is it felt like negatives towards Bobby Slowick is that it wasn't delegated, that he didn't.
Fellas, are you there? Live from Sugarland, the 610 Crawfish Circuit. Are you still with me? Ron, Clint. It appears that they are not, folks. Wait, you there?
I'm here. You there?
Now you are. Y'all were awful quiet there for about 40 seconds.
Well, I know the people out there, Tyler. They were wondering, is Tyler alive? Is he all right? And well, now they know.
I'm
now
here.
They know. There you are. So yeah, no. Look, I just think when you're talking about the Texans, it's going to be more of a collaborative effort. There's going to be a lot of input from Gerard Johnson. There's going to be a lot of input, I would imagine, from Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are going to have kind of an oversight of this thing. I wonder how that's going to work long term. I wonder how that's going to work to a degree of a Super Bowl. We'll see. But yeah, it definitely looked more like that today.
No, they're clear change in the shift of what they wanted. Right? We heard CJ said himself, Gerard Johnson would have more responsibility, and it looked like on day one, the first time you saw them with any players, obviously just the rookies. We don't see CJ out there. We don't see everyone else. But clearly, that showed with Gerard Johnson.
Well, I think it's going to be fascinating to watch this unfold, right? Because you've got a tight end group that I believe has underperformed and been a real issue with this offense, and so he's going to have a hard time coaching tight ends the way the tight ends need to be coached. And being a guy that oversees everything and handles all the team drills and calls all the plays. And I'm talking about practice-wise. In a game, it's different. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how he steps forward as the offensive coordinator, because with that title, you've got to manage guys. You've got to, at some degree, it's never going to work if he's not the dude. It's never going to work if he's not the ultimate final decision maker, with the exception of D'Amico Ryans, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's going to be fascinating to see kind of how they make that work. There's a lot of cooks in one kitchen, man, and it's going to be interesting to see how they make that work.
It looks like it's the plan of multiple ideas, and everybody can kind of have ideas, and we throw it in the pot as opposed to. All right, this guy has this thought process and theory, and that's what he's going to do.
For instance, I'll say this. Like, I wonder, and this is a legit question, I'm not being a smartass, like, to use the L.A. Rams. Like, I wonder if at the L.A. Rams rookie minicamp, if Sean McVay is out there, is he the loudest voice? Is he dictating? Is he telling everybody what to do? Or does he is he just one of 3 or 4 or 5 people? Because we use that Rams, he came from the Rams. I wonder if, when they all came together like that, was the offensive coordinator, what's McDaniel's first name up there? Josh McDaniels. Was that a now the quarterback coach took most of that run, or was he leading the troops? I do wonder.
All right, not going to wait around as long this time, folks. We'll take a quick break. We were coming up on it anyway. We'll be back with you live on the other side from Sugarland. Stop 6 over there at Big Ben Tavern. Crawfish, best damn sports talk in the city, coming up next.
Nick Caserio gave Payne and Pendergast a name to watch for the upcoming off-season workouts.
Well, Ladarius Henderson has actually sort of reshaped his body. I think nobody's worked harder than LD, and he wasn't able to do a lot, but I would say like the level of commitment and focus that he's shown, I mean, honest to God, it's a tremendous accomplishment.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Low T Center.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is we are live on our stop number 6 in our 610 crawfish circuit. We appreciate everybody coming out, hanging out, and you can still make your way on out here because we are in Sugar Land at the Big Ben Tavern, and it is a good time being had here. People are starting to get off work. People are starting to come in, have a good time. Shannon and Steve have made it to their 6th straight appearance. Give them a hand. This is 6 straight. 6 straight. They've been all the way around with us. 6 straight here. They're coming later and later. Each week, later and later. Yeah, there we go. 4:45 this time, I believe, in my mind. But that's all right, as long as they make their face.
Hey, you show up at 2:00 and then got to drive an hour. That ain't always the best decision. That ain't the best life decision right there. But this is gonna work out better for them, man.
Having a great time. Congratulations to Robert, who is our latest winner of our $25
Baytown
gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors.
East Side Roots right there, boy.
Clint, we got one more to hook somebody else up with. If you have not filled your name out and put it in our raffle box, and you can try to win that last one in the 5 o'clock hour. Shay is standing right here and to be our next winner. All right, get on out here. The bugs are fantastic. The drinks, it's a good crowd, good people. Reggie's out here. Figgy's out here. So come on out and have a good time.
Where's Lopez?
Fishing, I would assume.
Where the hell is Lopez?
Fishing, I would guess. Fishing, enjoying himself, fishing or smoking some meat.
Lopez said, hell, I did that stuff. I traveled around a live broadcast back when I was about 40. I ain't doing that no more, y'all.
Yeah, that's right,
I'm on that back patio, man. I got something. I'm smoking some meat, drinking some dirty water.
I hear you. All right, here we are as it is 5 o'clock fire, and there is some Astros news that we want to get across before we get you ready for this game tonight as they will take on the Reds coming up behind their ace, Hunter Brown. Here are a couple of news and notes here for the Astros. Hayden Wesneski, who has been a big key in their rotation, has pitched far better than a fifth starter. He is going to the IL with the dreaded right elbow discomfort. The captain, manager Joe Espada, said Hayden Wesneski alerted the Astros training staff yesterday that his elbow didn't feel right. Wesneski is seeing team doctors now, and the Astros still plan to deploy a 6-man rotation with Espada. So a lot there, Clint. The scary point is right elbow discomfort. That is generally a concern for UCL or Tommy John. We've seen that from Lance. We've seen that from Justin Verlander. We've seen that from Christian Javier. We've seen that Garcia. And who's our guy that was here also? Jose Urquidy. He also had the shoulder or the right elbow discomfort. So we've seen that a lot. So there is a concern whenever you see that. But also, Clint, what's your thoughts about a potential 6-man rotation? Not potential, hell, they said they're still going with it. A 6-man rotation that includes, obviously, right now at this point, Spencer Arrighetti is not ready to go yet, but will include potentially maybe A.J. Blueball, who came up for a start. They also say Colton Gordon could be a logical candidate in AAA. But your thoughts with a 6-man rotation that has Spencer Arrighetti and Hayden Wesneski out of it?
Well, I mean, my thoughts are immediately that if you're still going to lean into a 6-man rotation, it's got to be for the big boys at the top, right? I mean, to try not to wear down Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, Lance McCullers now that he's back, Spencer Arrighetti once he gets back. I got to believe that the reason you choose to go Gusto one start and then Blue Ball the next, I mean, and force a 6-man rotation is it's not to get guys the work. Like I was hoping a 6-man rotation would come into effect because you get Lance McCullers back, you get Spencer Arrighetti back, you got Wesneski. Now all of a sudden you got 6 starters that you'd like to continue to get work. But instead it seems like to me, when you're getting these other guys that are going to be non-factors down the stretch, when you're getting them starts, then it's probably to make sure you don't have to and give them a little bit more rest time. So I don't. I mean, other than that, I don't care one way or another. To be completely honest with you, we'll see how it all unfolds. I mean, my sights are set directly on Spencer Arrighetti. When can he get back? How bad was this issue with his throwing hand? He got pelted in batting practice somehow. Are we still playing long toss in the outfield while the opponents are taking BP? That kind of thing. I'm more focused there than the six-man rotation.
Yeah, and those wondering at home, like, what would that six-man rotation look like? And that would be Clint, right? Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, who's going today, Lance McCullers, who all of a sudden feels less and less like luxury Lance. Like we're starting to get to a point, Tyler, where this is you need Lance, as he has somehow in one start slid himself to the 3 spot in this rotation, and then Ronel Blanco, and then Gusto, and then probably AJ Blueball. That would be the 6-man rotation, and I'm with you. I think Lance is somebody they had in mind to protect, and obviously to keep maybe because Framber don't need one. I don't think Hunter needs one. That's the only other part of that is you are getting less Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez in a 6-man rotation because you're going through that. But right now I think they're kind of calculating and saying, hey, we want to make sure that we're giving Lance as much rest as we can. And I think a point has to be close.
Yeah.
But that's the thought. He has to be close to returning back and being a part of it. And so then you feel a lot better if it is him, and Gusto as the 6th starter there. So that's the one to watch. We have no idea how long Wisniewski will be out, but it is a concern. Also, news among that as well with the starters. Christian Javier, as we know, he had Tommy John surgery. He threw 15 pitches off the mound today in West Palm Beach, also known as Jose Abreu Field. He threw 15 pitches there. Joe Espada.
Gulf Coast League?
Yeah, it's the Gulf Coast. Damn. Yeah, West Palm. And Joe Espada said it's the first time throwing off a mound since Tommy John surgery. Also said it would be, the thought is he is a long way to go, but it is a milestone nonetheless. So hopefully they can get him back tonight, or get him back sometime maybe this season. That would be a big thing if they can get him back, especially if they're still competing. Somebody we know they will have, Clint, is Hunter Brown. He gets the ball tonight, and they will take on the Reds, a team with a losing record, a team that you're looking, hey, can you win series on this homestand? The lineup, if you missed it, Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve is in left field, Paredes, Walker, Diaz is the catcher tonight, and then Jake Myers, Zach D's nuts, DeCenzo, as well as Brendan Rodgers, who is the DH for some reason, and then Mauricio Dubon. That is the lineup today, Clint, against the Reds and get themselves going a little bit. I do think this is a big 13-game stretch before they play the Mariners, and they're playing some teams that have losing records, that have scuffled a bit, that I think they can take advantage of. It starts kind of here to see if they can get going here.
Hey, Pena's swinging it well. He's literally worked himself into the leadoff spot, and Yainer Diaz is coming. Jake Myers is swinging it well. Can those guys keep doing it at that clip right there, man? That's really, for me, where it's at. I'm a believer in Isaac Paredes. I think Christian Walker's just a matter of time. Jose Altuve's Jose Altuve, and obviously you got Alvarez whenever he gets back, man. If whenever this thing hits stride, you got Pena hitting well enough to still be in the leadoff spot, and you've got Yainer Diaz and Jake Myers in that 6-7-8 range right there. The Astros are going to be hell to deal with. That'll be fun to watch. We'll see if the stars align. But right now, I'm telling you, this next stretch, as long as Yordan Alvarez is not in the game, they're going to be more dependent on again, the Jeremy Pena, Yainer Diaz, Jake Myers, Zach DeCenzo's. And as of late, man, as fans, we got to be absolutely stoked about what these guys have brought to the table. Now, look, again, Altuve started hot and he's kind of tailed off. We know who Altuve is. Yordan Alvarez, we hope like hell, and we got a lot of confidence that he's going to come back and swing it as well as anybody in the league. Maybe not name Aaron Judge, but he's going to swing it. He's going to swing it really well. These other guys hitting stride is big time, man.
Yep. All right, see if they get it done tonight here at Dyken Park as they'll take on the Reds and start.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Texans rookie minicamp. We heard Clint talk a little bit about what he saw in regards to Nick Caserio, but then let's get his thoughts on the players that he saw. But before that, D'Amico Ryans, who obviously was out there as his new rookie class got going today. Here was D'Amico with his expectations for this year's rookie camp.
What's next for these guys is really just to take a deep breath and relax. That's the main thing. I tell guys, relax. And we over these 2 days, we're just getting them acclimated to how we do things, right? And have to make sure they're taking care of their bodies the right way. And come in on Monday, now there's going to be a lot more guys out there in the lines, and now you're going to be expected to get right in and catch up to speed with the other guys. So it's a matter of them just, again, speeding up that learning process so they can get in line and look like they know what they're doing.
All right, that was D'Amico Ryans. They're speaking about his rookies. And, Clint, you got to lay your eyes on some of these guys, and I know many people are excited about many of the picks, especially the top 3 picks in this draft. When you look at Higgins, Ursery, and Noel, I know a lot of people are. What was your thoughts, what you saw? I know it's just the first rookie minicamp, but your initial impressions of these guys.
Well, I mean, look, it's a good-looking group, first of all. I mean, I don't know what rookie minicamp isn't a good-looking group, to be honest with you. But, look, we start at the top with Jalen Higgins, the wide receiver pick, and he has been compared to Nico Collins. I don't know that I see stylistically Nico Collins. I mean, I understand the frame, 6'4", 215. He is a bigger-bodied wide receiver, but to me, you got big-bodied wide receiver, which to me that is what Nico is. But then you've got the guys that look like they're just long. Like, to me, I mean, I don't know. I didn't look at the measurements. I don't know how much longer his arms are than Nico. Yeah. But when I look up and I look at Nico, I look at a bigger, kind of well-rounded all-around receiver is what I see. When I look at Higgins, I see a long, rangy, big catch window wide receiver and then I don't know how he's going to play the game at the NFL level, but he looks like a guy. He looks different than Nico to me. Again, another big outside receiver. All of that holds true. But to me, the comparisons for him are more in the range of like just stylistically the way they play, like Devontae Adams, the way that he's got long arms. It seems like his arms are 10 feet long. It seems like when he's running away from somebody, it doesn't look like he's really running that fast, but until you look at how quickly he's leaving somebody.
Maybe more Pickens?
Yeah, Pickens, that's a good one. I just saw him on TV. Yeah, Pickens is a good one. Like a longer, rangier wide receiver is what I see in Higgins. Ursery, they were down. They take the offensive line and defensive line down the total other end of the field. Other than looking like a grown-ass man, I ain't got much on Ursery. I mean, he's thicker. I can see the Steve Smith Sr. comparison now. He doesn't look like I don't pigeonhole him into a slot immediately by the way he's built.
So he's built bigger than Tank.
He's no question. Yeah, no question whatsoever. Now I will say this, in just the way they run routes, and we didn't see a ton of route running, but I saw several different drills that are speed cuts and square cuts and kind of things that are emulating routes and the tops of the route. There's no Tank Dell route runner in this mix. Tank Dell is one of them guys that just jumps off the damn field with his twitch and his route running ability, getting in and out of cuts. There's none of that in this group. The safety out of Penn State, Reed. Yeah. It wouldn't shock me if they didn't move him to linebacker. That is a big safety. The reports are he's a box safety anyway, which in today's game is a linebacker anyway. So he looks more the part of a linebacker than a safety. Woody Marks, the running back, I think he is a little bit thicker than one may think. I think I want to make sure that I don't pigeonhole him as a third down back. To me, he's a guy that is could be a 1-2 punch with Joe Mixon. And he is absolutely natural. He is natural in the pass game as they come.
So his size makes you feel even better about him being a backup. a number 2 back.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, he's a guy that, yes, could he be a third down back because of coming out of 2 different air raid systems and catching the ball out of the backfield a lot? Sure, he could, but he, to me, getting aggressive and moving up. That's a bigger body that played in an air raid system. You can go out and get a bunch of these little scat backs that come out of these air raid systems, and really come out of all the different systems. You can get that little scat back that used to be a wide receiver, but he's also got running back. You can get that guy anywhere. They moved up in the 4th and got Woody Marks because I think after seeing him, he's probably going to bring a little bit more to the table.
All right, that is it's a good shot here. The first time we got to see these guys and a guy like, listen, they've got a bunch of get-off-the-bus guys. They got a bunch of guys that look the part. Ursery looks really, really good.
Yeah.
That ain't no guard. I'm going to tell you that right now. That big joker ain't no guard.
Yeah.
Higgins looks good as well, fluid, moving, and a big target.
You know who was out there, too, that really looks good, and Nick Caserio talked about him yesterday, the Ladarius Henderson kid.
D'Amico talked about him today.
Yeah. You want to talk about, he looks like a guard. I don't know. I don't remember what his body looked like before, but being the guy that Nick first pointed to when he was asked who changed their body the most and who worked the hardest, and that he was out there with the rookies. And now he's in a group of a bunch of rookies that have never had an NFL offseason, and he has, and clearly it was the best in the building. But boy, he looks the part, and it was good to see him out there being a guard, being the fact that we need a guard, we need some guards, not a guard. It was good to see that they think so highly of him.
All right, minicamp will continue to go throughout the weekend, and I'm sure we'll hear and see more about these young guys just kind of getting their feet wet here in Houston. Maybe favorite story to just keep an eye on outside of Houston, Clint, as Rafael Devers, who we all know, what did he refuse to play DH before the season started, and now he has really played a lot of DH for the year, as Alex Bregman, who, by the way, is smoking hot this year to start, has played a lot of third base. Now they want my man to play first base because old dude who was talking over there saying, no, Devers is the third baseman. Thinking that his job might get taken, he's out for the season.
I was fixing to say we were on to something, because I remember when it first happened, I was like, he's worried about Devers taking his damn position.
No, he got hurt.
Okay,
he's out
he got
for
hurt.
the season.
Gotcha.
So now I think Cora and company are asking him to go play first base. Here we go, Tyler. Here's Rafael Devers. I know I'm a ball player, but at the same time, they can't expect me to play every single position out there.
No.
In spring training, they talked to me and basically told me to put my glove up, that I wasn't going to play any other position but DH. So right now, I just feel like it's not an appropriate decision by them to ask me to play another position. It was the GM that I spoke with. I'm not sure what he has with me. He played ball, and I would like to think he knows that changing positions like that isn't easy.
No.
They got a problem on their hands now. How it works, though, boy. The tide turns, right?
Now you need me to play first base now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you need.
Before the season's over, and all of a sudden you need that guy to do a favor for you after you brought in a guy, chose to bring in a third baseman, and it sounds that story's a little different, right? It sounds like they did walk in and tell Devers, "Hey, put your glove up, partner. You're gonna be a DH."
Hold on, how close do you think the conversation was to put your glove up, or how much do you believe that Rafael Devers interpreted it as put your glove up?
I believe Devers. Devers said to GM. He went on. If you don't know who the GM is, at least you know now that he played ball. He should know better.
No.
I bet he said, oh. Hey, and I bet he said it in complete English. Oh, y'all need me to play now. y'all need me to play first base now. But no, you're right. Like, I listen, I think he's full of it. I know Rafael Devers, who can play third base, can walk out there and play first base. But he want to get out there and say, "Oh, y'all just want me to go. Y'all just want to throw me out there and play a position I ain't never damn played." No. That's what y'all want me to do.
You didn't need me back then. Now you do.
No, I'm sure y'all go get somebody. Y'all go get him. Where's Big Poppy? Take David Ortiz's ass over there. He can go play. Take him over there. Boy, my man is on it today. He is on it. All right, coming up, as we have discussed a lot, I think the biggest story in the summer coming for the Houston Rockets, there's potential we got to talk about this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Budweiser. Here's The Drive with Stoerner.
All right, welcome back. As
light them up one time. Light them up one time.
A good time here. We are in Sugarland. Let me make some noise. Let me hear you out here. Make some noise. There we go. We got a good crowd out here, and a good time is being had. Clap your damn hands. Leaving potatoes and stuff. We got a good crowd out here and having a good time. Come on out here, get some bugs. I still continue to see them roll through here. And a good time is being had. We're in Sugarland, the Big Ben Tavern. Come on out and enjoy yourself. And the party doesn't have to end at 6 o'clock. As we leave, the party will continue. TV's all over as we're watching Arkansas try really hard not to blow this lead against Oklahoma. But later on, you can see the Astros as they take on the Reds. You can see a nice slate of a doubleheader for the NBA tonight as the Thunder and the Nuggets play. And then before them, the Pacers and the Cavs play, which has been a very entertaining series with Tyrese Halliburton and his father. You think his father's trying to get on the court tonight? They're back home in Indiana. You think his dad trying to? Because I know right now he regrets. He regrets going ahead and agreeing with that. Like, come on, man, it's been 2 games, y'all. Let me just –
I learned my lesson, man.
I learned my lesson. Let me just stay in a tunnel. Can I just stay in a tunnel?
Hey, man, just put me in a suite, man.
Put me in a suite.
Put me in a suite.
Put me in a seat with me. Strap me in. Hey, y'all got to put a code in me before I go out. But, no, it's TVs all over the place. You can come out here and have a good time. And remember – coming up, we do have one more gift card that we can give away, $25 gift card. And listen up, we are doing it as soon as this segment ends. When this segment ends. So if you have not filled your name out and put it in our raffle box, you might want to do that before this segment ends. All right. We appreciate you coming in and joining us and hanging out with us. All right, Clint, this, to me, will be the biggest story that we are looking at, Clint, for the summer for the Rockets, right? We have talked about what are they going to do in the offseason, what are the Rockets going to do, what are they going to add, what players are they going to add somebody that has a significant change, are they going to lose somebody? And listen, to me, the most prominent names that we have heard talked about are Giannis and Kevin Durant. And I think both of them bring different thoughts, different potentials to this team. And I think both of them mean two different players that may no longer be on this roster that are part of the core. And I think it is a deal of, Clint, what would you rather have? What would you be more confident about a potential of bringing Kevin Durant in, which I think would mean that you potentially would lose a Jalen Green, or would you be more confident in the thought of bringing in Giannis, who is a top 3 player in the league? I think him, Jokic, right now, hell, Luka was probably there before, but anyway, somewhere around, he is a top 3 player who's 30 years old, that's much closer to the age of Şengün and Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith and that crew, as opposed to Kevin Durant, who's 37. What are you more comfortable with now, Clint, who is locked in here? Now, Clint, who do you – a lot of this comes down on who would you lose? Because if it is Kevin Durant, I think you lose Jalen Green. If it is Giannis, I think there's a strong possibility that you lose Alfred Şengün. I think you got to give up more to get Giannis, and I think also the fits make sense in positions. Which deal would you feel more comfortable with? The Durant deal or the Giannis deal?
Durant deal. Give me Durant, Şengün, and Amen Thompson moving forward, and I know it's a short-term deal with Durant.
I was going to say how many good years. I bet Kevin's got two probably good years in it.
You give up less if he can give you mid to high 20s a game. You're getting what you want. You're getting your finisher. He's still up there with, and you during those 2 years, if Amen Thompson comes into his own, if Şengün continues to get better, you may end up with a 1 with those guys. If you don't, you move on from Durant and you go shopping again. I don't think that the Rockets in any way, shape, or form part ways with their 22-year-old all-star Şengün.
Text line coming in: Giannis for whoever but Amen Thompson.
You're going after Giannis. You don't get the chance to go up there anybody but.
Well, listen, I would close the deal if they're asking for Amen Thompson. If anybody is asking for Amen Thompson, and it's not Anthony Edwards, it's not and it's not Jokic. Anybody not asking for Amen Thompson, I'm hanging up the phone. I think he is a perfect fit with whomever. I think you got to look at it in two ways. First off, and I've seen people text this in, I don't think either thing is dumb. And I think everybody would have some sense of excitement no matter which way you go. I think there may be some disappointment if it's Şengün and he goes, but I think most people would have the excitement of, hold on, we got Giannis, we've got Amen Thompson, and we've got, maybe Jalen Green, maybe some shooters around him. You feel better about that. I think the reverse. We got Kevin Durant, Şengün, and we got Amen Thompson. Do we add Fred as well? To me, I understand both. But I do think I would lean towards the Durant thing because I think it fits this team a little bit better. And I know and understand that I'm looking at 2 years versus 5 to 6 years of Giannis in his prime. But I just think you don't have to change a lot, Clint, about this crew. I don't think you have to change a lot. By the way, Oklahoma, Tyler, just hit a home run to take the lead over Arkansas.
It's a walk-off in the bottom of the seventh.
It's a walk-off. Oh, is that the game? It's a walk-off. We've just lost Clint.
Is there 9 innings in girls softball?
I don't think there is. I think you're right. I think it's over.
No, it's a walk-off.
It's a tough one. It's all right. It's all right. But, anyway, someone texted in Giannis is younger. I know. I understand that, and I understand the thought of it. I think when you bring in Giannis, I think there are more changes that you have to make overall with the team. You bring in Durant, I think he just fits and just makes life easier for everybody, and you add shooting that you desperately need, and you add more space for somebody like Şengün. I think with him out there, he spaces the floor. If you remember Şengün, they're just attacking him because they're like, here, Jalen Green, shoot. Here, everybody, here, Dylan Brooks, here, you shoot. I think you have enough toughness and defense behind him. And I think he's not Luka out there defensively. He's 7 foot tall that can get things. I don't know. Someone texted in, Giannis can't shoot. How does that things that he could benefit you? You would have to put more shooters around. That's why I'm saying I would go with Durant because I think it comes with less changes.
Well, that's key to me. I look at the Rockets and I think, what's the one thing they're missing? And to me, the one thing they're missing is a guy in crunch time, whatever that crunch time is, right? In crunch time that you can go to and if you get a good look, he's going to knock it down, right? And even if you don't, he's still going to knock it down. He's going to create the good look. And make that adjustment, give up as little as you can, keep this thing moving in the direction that we have, and I love it. Look, I wouldn't pass on Giannis. I'm not saying I'd pass on Giannis. To me, Giannis changes everything you do in a big way.
And not saying it can't work, but it does. It changes.
I would prefer to build on what you have, bring in one assassin that can score at will, and see how you fare there.
No, I'm with you. Someone texted in, maybe we get Cooper Flag in the lottery. Yeah, that's a maybe. This is stuff that you can control. I'm good on Jimmy. I don't like. To me, the dream, as someone says, the dream would be Devin Booker. I just think I don't know if Phoenix is about trying to give that up. I don't know how much, and I know Phoenix wants their picks, but I don't know if Phoenix is about trying to give that up. I think that's a lot more difficult. He, to me, is young, is the shooter, is the guy that would make the most sense. But I don't know how much they would get up, and I feel like they would ask for just they're saying, hey, we want Jalen Green in return, right? Like they might want Şengün, right?
Yeah, it's a tough conversation for me because I have no idea like the compensation in a trade like that. Like the obviously
well, money has to match.
See, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not up on all of that information and the money that is out there. But you know, the picks that you have, you're giving them back their future ultimately,
and that counts with the money. That adds up to it. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It seems to me like the more the Rockets can keep their identity and like just check a box that they clearly don't have right now, which is that finisher, that killer, that everybody in the watching and everybody in the arena knows where the ball's going. It goes there, and he can get it done more times than not. The guy that strikes fear into the opponent, in some form or fashion. You don't have that guy. Get that guy, and let's keep this thing moving with what we have.
And I see people like I don't think that Kevin Durant is somebody that wrecks a culture. I don't think that. I watched him go to Golden State and not wreck that culture, right? Like now, especially if something's set. Like we watched him when he went to Golden State, it was set. He just slid in. Mm-hmm. I think there's a similar thing here that this is set and he can just slide in. Again, I don't have the problem with Giannis either with the culture, but I think that's a thing like he's. I don't. That is the case. All right, coming up as we continue, one last opportunity for you to win a $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We will do that coming up here in just a second. We'll get you ready for what's going on after us with Texans All Access. And I'm with you, Tyler, man. You got this, man. Can you end on a high note? This may have been the worst week of your life in betting. I'm not sure.
It might be.
We are 6 for 19, 31% in the bets. Finally, Clint, he's going down from just aggressive 6 to 5.
Yeah, add it to last week. I'm at 100%.
He's only going all basketball. I thought you might mix in some. I thought you might go a little NBA, a little basketball, maybe some hockey. I don't know what. I thought you might do a lot just to kind of mix it up. He is struggling, but this is a night to win. We'll try to win you some money, and we'll get a little bit more about the Texans. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, our Vision Home.
64,000. Text WIN to 64,000.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from Big Ben Tavern in Sugarland. It's the Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Bud Light. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live at our Sports Radio 610 Crawfish Circuit, and it brings us to Sugarland at the Big Ben Tavern. We have had a great time. People are out. Hey, make some noise. Let people know, man. Hey, Ben, we're having a good time. We're doing it every single Friday. Make sure you take a look and listen to the show and look up and see where we are each and every week. Shout out to all the staff here at Big Ben Tavern. They have taken care of us all. Give them a hand. Great job here as they have done an excellent job, as well as our promo staff. Shay, great job. Osita, you don't get any credit. You just showed up as a regular. But Shay, thank you for holding us down, putting us together with the fake glasses. Thank you for holding us down, and Shay has done a great job. Shout out to our engineer, Matt. A lot going on here today, keeping us on the air, both on the radio and Twitch.
Matt's mom stopped by today.
Matt's mom stopped by. Yep. It was nice to meet moms for the first time. So shout out to her as well if she's listening. And Tyler Milner also a great job keeping us on the air there, and a lot going on as well on his end. And he is always holding us down and taking care of us and keeping us going. So been a great time. Coming up behind us, remember Texans All Access, as John Harris and Mark Vandermeer will have things going. And the best damn late-night sports talk show in the city, in all of Houston, 7 to 11, Area 45, live and local. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris, I get sick, Santiago, and I
get bubble guts and miss Game 7, Santiago.
Hold on, Tyler.
Speaking of, he's out today.
Oh,
miss Fridays too,
right.
huh? Fridays are hard.
How do we feel about that? Because we did get to the bottom of it. Chris said that he had a bad meal and had his stomach hurt. I didn't want to say the company because I'm open for business for Chipotle. I want to let you know, Chipotle, I am here for you.
Well, if
you need me, we could sponsor this whole damn thing.
You want that followed up with some positive? Call Ron.
Right there, I'll tell you.
Oh, Patrick's out tonight too. Apparently, he's got the poopies.
Oh boy.
Okay, all right, Steph. All right, Sean Bijani. I don't know.
It's Sean Bijani.
So is him as well. Who knows? But no. Area 45 should be rolling. Luke is with Sean Bijani tonight, and they will hold it down. But did we accept what Chris Santiago gave as his reasoning?
No.
Why? He said, hold on. He said he had gotten sick, and then he said he let Sean Bijani know and felt like he didn't have to then text Patrick Creighton as well because he already told Sean that he wasn't feeling good, he wasn't going to be able to make it. Thus, he thought that Sean would relay that message to Patrick Creighton. Are we all right with that? Do you accept that?
I did, yes.
Tyler didn't.
I need a little more context to know with like the connection. And was Sean always in the conversation about them going, or was Sean just who he reached out to soften the blows so that Patrick Creighton didn't say, "Oh, you standing me up now"? Like I need a lot more. Context, to be honest. But for right now, I'm fine with it. Like Santiago's, he's a first-time offender. I mean, I'd be okay with it.
I want to make sure I read this word for word from Tyler Milner. He also wanted to let Happy Mother's Day to all you sexy-ass MILFs out there in Houston. Tyler wrote. Just want to let you all know that. I wanted to just say Happy Mother's Day, and I want to take all of the other portion off of that, except for Houston.
What age?
Part there.
What age do you get a woman then?
I hope never.
Like, no, MILF hunting. Like, when do you get out of that?
I don't think you ever.
I hope never.
I don't think Hugh Hefner ever stopped getting out of the HILF hunting stage.
The HILF? What is the HILF?
I mean the MILF hunting stage, excuse me. I got Hugh Hefner, H's going.
Yeah, I don't know if Hugh ever narrowed it down to
then we get a Hugh Heifer.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Him or Larry Flint, I don't think they ever narrowed it down.
Like, I'm just wondering, like that. I mean, there was a time when I could have had a crown. I mean, a MILF hunting machine, boy.
Can I be honest?
But like, you get a little older, and it's like that's not.
Like, listen, I've been married for almost 14 years now. So when I got into it, like that was a no-go for me.
I'm going to need you to relax a little bit and go ahead and just explain that more clearly so we could hear. Like you felt the need to announce that you were married and then you stumbled through. Like, I don't know what the hell you just said.
That was a no-go for me. Like,
what was? Like MILFs?
Women with kids.
Like when you were younger, you know,
when I got married at 27, so that means I was locked up around 20.
Yeah,
25.
Talk this through before you
25.
Screw it up now.
All those years ahead, like I wouldn't. I didn't.
When you were early 20s, you wasn't MILF hunting?
No, I didn't want ladies with kids. I didn't want to have to deal with the father or the dude there. I was against that.
I'm not saying you were looking to date them or marry them. Well, you have to deal with the fathers or the.
I wasn't. I remember running into one and I was uncomfortable.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, married's a different deal. Like, you should be extremely uncomfortable and avoid those. Yeah, but I mean, that kid
showed up.
Oh man, I mean, there was a time when
ran into that.
If she had a kiddo, you knew one thing was for sure.
Ran in there early on me. Ran in there. That was uncomfortable for me. I didn't know. That was I'm out. I am out on that. Like I was. And listen, but I was 20. I was 24, 25. Like I didn't. I felt like I could.
That's prime. That's prime MILF hunting age, right?
You were Tyler. Am I sounding crazy, Tyler? Like I'm 24, 25.
Yeah.
I didn't. You
just a tad bit picky.
I'm very, very disappointed over here.
Really, I was out of it, man.
I hate that for you.
I did. Yeah, I was like, I'm cool.
Should have been getting that hunting license all along, man.
If I were in my, maybe I'm reaching 30s, maybe then I would, like, your disappointment in your eyes are just.
I just can't believe it.
I didn't want to mess with nobody with kids. I didn't want to fool with nobody. I didn't want to fool with nobody's baby daddy. No dude. No.
I guess I'm kind of.
I'm good on that. I was good on that. I didn't want to fool with no young kids coming in.
But they're so experienced and show you so much.
Well, that's what I am kind of crossing. I'm meshing cougars and MILFs in the same.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
they're in the same class.
Now, older women, that's different. I had no problem.
Women.
Same genome.
Older women with no children. I had no problem.
Same species, cougars and MILFs.
Has there been a truer song?
I'm just saying. Someone texted in Ron Hilf. Yeah, that slipped up.
Is that my boy Ron?
Someone texted in, MILF hunting does include kid obligation. Like, I don't want to step off into that. I don't want to step off into that.
It doesn't have to.
I completely disagree.
Yeah, I disagree with that hard.
There is zero level of commitment or even familiarity beyond if you're MILF hunting. MILF hunting, I'm talking about, we're not paying for kiddos. We ain't meeting the kids.
Yeah, well,
there's one requirement.
Sometimes you don't have control of it.
Well,
sometimes you do not have control of it.
Yeah, that's because you end up in strange places.
Text line coming through. They call him Dirty Red for a reason. Okay.
No, there ain't nothing dirty about it.
Yeah. Text line coming in. Bagged my first cougar at 19.
Make sure he bags it.
Wow. That is classic. That is good.
Why are people texting in when they bag? I do, like, again,
Pastor,
I think the
where
age.
She likes the pressure.
There it
she
is.
Likes it rough.
There it is. There it is. The general. That's a MILF.
McLean. No. Here's the deal. If it's a MILF, if it's a MILF or a cougar, you don't have to ask them. They will tell you. You don't.
Well, sorry.
Hey, I'm just telling you, John.
My perspective is different now.
All right,
at 24,
I'm gonna end up pissing my wife off. How about them Stros? We've been going on for 10 minutes. How about them Stros, boy?
I mean, it was 7, but I hear you. I'm trying to step. So ironic. Nope. Nope, not doing it.
A curious little redheaded kid. We're in Tennessee.
Not doing
Imagine that.
It was in Tennessee. Hey, she wasn't redhead.
I'm talking about a kid.
I'm telling you. Oh, I know. I'm damn too. That kid wasn't redhead. That just kind of ran into that room. That was an uncomfortable. I'm sorry. See, I'm going too far. All right. Again, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, and then Area 45. Tyler, let's attempt to close on a high note. As Tyler has just had a rough week. Let's just be honest. As good as, and I cannot believe it, as good as last week was, nearing 80%, Tyler has just, it's just been rough. He's in the red all week long. 31%, 6 of 19. Can he finish in at least something positive? What's T-Mill's best bets tonight?
Yeah, I would love to end on one Green Day. Because as you said earlier, I'm pretty sure this is absolutely the worst week of best bets we've had.
Tyler, this is a tough lead-in, man.
Why is that?
I mean, he just beat you down, and now you're doing it to yourself, man.
I mean, it's been bad. He's calling it like he sees it. I get it. It's been a red-ass week, but we're going to try to turn it around. I'm switching back over to baseball on a Friday night, and I do have 3 of these 5 best bets are the hometown squad, the Astros. Here's your 5 best bets for Friday night around Major League Baseball. First, Brewers at the Rays this evening. Under 9. I got Twins plus 1 run. They are hosting the Giants tonight. I like the odds as well. Got it at minus 140. Then I got the hometown team, the Astros, starting this series with the Reds, minus 1.5 tonight at Dyken Park. And then 2 Astros player props for you.